Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, starting.
I think it did. Not sure yet, but
It
Yeah, I
says,
just got a
yes,
notice.
this meeting is being live streamed. I'm
I
just,
think I think the last icebreaker uh might have been better. So Jeff, the icebreaker was oh, if everybody had to put a phrase on their shirt, uh, I think it's everyone had to put a phrase on their shirt that they said the most. What would your
Mhm.
shirt say? Mine would say, "I got something here." Shout out to Nature's Made.
Yeah, that's no question. Um,
Or give me a second, guys.
Mine would say, "Come here, Nelly."
Mark, I don't remember your answer.
Mine would probably just say kitty.
Gotcha. I got something here.
If we're talking about like non like pet related sweet nothings or something like actually communicated to another human being, that's I'll need another second to think about that. But generally, most of the vocalizations that I make are like to cats on any
Ditto.
given kitty with like a little extra vocal pitch up at the end. Or there's Mike. Whenever he's walking around the house, is he's got only the one eye, so he has to be extra careful looking around corners. But when he sees Kitty, he starts just making little meeps, meep when he's approaching her. So I said it sounds like he's saying his name, Mike. So that's, yeah, that's what I call him, Mike, big Mike.
I got
Um,
something here, Mark.
oh,
See, I was able to use the phrase. Yeah. So, got some here. Brother in denial. My brother was diagnosed with epilepsy when he was 8. He has nocturnal tonic-clonic seizures. He's 23 now and has never really taken his condition seriously. He takes his medication and sees a neurologist just to keep the family happy, not because he's doing anything to help himself. We've tried to help him understand that his brain has been through a lot and that he needs to take care of himself, but we've never really been able to get through to him. He doesn't log his seizures, ignores triggers, doesn't prioritize, and still drinks on the weekends, even though he knows that he shouldn't. Truly feels like we care more about his health and safety than he does. He essentially lives like he doesn't have a condition at all, like a minor inconvenience. Over the past year, he acts had had more seizures than he usually does, and his neurologist has explicitly warned him that these habits will be destructive long term. As a family, we feel pretty helpless. We obviously can't force him to do anything. He also has some pretty serious maturity issues that might be related to the seizures themselves. It's frustrating and worrying at the same time. As he ages, it feels more and more like he may not be capable of taking care of himself. It honestly feels like he could just be heading down a self-destructive path. I don't know if this post is a rant or a cry for help or just looking for advice, but feedback would be truly appreciated. Um,
Did,
he should come
did he
here.
say?
Sounds like he needs
Did
someone
he,
to talk to.
did he say how old his brother is?
23.
23.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't
Time to
yeah,
know.
grow up.
yeah.
I
Time to
mean,
grow up, and you need to go talk to somebody. Um, yeah,
It sounds like there could be a degree of denial, maybe.
yeah. That's what the name of the post is, Brother in Denial. But yeah, that's what I was
But
thinking.
uh, another part of it might be um, depression and just not caring, not wanting treatment can be like a passive form of like extended um I don't know. I don't think we're allowed to say the word on YouTube. It's keep it friendly, but you know,
Say the word without saying the
un
word, basically.
unalive oneself. If you you know, get the gist.
Yes, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. So, yeah, not seeking medical treatment. There's a specific term for that. Um,
Stupidity.
well, no, I wouldn't jump to that.
Okay.
No.
No.
Um.
No.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. He sounds like he just needs someone to talk to. To be honest, it is kind of stupid to just not be caring about your health and just. But there's some people who they're still in the beginning. They're in their fight. They're still fighting what they don't know. Um. Yeah, if that is the beginning of that, I remember the begin. Oh no, he got it when he was 8. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, now I just read that again. If he was diagnosed at 8, he's been in his journey for 15 years now.
It's a long time to be in denial.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
probably not denial then. Well, not denial in the same way as like just learning it brand new. It doesn't mean he's not in denial. It's just, you know, a different sort of denial if that's what's happening there. Um,
yeah. They were saying he only does what he has to do, like to take care of himself and see the doctor and stuff, just to make the family happy. I mean, if you taking care of yourself just to make family happy, I mean that's one plus. But the drinking, I'm not a big fan of, and I promote and not at all. Yeah,
I mean,
it's not for the epileptic.
23 years old, so frontal lobe is not fully developed, and we know how important frontal lobes can be. And um, so add on top of that, what is there is not functioning correctly. Um, and that add on to that, there's been this forbidden fruit of alcohol that is suddenly now legal for you to purchase and consume. You know, it's 23 years old. It's only been 2 years that he can go legally drinking with his buddies. Um, so those are three big mitigating circumstances that I think fall in on his side when uh or that I would point to and say it's not necessarily stupidity. There's a lot of other stuff that could be happening that should be considered, you know. Think about what you were like when you were 23. Would you have wanted to settle down and take your meds and not drink. I mean, I don't know. I was pretty rebellious.
I was too.
Um, yeah.
That was
So
the rebellious stage.
yeah, yeah,
I was
Yeah.
rebellious before that.
yeah,
By the time
yeah.
by the time I was 23, I was fairly stable. But it was a different time period.
Mm.
Yeah. Um, yeah, the rebelling is what I thought I was doing. I was just doing stupid stuff, and my mother didn't know. So I wasn't essentially, I mean, I wasn't actually rebelling if I wasn't like trying to get my point across to the parent. I was just doing dumb stuff, doing the alcohol, running around the wrong crowds, stuff like that. Yeah. But like I said, that was the beginning, and he's not in his beginning stage. It's that's a long time to be in denial. Uh, he's taking his medication. Um, I honestly don't know what
I
to say
mean,
to this
oh,
person.
another mitigating factor or thing in his favor. Um, Having had it since 8 years old, he's probably been told all of his life that it's possible, in many cases of juvenile epilepsy, it goes
Go away.
away when yeah. So there you go. That's something he probably, maybe I'm right at that age that it just goes away, right? Right in that,
Yeah. So
right in that. So yeah, there's several things I think that can kind of come together to um I don't know, it's difficult to accept that stuff at that stage
um
when there's what other options are there available to a person that age, when they're being told by popular culture that their entire generation is going to be rendered obsolete by AI. Don't bother learning, don't bother getting a job. You're just going to be replaced by robots before you can even finish a degree. Like, how,
yeah,
I don't
AI is
know
gonna take over.
how
And
I
it's so
would
much
have,
more rough for this generation coming up.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. And will that actually happen? Or
Hmm.
that's another thing. We haven't said hi to AJ yet, though, have we?
That's what
Hi,
I was gonna
AJ.
say. Hey AJ, how you doing?
Hi, I'm good. You? How are you
I'm
doing?
good.
Good.
Um, the icebreaker today was if everybody had a shirt with a phrase that they said the most on it, what would your shirt say?
Um, Mine will say, I believe, I'm fine.
Mine was, I got something here.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
How
And
about
also,
Mark?
come again?
Mine was Kitty. Yeah. I speak to my cats a lot, more than I speak to the other people in this house, actually, my parents. Now that I think about it, I should probably change that. But yeah, Kitty's around most of the time within arm's reach, so she expects the attention.
Gotcha. Um, I think Jeff said the same thing with his cat.
He did.
Oh, AJ. I don't know if you guys mind, but AJ, this question has somebody near your age range, and I thought that might be cool to hear your input on this question we're talking about.
Okay.
It says, brother in denial. My brother has been diagnosed with epilepsy since he was 8. He has nocturnal tonic-clonic seizures. He's 23 now, has never really taken his condition seriously. He takes his medication and sees his neurologist just to keep the family happy, not because it's doing him any help himself. We've tried to help him understand that his brain has been through a lot and that he needs to take care of himself, but we've never really been able to get through to him. He doesn't log his seizures, ignores triggers, doesn't prioritize sleep, and still drinks on the weekends, even though he knows he shouldn't. Truly feels like we care more about his health and safety than he does. He essentially lives like he doesn't have a condition. Over the past year, he's actually had more seizures than he usually does, and his neurologist has explicitly warned him that these habits will be destructive. As a family, we feel pretty helpless. We obviously can't force him to do anything. He also has some pretty serious maturity issues that might be related to seizures themselves. It's frustrating and worrying at the same time. As he ages, it feels more and more like he may not be capable of taking care of himself ever. It honestly feels like he could be heading down a destructive path. I don't know if this post is a rant, a cry for help, or just me looking for advice, but any feedback is truly appreciated. Um, yeah, basically what I was saying is that after 15 years of going through that, I don't think it's denial anymore. It could just be the rebellious stage. You know, you finally get to drink with your friends now. This person is finally old enough to drink. So, what do you think about that, AJ?
I believe it's more frustration because in my case, that was at some point I start to give up on my rules given from the doctor, and I start drinking a lot of coke, start smoking really much, not sleeping, and right now I got addicted to Coca-Cola, and I'm trying my best to give up because it affected my digestive system. In my last seizure, I vomit blood. Was not sure if it came from the tongue or digestive system. So I believe he's still in denial at some point. We all are, because it's hard to accept that you are not allowed to do some things and you try to do other things when you have a period of time when you feel good. I just forget I have epilepsy. That's just my case.
Yeah. Yeah. I tried to ignore it. I tried to, but like I said, I was rebelling. I was just doing dumb stuff and just not caring about my disability. But that was the beginning. And yeah, like I was saying, this person, they're 23 now and they had it since they were 8. So they should have been past a lot of stages. But then Mark also said that this person probably was also told that theirs would go away because they did get it as a child. So, yeah.
Yeah, with treatment and lifestyle, but drinking and having pills and not taking your hours of sleep, it's impossible to But sorry, to get rid of it. It's like expecting to get rid of a flu without treatment.
Right. Yeah. Just gotta. I don't know whether to say this person should wait on him to see that it's getting worse, or just give him an ultimatum.
I don't
That might
think
help.
pressure will help. I mean, if they
Mm,
say he's also mentally delayed, they just have to explain to him or record his seizure to see them and make him aware of what's going on.
yep.
Because otherwise, he'll keep doing this and die at some point.
Unfortunately, it's true. Um, yeah, that is the reality. Um, Alcoholism could be bad, could be fatal. Is the worst part.
Yeah, especially withdrawal from the alcoholism. It's very dangerous for a healthy person. I have no idea how it's like for an epileptic.
I can only imagine. Um, we got some comments here. One says he's an adult with agency to live. Um, I don't know. I got to go back on that. He's an adult with agency to live his life as he sees fit. That doesn't mean he's making good choices. However, all you can do is be supportive in ways he seems open to, provide information, tell him you care about him and are worried for his well being, offer help, etc. But he's going to make his own choices and experience the results. Hopefully, he'll learn from his mistakes. He sees his doctor and takes his meds. Right now, maybe that's all he can do. He has to learn his lessons, educate him, heed guidance, etc. But there's so much you can do. It's a tough position for you to be in, so I understand. It sounds like he could benefit greatly from working with a therapist. That's what I was thinking. Come here and then go find a therapist if
Not
you don't
that,
like it.
yeah, I was gonna say, not to say that we're therapists.
Yeah, if you
Come
don't
here,
like it,
Joe. We're
then
not
find a
therapists,
therapist.
but yeah,
I
we do
think we
not
could
give
save you.
medical advice.
Yeah,
Disclaimer.
yeah,
Anyway,
we could save you some money. We are not doctors, but coming here could definitely save you a whole lot of time and money. Meet some cool people, and they all have epilepsy. Uh, yeah, change your life. Got another comment here. It says, "I'm in a similar situation. I feel hopeless and been disappointed or disappointment. It takes away, it takes a toll on me and takes away from my time. I stopped recording them. Then I stopped recording them. I stopped. No one has a solution for me, so instead of becoming heartbroken, I have accepted this. It's what keeps me sane. I also have nocturnal seizures, but I started using hemp, hemp, which is a CBD oil I buy online. Hemp has really made my nocturnal seizures a lot less. I'm grateful I have nocturnal seizures because they are predictable. It's either me accepting my life to keep my sanity or live in hell. It's another way to look at it. I do understand he's taking his meds, which is I think is a good thing. At least you're taking your meds. I mean, yeah, still having seizures in your sleep isn't good, especially because you could end up just not waking up. A couple more comments. One
but
here says,
I mean, to to be a little bit morbid, on the bright side, that's probably like the best way to go. And, the universe is just go to sleep one night and don't wake up.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that's really morbid now that I think about it, having said that out loud. Wow. But, you know, there can be some mental health issues in states where that idea can actually be rather appealing and even desirable. So, um, yeah, that if his brother is suffering from depression, if they haven't recognized it, or if he's hiding it really well, that could be something that he's got on his mind also that he's considering, you know. It could be intentional.
Yeah. Um, yeah. Trying to, what was I going to say? Um, not cover his pain, but like, I forgot what the word is in particular. Uh, yeah. We got 4 comments here, though. One says, switch to green. Nobody's died from that. Our side effects are so bad. Another one says, has he heard of Sudet? Also, does he drive? By the way, I don't log my seizures. I have nocturnal RTLE with complex and absent seizures. Another comment here says, going through the same thing with my 30-year-old son. He skips meds, stays out late and drinks. He has chronic toxic seizures. So, of course, everyone always calls me to come get him or a trip to the ER. He has had
Clonic
multiple injuries.
toxic? Is
Huh?
that clonic toxic? Is that what they said?
Yes. Um, Let me just finish it real quick.
Okay, sorry.
He has chronic toxic seizures. So, of course, everyone always calls me to come get him or a trip to the ER. He has had multiple injuries from his falls. I, too, have been dealing with this for, say, 10 years. Everyone else has given up on him. I'm still hoping for change. Saw a new doctor having EEG and sociological exam to see live with him now. Glad you posted this. I too have this heavy on my mind. And one last comment says, I understand that you're worried because he is family, but he is an adult. If he chooses to live his life like this, sooner or later, he'll have to face the consequences of his behavior. Maybe he can make an appointment with his neurologist to discuss the solution. He could use some psychological help with dealing with his life, but I don't see him being up for that. Instead of pointing out what he is doing wrong, try to encourage him in doing good stuff. Yeah. Um, I also liked how that person said it because, yeah, don't always like push up on him about he's doing wrong, he's doing this and this and this, and he's wrong. You could just point out like stuff he's doing good sometimes. Maybe he might move you to friendly and not think you're against him. If a person feels like you're on their side, they might actually listen to you. I got something. It says sudden increase in focal aware seizures. I had sudden increase in focal seizures, maybe 7 over the course of 24 hours. I hadn't missed any doses of medicine, wasn't particularly sick or sleep deprived or anything next day. I had one focal seizure and then went back to 0 the following days. I let my doctor know and just wanted to see if anyone has anything similar and if there's anything I should be weary of, or if it just means increasing my dosage. Thoughts from real epileptics. Uh, um, Shout out to Nature's Made. Started taking these gummies by Nature's Made, and I don't see them near me. But yeah, get some B12. Ask your doctor. If you're taking lamotrigine, for sure I know then you're probably lacking some B12 and start taking it. But yeah, that's what stopped my focals almost a year ago. A month in, you guys, there'd be a month and wouldn't have a focal in a year. Mark, isn't that exciting? In 1 month, it'll be a year. Nice. Shout out to Nature's Made. My focals have went away.
We should
Because
throw a party.
That's great.
yeah, should throw a party. Oh, here they are. Yeah. Shout out to Nature Made. Yeah. 1 month.
I've got to go, guys. All right.
Bye,
See you
Jeff.
later,
Bye.
Jeff. But yeah, 1 month and 6 days, I will be a year focal free. I'm going to use that word, focal free.
What was the date again?
April 26th.
Okay.
Actually, hold on. I was told to do it on April 26th. So did I actually? I didn't actually start on the 26th. Okay, so I'm not going to get too excited yet. I think the date might be like 2 weeks after I was told, around April 26th. Okay. So we'll say May 10th is a year. But yeah, shout out to Nature's Made. These gummies have helped me. They got the extra strength, 300 micrograms a day. Those are the ones I'm taking. And yeah, just when I think about a year, almost a year with these, it just makes me want to keep saying shout out to Nature's Made. That helped a lot. Focals are not fun. AJ, you have any ideas for this person? AJ, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I just went to fill my bottle of water.
Oh,
Sorry.
this person is just asking for ideas about focal aware seizures. They're getting a lot of them. They're not sleep deprived or anything, haven't missed any doses. Person said they let their doctor know, but wanted to see if any epileptics know or had anything in similar. Had anything in similar. Yeah. Does that mean they should increase their dose? That
I
was
have no
also a
idea.
question.
I mean, there are many causes for that particular episode. Hormones, blood sugar, stress they might not be aware of.
Yeah.
If this episode keep repeating, I would suggest to go visit their doctor.
Yeah. Yeah. I got another post here though. It says, I need advice. I personally do not have epilepsy, but I'm seeking some advice. My boyfriend, who is literally one of my best friends, at the same time has epilepsy. I've taken up my time to learn about his triggers and what can cause his episodes. I want to know the best way to take care of him after one of his seizures. He recently had one, and I wasn't sure how to help him since I was stuck at work, and thankfully, he was at home with his dad. I'm making a care basket, and I'd love some advice. He's 19. I hate seeing him get so worn out after a seizure, and I want to know What could be the best way to get him to help his body and mind recover? Thanks. Um,
Body, some cold compress. I don't know,
yeah. Um, yeah, that'll be nice. An
but
ice
not
pack.
cold. Temperature, the room
Get like,
temperature.
think maybe get like an ice pack and then wrap a towel around it.
Yeah, that could work. But I believe if he has a high temperature and you put ice on him, it'll be a shock temperature. So I don't think it's that recommended.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Don't want
Just
too much of a difference. Don't want yeah, like a cool, um, damp, uh, washcloth or something, small towel, a little bit of cold water, and just on the forehead, something almost like the same way you treat a fever.
yeah,
Someone told me try to get a water bottle, a spray bottle, and spray it on yourself. Uh,
I don't know. I find that sort of spray kind of refreshing sometimes, but I could easily see it being annoying after a seizure and not being able to articulate that it's annoying. So I don't know.
yeah.
Maybe
Also, I
use
stay
the
in the
spray
desert.
bottle to re-dampen the towel. Um,
Yeah. Also, I stay in the desert, so that's a thing they could have been talking about. Because yeah,
oh, yeah. Those water bottles and that sort of cooling is a lot more effective out there in the desert. Have you seen those swamp coolers sort of thing where they have a big fan
got one.
high blowing and then it just a small mist of water
Yeah,
blowing in front of it and that
got one. We got a
yeah.
swamp cooler in the living
So
room.
the phase change, what happens is it sprays out tiny, tiny, tiny little mist particles of liquid water. And that liquid water, because of the low temp or low humidity, it evaporates. And for water to evaporate, to change from a liquid to a gas, it needs to absorb heat. Um, because it's basically kind of like you could think of it almost as like it's having to become steam. So it pulls that heat from the air, and that air then, is dropped in temperature compared to the overall ambient temperature that it's at where you're located. So, um, yeah, it can lower the air temperature quite a bit compared to you know, ambient air when um yeah, when the humidity is low. They work kind of well, like okay here in Florida, but it's usually already kind of swampy to begin with, so um they're not quite as effective as in the desert, but um yeah, there's your unsolicited science fact of the day or science lesson of the day. Yeah.
I'm sure they like the Mark facts.
I don't know. Hopefully some of them do.
Yeah. I got something here though. It says and better health, denying lacosamide. Recently, I resigned from my position at work and chose a health plan from the marketplace. I chose and better health, and so far they have held up the first two prescriptions for my seizure medication. Has anyone ran into this um, or have any experiences with this in particular? Could share their combat story on how they were able to get their RX filled and covered. Um, yeah. Um, I don't have. I haven't had my medication denied unless the what's it called? Unless I let it lapse, which it hasn't. Well, it did last year, but this year I won't let it do that. And that's the only time I wasn't able to get my medication. I had to pay cash for it, and that wasn't fun.
Hmm.
You ever been through any insurance problems, Mark?
Yeah, there was a whole big mess with my insurance trying or denying me an extended release form of Lyrica. Um, the Lyrica, the pregabalin extended release is still or is uh brand name only. So it's yeah, the insurance company back and forth with the doctor's office refusing it and getting those letters and everything. And then the pharmacy didn't want to fill it, didn't have it in stock. The local pharmacy that we're using right down the street here that I get all of my other stuff at, they didn't have it in stock. They wouldn't even try to order it. They didn't want to have to special order it because they said it was such a pain to try to get the insurance to deal with or something. I don't know. I don't know why they were doing that, but I had to call a few different pharmacies before I found one that would actually try to order it for me.
Yes.
I
At least you
think.
got your
I don't
meds.
know. Did I? No, I didn't. I never got them. We gave up and just had to. That's why I'm on the Lyrica 3 times a day because we gave up trying to get the extended release.
Okay.
So, yeah. But at least it's generic, so we're saving money. And
Yeah.
so's the insurance company.
Generic insurance company. Um, AJ, you ever had any problems dealing with insurance, your insurance and your medication?
No. Um, but that's because I'm employed and that gives me free insurance from the government. Everyone who is in employment or is a student has free insurance.
Hmm.
I don't have problems with it.
Um, got a comment here. One says, anytime a medication is denied, the first thing you do is call your doctor, and they usually can work around that. If they cannot approve, unfortunately, they may need to prescribe an alternative. But you can always call them and try to fight with them yourself. Unfortunately, I found out to be quite counterproductive in my experience. Another comment here says contact your provider or have the pharmacy do it and tell them a prior authorization is needed. By the way, do a prior authorization for meds for a living and M better sucks. Oh, they got a health plan that sucks, so that says a lot too. someone else know that that place that sucks. Yeah. I got something. It says, anyone else feel guilty? Does anyone else feel guilty about having epilepsy? Everyone who has seen my seizures is on guard, especially the ones who I live with. I'm pretty sure my parents, my brother, have some sort of PTSD. It's hard for me to even make friends or date because I feel like I'll be burdening them as well. You ever felt this way? And how do you cope? Any type of guilt? How do you cope with any type of guilt? I did feel that way at one point. I'm in a different living situation now, so I don't feel exactly like that. Um, but my mom, she's a little on edge, and I think that's mainly because she's kind of learning more to deal with it because we haven't lived with each other for 10 years, maybe longer. Um, so, yeah, there is that little. I don't have the guilt, but I do kind of feel like I put her on edge a little bit. Yeah, she's constantly paying attention and stuff. I try to get her not worried. We're working on it. Um, yeah, we're working on it. Um, how about you, Mark? Also, hold on one second. How do I cope with it? I just spend a lot of time with my mom, and she's learning more about my epilepsy, and she's watching the podcast a little bit, and she's seeing me edit. So she's learning a little bit from what she's seeing us do. So this has been very helpful. Teaching my mom, maybe teaching some other people how they could be helpful. Um, yeah. Did we tell AJ the icebreaker?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Yeah. Um, there's a comment here and it says, oh, I was going to ask Mark. I'm sorry. I was going to move on. Sorry. You ever felt any
I
type of guilt?
um yeah, I don't know. I don't really deal with it. I kind of just actively struggle with it still. I don't know.
Understand what you mean? Yeah. Doesn't come up? I don't know what you mean. Yeah. What is it? Uh, AJ, how do you deal with the guilt, or have you ever been guilty, and how do you just cope with it?
I
Or
always feel I always feel guilty, and I don't believe I will ever feel not guilty because a few days ago I saw how my mom was stressed about me having a seizure and her not being at home. My therapist calling her and telling her I'm having a seizure and puking blood and stuff like that. She was extremely stressed. And I'll be too if I hear from someone else that my mother is in a dangerous situation. I mean, yeah.
gotcha. Um, about anyone else feeling guilty? Got some comments here. One says, no, I don't feel guilty, but it took a while to get there. Epilepsy is the result of a viral infection from a mosquito bite at age 4. I did not cause this. I am not going to feel guilty for it. It took years for me to accept that it is just part of who I am today. If this is difficult for you, I recommend seeing a therapist. Psychologist, it can take a while to find one that is good connection for you. It's worth it though. Another comment says, all the time I feel guilty. It aids me in the it aids in me isolating. I always tell people the hardest part of about epilepsy is dealing with others. Oh, that's a good way to put that. Yeah. Hardest part is dealing with other people and their problems while you're trying to deal with your problems. Um, Another comment here says, I feel
Oh
this
yeah, it's
heavy.
like it's not so much the seizures that are difficult as it is all the stuff, the life between the seizures that
Everywhere
is
afterward.
difficult. Yeah. The seizures themselves are kind of, boom, done by the time they've already started practically. And then um yeah, living with the aftermath is the hard part. And part included in that is what everybody else experienced during the seizures themselves. That's kind of tougher for them than it is for me, at least.
Yeah.
So
Someone
yeah,
else said that. I think that was Tom that told us his wife said it's not about us because we're not the only ones that have to deal with it. It's everyone else that's there that has to see it. I understand that a little bit.
yeah, yeah.
Can get a little spicy, depending on your attitude. I'm a flight instead of fight, so I'm more like I just don't want to talk to you or get out of there. I do have one more comment here, and it says, yes, my husband has become my full-time taxi driver. I hate the loss of independence and having to only rely on someone else to go anywhere. I hate knowing that he goes to bed most nights wondering if he's going to wake up with me thrashing around. He videoed one of my recent TCs and I threw myself off of our bed, and the sound of panic in his voice on the video will never go away. I only heard a bit while he was showing the video to the neurologist. I hate being something that causes him worry or stress. I know over time I'll grow through this, or at least that's what I tell myself. You're not alone in feeling this way. Yeah. Everybody out there, you're not alone. Believe it. And if you're watching, smash that like button and subscribe. Yeah.
Hit the
I should have said that.
notification icon to
Yeah.
get notified every time we start streaming, every time there's a new episode. Lots of action here lately.
Mm. Um, I got something here though. Um, and this one I usually like to find the ones where people are saying they're depressed, so we kind of help them through it. This one says, I'm so depressed, I can't think straight or make decisions. I'm just so extremely depressed. The brain fog is so bad. I'm so overwhelmed by absolutely everything. I can't do anything. I feel like my brain is paralyzed. I don't feel like a human anymore. How does anyone break out of this? That's a lot. Um, um, you could go see a therapist. That's a good thing. Sounds like you might need someone to talk to. Uh, Coming here helps. Got plenty of people who have been through a lot of things, and some can still be depressed. Yeah, I think being able to talk to people has helped. So try that or go see a therapist. Or if you have somebody close to you, or Yeah, therapists are here, I think, is the best places. Therapists, they can understand. You probably don't want to talk to people around you, is what I also read. So, yeah. Yeah, I had the depression for a while. I got out of it. My depression caused me to rebel and stuff like that, but I was a teen, so there's no excuse being a teen, actually. What do you think, Mark?
Um,
How do you break out of this? They're
I don't
asking.
know. There is no one answer. You know, nothing
Okay.
that works for everybody. And there's not necessarily an answer for everybody. Some people, um, I don't know.
Yeah. AJ,
Yeah.
how would you tell someone who says they need help dealing with their depression? They say they don't feel human anymore and they feel like their brain is paralyzed, overwhelmed by everything, extremely depressed. They're just asking, how does anyone break out of this? So I was asking you, AJ.
So
Mine,
in my
I was suggesting
I
coming
think
here.
um yeah, that might help, but in personal life, I believe the best thing you can do is focusing on small task and try to finish it or finish the task. I don't know. In my own case was uh, I started to cook and I restarted to draw. It's something that epilepsy took away from me, and right now I'm able again to draw. So try to do stuff you enjoy and be happy on your small victory. You don't have to be Goliath.
Mm.
I like that. Uh, yeah, be happy with the small victories. I got to use that.
Yeah, because nobody is meant to be Goliath. Sometimes we are meant to be David.
Okay.
Mm.
And I believe being David is way better.
Certainly in the long run, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Worked out better for him.
Um, yeah, I like how you put that, AJ. I definitely got to use that. Don't got to be Goliath. You can take the small wins too. Um, yeah, but I got some comments here. First comment says, I feel this so much. I go through phases like this often and I pull myself out of them often. Oh, and I pull myself out of them often. The only way I know out, the only way I know out is stop pushing to do a bunch of stuff and direct my attention. Pick one task and just do that for a while. If you use short form social media, get rid of it entirely and switch to long form. The only goal task for last week was to try and focus on TV shows. Normally, I think that's probably not a great idea for depressed people with this disorder, but when I can't even be bothered to follow the plot, it helps to start to feel progress when you realize suddenly you're watching with slightly less effort. Then just add on a little task to crawl out. The only way out of the fog for me is cognitive grounding and effort, not just to accomplish anything, but trying to direct my focus. It does seem hard to focus on one thing quite often. I have a lot of tasks in the making right now that stuff I could be doing every day. But I edit videos and I love it. Yeah, find something that you like doing could help with the depression. Um, Hobbies, like I said, I do the editing and it's just like I find it peaceful in my own world. Doing something I enjoy doing, not something I have to do, feels good. Especially when you enjoy doing it because you enjoy it. Feels good.
There's a Falcon 9 rocket being launched from Vandenberg. I don't know if you're located somewhere in a viewing radius. It might be visible in a minute or two from where you are. Anybody over in California within a viewing radius of Vandenberg Space Force Base.
I'm trying to imagine what direction it is because it would be east of us, I guess.
Yeah,
But
east, and then it depends on whether you're north or south of Vandenberg. I don't know. I'm not sure where Vandenberg is located, particularly relative to like Los Angeles, let's say.
yeah, I'm about an hour away from LA, hour and a half.
N
Um,
n like northwest or
um, California would that'll be kind of just the west or southwest. Uh, I wonder if this would be considered southwest.
oops.
Well, yeah,
Correction.
northwest is more like where Chip is at, like
One day.
Seattle,
Oh, yeah,
Seattle,
okay.
then the
So
Boreal Peninsula.
it's yeah, Vandenberg is basically just almost
West,
uh
east.
due due west and a little bit north of LA. So if you go outside, it might be just almost east, straight east, maybe
Mhm.
maybe east and south a little bit, depending on where. But yeah, I accidentally hit the directions button instead of just the map location button. So it's telling me I could get to Vandenberg in 1 day and 20 hours of driving.
Wait, how far is it from you?
Uh, 2,691 miles.
Oh,
If I
that's all
walk,
right.
it would be 42 days of walking, 11 days of cycling,
Um,
according to Google. There is no
would you
train.
cycle?
Huh?
Would you go that far? Cycling?
No, I don't even have a bicycle, so I can't. I want one. I wish.
I
I
don't
was
have one
telling my
either at the
parents,
moment.
hey, if you guys got me an electric bicycle, you wouldn't have to drive out to the dispensary with me and sit there waiting the whole time and then drive back. Always takes them like 20 minutes just to fill the order at the dispensary, even when I've already placed an order ahead of time.
That's interesting. Electric bike. I never thought of that.
Yeah, yeah, the electric assist. There's some of them. I had an eye on one that had the front and rear motors and electric assist in them. It was able to go up to 28 miles an hour on just the electric motors alone. Or it could, it could do the motors assisting the actual pedaling, cycling, or you could just ride it as a bicycle on its own. But um, there was this law being debated or whatever in the Florida state legislature at the time about electric bicycles, and you know they were on the docket, or on the floor. The debate floor was whether or not to require a valid Florida driver's license for a person to be able to use one of those electric bicycles on the public roadway, as opposed to just like a normal bicycle, you can use the public roadways like a normal person. So, or maybe it was the class 3 bicycles that could go up to 24 or 25 miles per hour or more with just the electric alone. Um, but I mean, that was what my mother was concerned about, but that was never in any of the language, never a part of it. So I don't know. But they just passed that law, and basically all they did was just say that if you're on, if you're riding an electric bicycle on the sidewalk, you got to stay 10 miles an hour or less if you're near somebody walking, like a pedestrian on the sidewalk. It's like common sense, you know. But now that's codified in the law, which is good. So there's always going to be idiots, but they also refused the option to require the driver's license to operate on the roadways. So that's good. So now that opens up the possibility, yeah, that those by aging. Oh, yeah. Now that opens up the possibility that, it's a electric bicycle with, motors in the front and rear wheels that, can go up to 25 miles per hour or more on its own, can be ridden on on public roadways on the side, just like a normal bicycle could, without a driver's license, statewide. So that's nice, because that was one thing that the law was trying to do, was different counties were establishing their own laws, and different cities inside of them were preempting and trying to do. So it was making this whole patchwork of, what was legal to do and what bicycles were legal to ride in one part of the state were illegal in another part. So um, they've just kind of blanket statewide, stay 10 miles an hour or less near a pedestrian on a sidewalk. Boom. So
Yeah.
I
Um,
think that's good. I think that the conditions are primed for me to go and say, hey guys, now that that's settled, let let's have that discussion again. How much
mm,
could, you know,
I got something.
maybe I should just start saving it, setting aside from my weed money, and you know,
Save money from your weed money to get you
yeah,
a bike.
set aside some weed money, smoke 1/8 less per month, and set that
Eventually.
cash
A
aside in
bike.
a pile. And yeah, eventually that'll turn into a bicycle, and my parents won't have to drive me out to the dispensary, and everybody will be happy.
Mm.
Yeah.
To everybody watching, press that like button. Give us some likes. Comment. Tell us how you're feeling about this. Um, yeah. So far, so good. Having a great day here. I do have one, Mark. I think you could relate to this because you have a cat, and it says My cat seems to know when I'm having a seizure. My cat always seems to come over and fuss when I'm about to have a breakthrough seizure. How can I comfort him? I think I'm accidentally scaring him when they happen. I was unlucky and had one last night on the bathroom floor. I thankfully had laid down on the mat since I felt weird, and it made a bunch of loud noise when I hit the trash can. Thanks for any advice comforting him. I did end up visiting the ER, also talked to my neuro, and I'm okay now. So please don't worry. But my question was, how can I comfort him? Hmm. Give him some snacks. I don't know. I don't have
Yeah,
a cat.
yeah, spend that post-ictal time with the cat.
Yeah,
That'll
definitely.
be the comfort. If the cat is upset by you having the seizure, then recover with the cat, and
Yeah,
that'll
definitely.
help the cat recover with you both ways, right? Mutual.
Yeah,
Just it was made for each other. It's the way it works here in my house. The cats or kitties never really responded that much. Poofy definitely notices and reacts and has come over and whatnot. But Kitty, I don't know. Maybe Kitty's just seen them so many times, seen me convulsing frequently enough. Ever since the first time I started convulsing, she's been around. So it might not be a big deal to her anymore. At least that's how I choose to rationalize it because she doesn't come check on me when I'm recovering. But um yeah, that's
Um, do you think like they know ahead of time? Do they like act funny or
I don't
any
know.
difference he notices?
I don't know. I it's hard to tell if they're aware of any difference beforehand, they're hiding it pretty well, I think. That doesn't mean that they're not aware though. It's you know, but we're also noticing that Poofy is a lot smarter than we had ever given her credit for. Um, she is a lot more tuned in to fine details of things than uh, Kitty or Mike. Poofy is a problem solver. So she might genuinely have been smarter and more aware and tuned into her, like when I had that seizure before. So, um, yeah, I don't know.
Mm,
But yeah, they
I don't have a
definitely,
cat, unfortunately. That'll be
you
nice.
should, yeah, you should get
I,
one. At
I
least
just
one.
don't. I don't want to. I don't want to take care of an animal. I need to help take care of my children. I
Yeah.
don't have the most time to spend time with it either. I'm doing a lot of editing or this or the morning show. Yeah, there's a lot
That's
going on.
one
To
of the
bring an
things though
animal into my life.
with the pets is the kids can kind of be interested and into and excited about the pet too. So it might not necessarily take away, your kids might be able to help you out with the cat too. But
I'm doubting
um,
it. It's a lot of devices that are more interesting than me.
yeah,
Cat
probably
and
more interesting than the cat too. I don't know.
yeah,
I
they
don't know how interesting actual living, breathing creatures are to kids these days.
yeah, taking care of kids is hard. I gotta throw a cat into the mix. Yeah. Personally, I love cats, just can't get one. Kevin, um, you're a cat person, right? Or you
No,
just have a cat?
no, it's just one around the house. We're cool with each other. We just nod in the hallway. We're like, hey, what's up? You know,
You're like, this cat just lives here? This
yeah,
cat's a resident?
yeah, we're just roommates, whatever.
I like that. That's pretty
Like,
cool.
yeah,
Yeah. The resident
yeah.
cat. Um, yeah, there was a post here. I'll read it to you. I don't know if Mark minds. You Mark mind if I?
I don't mind. I'm gonna go pee. I got it. Yeah.
Thanks for the information. Got something here. It says
You just leave. You don't got to tell us.
my cat seems to know when I'm having a seizure. My cat always seems to come over and fuss when I'm about to have a breakthrough seizure. How can I comfort him? I think I'm accidentally scaring him when they happen. I was unlucky and had one last night on the bathroom floor. I thankfully had laid down on the mat since I felt weird, and it made a bunch of loud noises when I hit the trash can. Thanks for any advice on comforting him. I did end up visiting the ER. I also talked to the neuro, and I'm okay now, so please don't worry. She needs help on comforting the kitty because she feels like she's scared him when she had a seizure. Uh, I don't
Sure, the
have an
cat's
animal
fine.
running around. Um,
Yeah,
thoughts?
sure, the cat's fine.
um,
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not very intuitive into not a cat whisperer or anything. So um,
cat
the,
whisperer.
they're fine. We'll get over it. Give them a treat or something. They'll be, yeah.
Yeah, my sister's dog. Uh, I think when I had seizures, when I was on my bed, he was a Chihuahua, so he'd just like back up and see as much as he could, or stand up on those back feet just to look on the bed. And he didn't really do anything. He didn't bark to warn anybody. Uh, People probably heard it from the crash or hitting the wall or something. Yeah, he's cool though. I don't think I worried him though because he always comes in the room when the ambulance are there. When the ambulance were there, he would always come in the room and like wagging his tail, walking through their legs and stuff while they're trying to talk to me in the middle of my floor and stuff like that. So yeah, one of the comments here on comforting this kitty says, "I don't know how to comfort him, but I think it's amazing that he can sense them coming. That could be greatly beneficial for you if you don't know a seizure was coming and he could alert you. I'm glad you're both okay. Give him a treat and extra snuggles." That's what I was thinking. I mean, not the snuggles, but I was thinking, if he's kind of a warning, just keep some treats around. I'm not having seizures that often, so keeping treats around, they'll probably go bad before I have enough
Mm,
seizures to treat that cat.
yeah.
uh,
I mean,
yeah.
I did get a dog a long time ago, very long time ago, around the time I was diagnosed, and he was useless. He didn't seem to care. Um, but yeah, he was that was a fun dog. Yeah.
Oh man. He said he was useless. That just threw me off.
I mean, he
Uh,
was. I mean, as far as seizures go, yeah, I mean, wasn't trained for anything like that. And I don't like the dogs that German. Uh, uh, thinking about what Chip said. Um, The East Coast is just a mess. Starting to agree with them, you know, starting to sour on Philly. And yeah, uh, German Shepherds up and down every freaking uh, transport outlet, and they make me nervous. German Shepherds.
Hmm. My mom has one. What do you mean they
Yeah,
make you nervous?
I don't like them.
My mom has one. She's I think 3, almost 4, and she's yeah, she loves people. She's always gonna jump all over you. She loves attention. She loves rubbing,
I mean,
and yeah,
there's several breeds of dog that I don't like, and I don't want around me, and I wouldn't want around my children. So
yeah. My mom's dog is pretty cool. She like I said, she's just a lover. So she'll love all on you and roll over and try to make you. What I say, she forces me to pet her. She gets in front of me, then she'll just lay down on her stomach, and then she's like looking at me. She'll force you to give her some love. Um, yeah. Um, she hasn't been very helpful with the seizures. Not that I'm waiting for her to help, but yeah. Um, People out there watching, smash that like button, press that little bell so you can get a reminder when we go live. And yeah, let's move forward.
I know what they're going to say. They're going to be mad at me because I said I didn't like a certain dog. They always, uh, we're going to lose all of our followers now. Sorry.
Hey, that happens. Maybe it was meant to be, um, or not meant to be. But I got a question here for Mark. Uh, it says weed. Is smoking weed every day bad for epilepsy? Uh, I want to start by saying no, because yesterday I was feeling like crap all in the beginning of the day, and it was not good. I had one aura, and then I was just like gonna talk to my mom. I'll go to the dispensary. I went there. I got a vape pen that I thought was next to me, and I can't find it. Um, and yeah, weed helped. It stopped the room from lightly spinning. I don't know if you guys get that. Sometimes the room will go like this. It seems like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not just me. Yeah. I'm like,
I've been
why
getting
is the
that
left?
recently. The spinning
Oh.
feeling. Yeah, it started recently.
Okay. At least I'm not alone.
Ever since I stopped the Zoloft, uh, or maybe it was after lowering 2 drugs, um, the Zoloft into pyramid, but I think I would, adjusted for the pyramid by now, but it had to be the Zoloft. So I think, yeah, just a little dizzy.
Yeah. To the post though. Yeah. Everyone was saying that weed. I was reading a lot of posts the other day. People were saying that weed makes people have seizures and stuff like that, and I was disagreeing. But this one right here, it axed me, and yeah, it helped me yesterday. Made it to today. Didn't have a seizure yesterday. Feeling good. Um, it's been longer than a month, and yeah, usually I get to, like I said, what is it, 3 months, and then there's a seizure like lingering coming. So far, it's been a month, so I'm good. Um, that's another thing I was gonna ask, Mark. Is there like a certain amount of time you go without a seizure?
Recently it's been every few weeks or so.
Okay.
2 to 6 maybe 8 weeks at most. I don't know. It's hard to tell. They're frequent, but they're not like regular, no
Yeah,
pattern to them. So, um, I don't know.
yeah, yeah. Is weed bad for epilepsy? That was the question.
Mm,
I don't
So
think so.
10 days and then 2 weeks and then a week. And then that was just a few days apart from each other and then a week. So yeah, it seems like maybe a week to 2 weeks without a seizure and then something starts again. So I don't know. Let's see. Hopefully this new med change will do it. The VNS
Okay.
hasn't stopped it, but that wasn't that's not, not surprise.
Yeah.
Not even close to the maximum potential output. So it's not saying it isn't effective either. Um, just not enough information yet. It's still new. So, but the extended release glucosamide might be an interesting, um, yeah.
Um, yeah. Overall, the question is smoking weed every day bad for epilepsy? I say no personally, but that's everything is personal for everybody.
Yeah. Bad? No. Good? Also, no, not necessarily. Um, it just is, you know.
It's helpful.
It helps some people, it makes other people's problems worse. So, um, I don't know. There's,
Yeah.
um,
It's been good to me.
yeah, there's definitely a very vocal group who find it very beneficial. So, um, yeah, um, I've found it helpful. Even if it doesn't stop the seizures, it does help with the side effects, helps cope with some of the side effects. And
Yeah. That's a very good
um,
way to put it.
yeah,
Yeah.
but
Took away my nausea. And that's the main thing that I hate. And the spinning. I think when the nausea went away, that the spinning was just uh, part of being nauseous, I guess. Because yeah, as soon as the nausea stopped, the spinning stopped, and I was just like, okay, cool. Let's sit here and watch TV now. I waited a few hours before I start editing videos again because yeah, editing videos is a process, an all day process.
mm,
Um, yeah, because editing 10 hours of footage and you got to watch that whole thing just to break it down to a 7 hour video. Oh man,
I like the editing job you did with the announcement of the new morning show schedule.
oh
Trying
yeah,
to third time's the charm. That's it. Nailed it though.
yeah. I was wondering how you felt about it. Thanks for letting me
Yeah,
know. I forgot to
yeah,
ask.
yeah. It's pretty awesome. I like it.
We got to do more. Um, yeah, that's a different story. Uh, Back to the post about is weed bad for epilepsy. First comment here says no. My neurologist knows I smoke weed. They said as long as it helps. They also suggested some strains they had heard about that I should try. I'm sorry, she's an epileptologist. Huh. I never heard anyone said they had a neurologist that suggested it.
Found the former hippie,
Possibly.
probably.
To suggest a strain that's interesting.
Yeah,
Have a doctor be like, "Hey, just get some."
that's pretty cool though. I mean, there's always everybody always in the medical marijuana community is always so quick to say everybody reacts differently to those strains. So, makes me wonder how much that extends to the advice given from her epileptologist, her or his, from OP's epileptologist. We'll say it that way. They they didn't share what strains were advised by their OP, did they? By any chance?
No, they didn't tell us. They didn't
Dang
give
it.
us the insight on what the doctor was saying might be good for them.
Yes. Uh,
Could have been nice. It would have been nice to know what they suggested,
yeah.
especially neurologist suggested it. Is what I keep thinking. Like,
Oh. Oh, hey,
that's nuts.
the rocket. Okay, wait. I think that the Falcon 9 has actually started going up now. That was the ah, damn apps or ads.
Kevin, you ever seen the rockets take off?
Nope.
Yeah, Mark said it's taking liftoff right now.
Maybe, I don't know. This is like the worst time possible for, oh wait, no. Liftoff in T minus 11 minutes. 11 minutes and change. Okay. So yeah, sorry, those notifications they gave were just for the live stream starting. But yeah.
mm. And there's two
Is
more
it worth
comments here.
looking out the window for this?
This one is
Looking out.
over in California from Vandenberg. So
Oh, it's in California. Okay.
yeah, it might be visible for Pookie if he looks out to the west, but
Yeah, I'd be looking that way. Uh, wait, behind me is south. That way is north. That would be the
so
east.
north
So I think I would be looking west, right?
west would be to your left. If you're facing northwest is to your left.
Yeah, I'm thinking, where's Vandenberg? Is it south of me though? It's near LA, right?
West, if you are west northwest of LA, then Vandenberg might be due east, or if you're east northeast of LA, then Vandenberg might be due west. Vandenberg is basically like straight, like follow the coast along LA. It's like straight west and just a little bit north of LA, like right at the Pacific.
Vandenberg.
Yes, Vandenberg. I
Oh,
thought
it's
it
in
was in
Santa Barbara.
Germany for the longest time. Like, it doesn't sound like a place you'd find in California.
Right.
Not
Um,
many German names out there.
I think I actually would be able to see it. It's 3 hours away from me, but it's southwest.
Yeah, but
Uh,
by the time it gets the altitude, yeah, you might see it going up over the horizon. Little
oh,
orange light
nice.
going up, leaving a little white plume behind it.
Yeah. That'd be interesting to see. Um,
Mm,
north, so it would be that way and that. Um, wow, I never seen a rocket. You made that interesting though. Yeah, we're live though. Can't go see the rocket right now. Uh,
Look out the
yeah.
window,
I mean,
and if it's
I
south, look down.
Oh, I probably could see it out of the window. All right. Um, I got something here. It says, "Just believe, just learned the whole time that my neuro wasn't believing me. So I've been dealing with my neurologist mostly through his nurse, and she passes info back and forth. I set up a camera in my bathroom a few weeks ago since most of my episodes happen when I'm sleeping, and I wanted actual footage to show what's going on instead of just describing symptoms after the fact. Put together all the recent videos and sent them over to the nurse. She was all excited about how smart it was to record everything. Then she drops this bomb on me. When I showed your doctor these videos, he finally understood how severe they really are. He said, "Wow, I didn't realize they were this intense." That was in quotes, so that's what the nurse had said to her. She says, "Are you kidding me? They're intense, all right. I got rushed to the ER 4 different times, and when this all started, one of the doctors said I could have died, and I'm still having 4 to 7 seizures every month, even though they're not quite as bad now. What's wrong with some of these doctors? Even if they think someone's making stuff up, shouldn't they just hear them on uh, the side, hear them on the side of caution until they know for sure? Just feels like such BS. I had to literally film myself having seizures just to get taken seriously. The question was, what's wrong with some doctors, and should it have to be that serious to be on the side of caution? No, that's kind of just it's a messed up system. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's normal, but I'd say it's not unheard of. Doctors, I mean neurologists, just got to see the info. I don't know why they do it like that, but yeah, like a few people told me they only got their disability because they had a seizure outside the doctor's office and stuff like that, or they had a seizure with the doctor, or seizures during procedures. So yeah, people were telling me that's the easy way to get disability. I am not gonna have a seizure on purpose for
yeah,
that.
do
Not
it in the
fun.
EMU in front of the camera,
Right.
maybe.
I was trying to not have
Uh,
seizures then while trying to have seizures, but yeah.
I've done that, so maybe I should try to apply for disability. I don't know. I'm still feeling like I don't know, feeling guilty about doing that. Uh,
Kevin, the question was what's wrong with some of these doctors? And should it have to be that serious to be on the side of caution until they know for sure?
I
Um,
suppose it's a money thing. They can't just assume. I mean, what? I mean, what are they supposed to do? Um,
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, once you tell
I'm
them,
just I'm playing devil's advocate here. I mean, eh, if you come to a doctor's office, I don't know, personal care doctor, that you have a good relate. My first primary care doctor, um, his son was actually an epileptic, so we had a very good relationship. So I was fortunate there. Um, but he recommended me to a terrible neurologist, I think. Um, not, so that's that. But I don't know how. I mean, you can't just walk into a neurologist office. You need like a reference, I would assume,
Yeah,
from
always get
primary
referred
care,
to someone.
either a primary care or an emergency room or something. So I guess that's the difficulty. So if you either you convince your PCP or you go to the you have a seizure at the emergency room and get diagnosed there. That would be the processes, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Um,
pretty
That
much.
would
Yeah.
be the steps to getting to the neurologist.
yeah.
I mean, I don't think they're calling you a liar. It's just, I think there are, it's a, there are, it's all a process and it's frustrating. But, when money is so important, they're not going to just give you an MRI for free or anything.
Um, got some of the comments here. One says, I'm on my third doctor. First doctor couldn't solve my issues and sent me to an epilepsy specialist. Saw him twice, and he fired me as a patient because I didn't want to try the drug he recommended. His name was Dr. House and works for the hospital linked below. Another neurologist assumed coworker was caught jerking off at work recently. My third doctor is a nurse practitioner. My shrink works in an office down the street, but okay, they don't work for the same company. I wish they worked together and could discuss my health.
Well, so they have a grouchy doctor who fired them as a patient, and the doctor's name is Dr. House. Like, is his first name Gregory? Um, I don't know. I've never heard of a doctor firing their patient like that. That seems like a weird way to put it, but it sounds like
I think
something that I would see in that TV show.
they can do that. I think if
They
you're
can.
not cooperating to the point where um, you're not getting success. I mean, if he's saying, I'm having seizures still, and the doctor says, well, here's the pills, take the pills. And you say, no, I'm just not going to cooperate with you. Well, I think the doctor does have rights to say, I've done everything I can.
Yeah,
So, and if you're not going to cooperate, I'm going to recommend you to someone else.
yeah,
Fair?
yeah. That makes perfect sense.
Because I was
Um,
very non-cooperative myself at
that,
times. I had to have someone else come in. My mother basically just said, cut the shit, Kev. If you don't take these pills, you're going to be in worse shape. And
mm,
that's difficult because I know we all know how difficult dealing with this is, and it's mentally and emotionally uh, it's heavy on your mind.
yeah,
So, but you gotta. I'm not gonna tell you to just get through it, but try to get some discipline in in your thoughts, in your behaviors, and work with your doctor to get a plan of some sort.
yeah. That's kind of what brings me to the position or the view that I had when I first mentioned that. It seems like um, a doctor firing their patient might be a bit of a remark on the doctor also. If his patient is so non-cooperative, why is it that his patient is not following his advice? What is it about his advice that the patient does not like, does not want to, you know, does not agree, does not consent to? That's something. If the patient doesn't, I mean, I guess it does make sense to be able to sever the connection or sever the relationship. I mean, any professional relationship should be voluntary, I think. But the the yeah, so or professional, any medical, yeah, any patient practitioner um relationship should be voluntary, I guess I should say, not make a broader, yeah, that could get into a whole economic debate. But the
Also, I would assume there's a legal thing here too, because if there's no cooperation and perhaps the patient is putting themselves in harm. I know with no compromise, no cooperation, and so uh,
did you see the
and
rocket, Pookie?
Did I see it?
no,
It launched 2 minutes ago. It might be just up above the horizon. If you go look to the west, you might see the exhaust plume up there, up at the right over the Pacific. They're about to separate stage two or separate, yeah, stage two separation complete.
well, I'm looking southeast, so
Yeah, I think it's way too far for you to see it over there.
yeah, I would assume, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
just shot in the dark.
I wonder how far up it would take. I mean, I guess it'd be a matter of oh, fairing separation. I still find it so cool that they can launch it, separate the first stage, bring that back down, and then while the second stage is still going up, they can like separate that clamshell fairing off of the top of it, and they go and they can, they've got little locators and they can recover them. I think they even have parachutes, bring them down, and they got ships that go out and bring those back too. So really, it's only the part that's currently still in flight right now that ever, is expended. That plus the Starlink satellites that are on there. Think Apache 29. So yeah.
It's a hoot. Yeah, it's quite a.
Have you heard of the space jellyfish phenomenon? Did I talk
Nope.
about that in the last? You should. Yeah, when they do these rocket launches here at the coast, and it's near either sunrise or sunset, and the curvature of the Earth has the viewer still in the dark just before, you know, sunrise or just after sunset, and the rocket is going up into um, or past the shadow of the Earth into the illumination of the sunset. So you get the rocket plume illuminated by that, and then as it returns down, you get it lit up the entire way back down, and it produces some pretty incredible looking Here, let me see if I can. I have it set as my wallpaper, but I forgot where I left that as a. Um, if you can, if that can be made out,
Ah,
all the glare and everything.
so that's
So it's the maneuvering, it's coming back down, up, and then turning, and then that's the exhaust plume, and then the rocket doing its suicide burn just before the landing at the landing pad. So
very cool.
yeah,
I seen it.
you did?
Oh,
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen a rocket.
Awesome. Very cool.
That's very interesting. It was moving very fast.
I bet. Yeah.
Yeah, that thing was moving. Uh, and yeah, I just watched it, tried to watch it as much as I could till it.
Still is. I still got the live
Yeah,
feed going of the from SpaceX here. Yeah, still going. Stage two is going at just about just hit 14,000 kilometers an hour. Stage one is
14,000.
14,000 kilometers an hour. Yeah.
Wow.
I yeah. Stage one is just done one of its suicide burns on the way back down. I don't know if it's going to land at the yeah, it's doing its entry burn. I don't know if it's landing at the base or if they land them on the drone ships over there. But yeah, it's still following. It's down to 5,000 K kph. Yeah, 33 kilometers above the earth. So cool. So
Yeah,
cool.
that's
Wow.
the first time I actually seen that. And yeah, they had the. I was watching the little lines in the sky. At first, we were looking southwest where it should be, but we didn't look up. It was already. We're looking southwest. We're looking at the border above the houses as much as we could see. And I was like, I don't see it. I'm ready to go in. And I looked up, and it was already up. And
Hell yeah.
yeah,
Okay, so
I miss
that
being.
was only like a minute and a half, 2 minutes after it had left the launch pad. So I guess in the future, that's a good reference point for any of the Vandenberg launches. You guys should be visible within the first minute after leaving the launch pad. So yeah, very cool. And
Interesting.
oh, I hadn't paid attention either that the launch trajectory takes it along the coast, right? So it kind of hugs along the horizon for a lot.
Oh, okay. That would have made sense if I would have paid attention. That would be west. It would basically hug the coast.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
directly over the coast right about
It's
now.
yeah. Looking at the map, it basically goes right along parallel to the Baja Peninsula, right over the Pacific, just off the coast of the Baja. Whereas when
Is
they
it
launch
going?
them in uh, Cape Canaveral here, they they launch them out like send them over the Bahamas. So people from the Bahamas get a pretty interesting view. They get to watch it come up over the horizon and then it goes all the way over their heads and then back up, down over the horizon again. And then they either
Is it?
land on the drone ship or it flips around and goes back and lands back down at the coast. But
Where's it going? Like to a space station?
These are just bringing up a batch of 29 Starlink satellites. It's building Elon Musk's constellation of, of uh, to his ongoing mission to destroy ground-based astronomy forever.
Don't you know the old joke? Where these
Oh,
stairs go? They go up.
huh?
Ghostbusters. Hey
Yeah.
Ray, where do those stairs go? They go up.
Yeah,
Where's the
I was
rocket gonna go? Rocket. Where's this
go
rocket going? Rocket's going up.
go up. Well, these go back
Oh,
down too.
okay.
I don't know.
Just
I don't know. I'm missing the whatever cultural reference you're throwing out there. I was very sheltered as a child. There were a lot of movies that were very popular among our generation that I was not allowed to watch. So, um, yeah, if this was Ghostbusters, ghosts,
Whatever you
not
guys are
allowed.
talking about now makes me think of Castaway. That's what I was just playing. Somebody stranded on an
Wilson,
island. Yeah, that's the one.
Wilson.
That's the one. Put it on for no reason at all.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Yeah,
got
Pookie
something here.
just Pookie just watched his first rocket.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Mark told me to go look for it, and I measured it out southwest, which is that way, and that way a little bit. Um, and I went out there, and we're looking like waiting for it to come. Mark said this sunset. That's where I was looking for it to come over like the sunset line. So I'm looking above the houses, like, where the hell is it? It's not coming. And I was almost ready to go in. Well, no, I was ready to go in because we were turning around. And then I looked up and it was already up.
how
I was
high
just
up was
waiting
it?
for it to finally come over there. I'm like, we don't see it.
Do you get a trail? Is there like a chemtrail for everything that flies around there?
Yes, it was
Okay.
going
Yeah,
really
it's that way up
fast.
here too. It's not like that in South Florida, but around here, anything and everything that flies leaves a trail. There's an X in the sky like every morning. It's weird.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's how it
Um,
is around here.
it was going really fast. Yeah, eventually it got to the sun in the sky. My mom was like, I can't see. And I was like, oh, it passed it now. She's like, oh. That's how fast it was moving. I never seen a rocket. That's the first time. That was nice to watch. Um,
Yeah, I use an app here. Let me
Cool. So is that like a bucket list thing?
should have been.
um,
I
well,
still have like
not
traveling
anymore.
internationally, taking some like far away
Bucket
trip.
list item kicked. Space Launch Now is the app that I use, and it's.
Head toward Ladonna
Oh,
Street.
hey, next up, Soyuz. The Russians are going to be sending the next one. Wait, why is this doing all this?
Yeah. I got something though.
Russians.
The icebreaker for Kevin and Kate. Right on time. The icebreaker today was if everybody had a phrase on their shirt or had their favorite phrase on their shirt, what would your shirt say? There we go. Uh,
I don't know. Right now I'm in the mood. I'll just put sure, why not? That's what I would put on a shirt right about now.
Why not?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
sure, why not? um, mine
Say,
was mine was I got something here.
Okay.
these
Yeah,
Shout out
let's
to
rock
pretzels
with
that.
that.
are making me thirsty.
What is it?
These pretzels are making me thirsty.
Thirsty for.
And that would be the phrase you put on a shirt.
Yes, that's it.
All right. There
These
you go.
pretzels are making me thirsty.
And then on the bottom of some
Do
like
you say
graphic,
that
like a
that often in your life?
bottle of soda, put "Let's get a drink."
Mm.
It's it's from Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mm.
another.
Well, hey, on another note, I think James had a good birthday, and that was really
Oh,
cool.
good. Good.
Yeah,
Good. Good.
I think he said he did. Yeah, he joined the podcast.
Okay,
He
good.
joined. He was in LA and he was showing us that his parking lot over the balcony he could see
Nice.
Disneyland, and he his outfit was nice. I think I forgot who he said he was dressing up to be.
Oh,
For
you got dressed up too?
no,
Okay.
I think St. Patrick's Day. It was near St.
Oh,
Patrick's Day, right? So his
something like that.
Yesterday
outfit
was,
was yeah,
Wednesday.
his outfit was saying
or
something to do with
wait, not
St. Patrick's
yesterday,
Day.
day before, or no, not day before, yesterday, day before, yes.
Oh, a couple
17th,
days ago. Yeah, a couple days ago.
right? 17th.
Mm,
Hmm.
Something
okay,
like that. I don't know. But that's cool. Glad it turned out fun.
yeah.
40th is a big one. What do you guys have plans for next? What's your next, like, I don't know, of whatever they call that when you reach like a age that's a
Landmark,
yeah. Thank you. I was not getting into that word.
milestone.
Thank you. Yes.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, James
mm,
and I are the same age, so take that for
Your birthday's a
what
little later in the
it is.
year, though, right?
Mine is, yes, but same year, 86 babies, born around Chernobyl. Um,
I
yeah.
am also an '86 baby.
Oh, hey, nice. This is
I
a
am
good year,
also
I think,
an
because
'89 baby.
there was some. My sister was an 89 baby, and she is awesome. So that
Um,
pattern holds.
I
Um,
was gonna say a joke, but it's bad timing. Um,
oh.
Mm.
Yeah, we can break it up with something else.
I
Uh,
got something here.
Oh,
well, let me
but
get
okay,
everybody's birthdays
I
first.
got
Mark, when's your birthday first?
I don't want to give my birthday on
No.
a
Okay.
live stream. Um,
Let's see.
Especially, yeah, we're live on YouTube right now, so let's not give any information,
All right, we'll
anything.
put the good stuff in the chat so I can have it marked and I
Well,
can have it saved and good
let's
stuff.
yeah, let's just not get into details, but yeah,
Oh,
later.
I mean on the Reddit chat.
Okay, yeah. Well, but
Hold on, put it in.
Pookie, I got around that. I figured out they had that continue with the free version all the way down at the bottom. It's one of those little things. But yeah, Space Launch Now is the app that I use, and it has an option. You can choose which launch site you want to be notified about. And so um, I got both Cape Canaveral and Vandenberg because, they're both important for different reasons. But Um, yeah, you could set it to let you know anytime they send a rocket up from Vandenberg. Um, they do more than just the Falcon 9s out there. The um, there's been a couple. I think I recall a couple ULA launches out there. But yeah, here in Florida coming up, we got the Falcon 9s, two Falcon 9s, but there's going to be an Atlas 5 and the New Glenn. Yeah, the Atlas 5 is go for launch March 29th at 3:53 a.m. Oh, 3:53 a.m. That might be worth waking up for. The wee hours of the morning when there isn't all of that traffic all around and everything, and the air gets cooler down, and that helps sound to travel further, the denser air when it's cool. So all of that combines to allow the rocket launches to be heard a lot more clearly. There have been some, like the first New Glenn rocket that they launched went up at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I um, woke up but heard it, but slept, went back to bed. I heard like a rumble. I thought it was weird. Um, but yeah, it turned out that rumble that I heard from inside was like the base rumble of this gigantic ass rocket going up all the way on the other side of the state. It's nuts how much power these things like produce, put out, send up. The combustion chambers, the pressures, the temperatures, the fact that, oh my gosh,
That would be good to get you out there
these,
for a nice
these
sunrise.
things, these things, the materials are performing functions with, controlling fluids that are operating well beyond their melting point, and yet they're still remaining solid. It's crazy the amount of design and engineering just for these rockets.
It's pretty cool.
And people think we have anti-gravity, like UFOs or black triangles that can go around and no, no, rockets, rockets.
You, if you were to look at the rocket at nighttime when it's dark, would it be red or still white?
It'd be orange. Be like the color of flame. They burn kerosene. The Falcon 9 rockets burn kerosene. So the color of the flame plume coming out of the rocket is, but at night you can see more clearly the shape of the exhaust plume. You can see that it's coming out in a line. It's not just a little bright star. And if you have binoculars and get a good close-up look, you can maybe even see the actual, like the rocket itself, little white length of something make out the length, and you can see that the exhaust plume coming out of the rocket, and this rocket is the size of a 10-story building. Its exhaust plume is the size of the rocket itself, or the length of the rocket itself. It's this gigantic orange one. Well, I mean, it'll look to you like a tiny little itty bitty orange line moving up, but it's this gigantic 10-story tall orange flame coming out the back of the rocket at like Mach 5. More than Mach 5,
So
genuinely.
you wanted to be an astronaut growing up, huh?
No, no,
Really?
no, no. I wanted to be an astronomer or a theoretical physicist, astrophysicist. Um, yeah. I changed to mechanical engineering because of bullying. Um, and it seemed like, you know, engineering is like
More
doing,
behind the scenes type
it's
deal.
like studying physics but making money for it, as opposed to like pure science and like begging for grants and trying to justify your academic career and everything. But it was a stupid little incident that made me kind of just decide, okay, I'm gonna call myself a mechanical engineering major from now on.
No regrets. You're here with
You know,
us
I
today.
did
It's all good.
I did
Kind of
tell you.
regret, kind of
Yeah,
regret not actually pursuing pure physics or pure
everything's politics,
mathematics.
right?
Huh?
Remember we had that a discussion earlier, a couple months ago, that about everything being politics. political,
Yeah.
trying to advance in the world. And yeah, so if you're trying to get, money or whatever for something, it's about selling yourself basically and having you do have to be a good scientist, but you have to have excellent communication skills. You could end up being a terrible scientist with good, you know, but right, you know what
Yes,
I mean?
you have to be the salesman of your
Self.
brainchild as the product and, show and justify the value, and show and tell was never my forte. It was kind of like, bring something interesting in and show it. And then the tell part was like, come on, this thing is, how do I explain? It's interesting at face value, isn't it? Like, no, other people don't see it that way. Um, yeah, I didn't, I don't know.
What did you guys notice is like one of the most popular posts or subjects kind of this week? Did we get a lot more feedback on anything in particular?
Um,
Can I jump in
Please do.
Yes,
real
yes.
quick? I got yeah. So I wanna say thank all of you guys for everything for the birthday stuff. I got the package yesterday with the cross stitch. I literally I don't have words for it. Thank you guys so much for um
Okay, so that cross stitch thing, it wasn't an insult to your
yeah, I
skill
had a
level,
great
right?
no, not at all. That
Okay,
was
okay.
amazing to see that, and then it was great to get that, and I don't want to. You guys can barely. Oh, geez, now looking at it. You can barely probably see me. I don't want to gross y'all out, but holding up this bag here, which has um, unfortunately my the
You can keep us up to date with pictures anytime.
yeah, whatever. But yeah, it's got
That's awesome.
my throw up in it. I've had a bad last couple of days with my
Oh, okay.
pancreas as well. So that's been messing with me. I haven't ate or drank anything for a couple of days. This right here has yeah.
Hey, you still didn't
My
let it slow you
vomit,
down though. You still had your celebration.
my vomit in it, and so like yeah, just feeling so yeah, just feeling like shit, and then getting all that from you guys is so great. And like I mentioned before, we got the doctor appointment coming up and everything. Thank you. I don't know what else to say. I don't have any like. I wish I had bigger words to say
Well, more loves and hugs from all of us.
to you guys. I like as Pookie said when I was on the other, when I was on the stream the other day, like yeah, and your
we're glad you're
eyes
here.
watering, like bro, that's crying. Like yep, it is. That was yeah. You
It's
guys
all
are
right to cry.
amazing, and I'll yeah definitely be asking some questions when that comes up soon. And yeah,
All right.
so
Um, no
thank
problem, man. We're
thank
here
you
anytime.
all for everything. Yeah, I just don't have words. So thank
You
all
got
of
it.
you guys for everything. There's a text, a word, a video, anything. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, like I said, showed you. Unfortunately, that bag. I'm just gonna be in ninja mode here for a bit and just kind of listen on to everything today. Um,
That's
but
cool.
yeah, you guys are amazing, and I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything, man. If I could
We're glad
if
you're
I could
here.
reach through the
Can I,
screen and hug all of you right now, I would. I would.
can I, real quick, just toss in and turn around that thank you and say thank you for coming and keeping with us and keeping us up to date on how you're doing. And, you know, you
Yeah.
joining this community has improved the overall, epilepsy universe. We are better for having
Yeah,
you.
I hope I'm adding to it in a good way, and I hope I'm not being like a
Yeah.
bother and a
Yeah.
burden with my kind of my my feelings and my rants and everything.
Bro, you're not a burden.
I
Not
You
hope me
here.
you
I
you
hope
are
me
valued. Yeah, yeah. Don't worry about that.
okay. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I just I hope I know I do sometimes mention my meds and my I don't know my whatever whatever I'm on, and so I just hope it adds something to it. I just hope I'm not an
Man.
annoyance to everybody. That's all.
Anytime you're here, bro, that you never have to feel like that. You're not a burden here. I know that feeling. We all know that feeling. But yeah, it's good. You're not a burden here. Every input is welcome. Um, we're here to listen and talk to each other. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of know that, but at the same time, I just, yeah,
Need your
I got
I
you.
reminders.
just don't want to feel like that. So,
I
You
feel
can
I mean,
you.
feel free
you got,
to vent, open up, and you'll get the reminders as much as you need. That it's nothing but love.
yeah, and you guys over this last week have just been so amazing. I couldn't even imagine. I didn't even think that would happen. I didn't like. I couldn't even imagine what you guys did. So thank you so much. Yeah, really cheered me up
No
this last
problem.
week.
Um,
And you
the
turned around and just made
icebreaker.
all of our day just the same. So that was just as much appreciated.
The icebreaker today was I forgot it. The
T-shirt,
icebreaker. Uh,
T-shirt.
What
You're
phrase can you
you're
put on?
saying your most frequent saying T-shirt. You remember
yeah. If
right away.
everyone had a T-shirt with their most most said phrase on it, what would your
Most
shirt say?
yeah, your most frequently repeated phrase or statement. What would your basically your catchphrase in a sense? What would your catchphrase be on a t-shirt?
Oh, mine would be what pisses my mom off the most often is I just always say it is what it is.
That's a good t-shirt.
She hates when yeah, she hates when I say that. But all the time I'm just like, yeah, I wake up from a seizure or just my pancreas isn't feeling well or just something's going on and I'm just like, it is what it is. Like you can't control it, right? It's just yeah, it like I said, it is what it is. You don't
That's
have like
cool.
an
The one
exact
that I said was kind of following that same train of thought. I was saying sure what or shoot, what did I say? Sure, why not? Or yeah, why not? Or something like that. It was a very like, frequently practice saying and definitely not applicable, not always the right circumstance, but that's kind of the train of thought a lot of times is yeah, why not?
yeah, basically you just have to you have to deal with what's going on. It's not your fault. It's out of your control and yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. Um, my phrase
So
was
that's mine, but yeah, my mom hates when I say that because yeah.
I got something here, and shout out to Nature Made. I need a shirt with
Oh,
that.
yours is shout out to Nature's Bay for sure.
Or there was also when you're
your
when you're
You
reaching
get a
out to
B12,
t-shirt
your
and
someone,
bumper
when
B12.
stickers
you
and like
there
The
there
bracelet
was
and pushed
also,
out of
hold
safe.
on, give me a sec when you're going up and fiddling with the camera. So give me a sec, guys. Hold on.
Got you.
So
Got you.
that was up there too. That would be like number 3 shirt.
Hmm. I got something. I got something here.
It'd be interesting to see if there's
I was serious. I really got something here, is what I was going to say.
okay. Well, I'll be right back. I'll be listening though. Okay.
All right. Do you have any music to calm down to? Do you
Oh,
have any song that
oh.
prevents you from having a seizure or when you feel like you're about to have one? I need one, not just during the seizure or after the seizure. I need one before, during, and after.
Yes.
Um,
That's that. Yeah,
I
that.
have there's an EP um by a solo artist called Cloud Kicker, or goes by the name Cloud Kicker. Um it's called Let Yourself Be Huge. It is basically an um instrumental album. And this guy was doing the like the free to release whatever share um everything all back before it was, the pay what you will for an album that he would release for free back at the very beginning, when it that trend was just starting back at like the 2008, 2009. So he could be arguably be called a pioneer of that whole sort of movement, decentralizing away from major record labels' control over artists. Um, the um, the album itself, though, is only 30 minutes long, and it is like just acoustic, sort of mostly acoustic. It's just, I don't know, gentle. It's something, if I don't know, to give you a it's something I always put on when I was partaking of magic mushrooms. It was part of my whole routine to, take them and then wait, and then after about 20, 30 minutes, when you start to feel a little nauseous, then put that music on and focus on the music. And the music was just super soothing and stuff, and that kind of led things into a more positive experience, rather than just getting nauseous and thinking about feeling nauseous just makes the nausea worse when it's psychogenic nausea. So,
Yeah, it's just it. Yeah, I mean, like it can be any type of music, really, right? Like it just depends
yeah,
on the mood you're in.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it just
But
depends on the mood.
that was one that
Yeah.
I found, because the nature of the music was particularly mellow, and especially the very
Mhm.
last track, the only one that has any words in it. It's just, um, I know, I know, I know, I know.
You
But,
speak of yacht rocky,
huh?
yacht rock,
Yacht rock?
yacht rock.
I've
Yeah,
heard the term. I don't know. I don't know if that would apply to
it's
this.
very easygoing music. It's just Michael McDonald, you know, Steely Dan, stuff like that.
Right.
You know,
Yeah. Nice.
no real edge at all. It's just kind of, because if I was
Okay.
having a seizure, I wouldn't want any music at all
Yeah.
because always wanted to lower any stimulation. had to get rid of all stimulation because that was increasing,
Any and
you
all
know.
music is stimulating, even
Yes,
low, mellow music.
music is a stimulation, yes. And
So are
I
you
had
saying
to,
any kind of music will keep you up, or like be more of a wake up?
well, not crappy music. Um,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if stimulation was like synonym for awake.
but it's
Or is it like a stimulus, like in the scientific biological sense? It is a stimulus going in to
Like
to
more
your.
my
likely to
ears,
dream if you
yes.
pass out. If you fall asleep listening to music, you
Okay.
might be more likely to have a dream or something.
Any sort of noise, any sort of talking to me while I'm
Yeah, like it's not
going
something that like
into the
exactly
auras.
will keep you awake, but
It's
yeah.
more electrical impulses going into the brain.
Are we talking about seizures or sleep right here?
I'm just trying to determine like what
I
is
think
a
it's both.
stimulant at this point. If you're saying like music is a stimulant, does that mean it keeps you awake, or does it just mean it keeps something going in here?
Well, it keeps my brain awake, yes, in that method. That's what I meant. But when I go to sleep, I do need white noise to block out
Yeah.
all the other stimulating noises that aren't erratic. They're erratic. It needs to be smooth. So the only thing that can,
Let me
nothing, no music when I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, music is more of a wake up for me too.
Is white noise
so
like
have
rain sounds and static on the TV, stuff like that?
I think that's more the rainforest noise. I think that's called brown noise. And that
yeah.
sounds gross,
I,
but
I, I want to ask real quick. I feel like Kevin and Mark probably for sure would have heard of them, but this is for obviously everybody. But has anybody heard of the band Breaking Benjamin or 3 Day Grace?
Oh my God, 3 Days Grace has been around forever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
yeah,
Never.
Yeah,
That's
both of
yeah.
them are.
Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace are like one of my like two like old school like
Bro, Fallout
nostalgia.
Boy played
Yeah,
the
yeah.
intro to Spider-Man, like the new Spidey and Friends on Disney is sung. I don't know.
Oh,
It was pissing me off that song was stuck in my head every time it played. So I had to find out like who wrote it, why, and I wanted to cry when I found out it was Fallout Boy, because back in the day I think Fallout Boy was the band that like you weren't supposed to like. It was way too like boy band to me anyway.
that's funny. Yeah, yeah, like the first few yeah, 3 Day Grace and Breaking Benjamin first their their first few albums from each of them were just like, albums that like they give me nostalgia, and they're also albums that like I don't skip, a song like through them. Like I can listen to any, every single song off of those albums. Um, it just hits me, yeah, it hits me kind of weird and everything. So that's probably what I'll be doing when I'm spending the week in the hospital for the EEG. Is listening to that BS. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I was just wondering if any of you guys have heard that, because some of their songs have kind of just helped me out through everything. So if you have
Um,
cool,
what was I gonna say?
it is. I guess like I said, what I put on, but I put it on my shirt.
Jeff, the question right before you got here was, do you have any music to calm down? Not just before or after, but during. Oh, not just during and after, but before seizure.
Well,
Um,
I kind of have music playing in my head every day. So it would be no different. And it's, music that none of you can relate to because it's all old. It's all from the,
But we might be able to
early
catch up with the remixes or versions we've heard.
Yeah, but it's all, James Taylor and Carole King and Harry Chapin and Don McLean and, people like that.
Yes, Don McLean.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
have that. I just have music playing in my head all day long.
Awesome.
I need to do
When
that.
when when I used to work, I would have a tape to my office door. I would have a sheet of yellow paper, and on it I would have the song of the day. And every day
Nice.
I would just list a song.
You
And
know, but
that,
I have playing in my ear all day. I'm usually editing. So this is what's
yeah.
playing in my ears all day.
Oh, wow.
I'm listening to you guys over and over.
You
Oh my
gotta have
goodness,
something else
James.
in the background.
Last night, James go, "Hey Pookie, what are you doing?" And I was editing and I was looking away from the screen. I was like, "Oh, hold on one sec. Oh, that's not recording. That's me editing."
Wow.
Because I just have to listen to it and cut out certain parts or whatever. But yeah, I was editing last night and I was talking. Well, James was talking to me, but he was talking to me on a recording and not talking to me. And I answered and turned around and all that. And then I put the pieces together.
Is there anything we could do to make editing any easier or simpler?
Nah, I find joy in editing. It kind of is soothing, help pass time. Yeah, it passes a
Yo,
lot
I
of
mean,
time.
I'll just add in once in a while. Yeah, it feels weird, like not knowing, what to say or what to do, or like how to be on video when I'm
Well,
feeling this out of it. Like right now, I know I shouldn't be talking to another person right now. Like I'm way the fuck out of it, to be honest.
I disagree. I disagree because it's more reassuring to hear any contribution from you, whether you're,
Yeah,
100%
I'm about to
or
go to I'm about
not.
to go back to sleep, but I wanted to check in.
It's all good. We're happy to hear.
I just wanted to like chime in today and say thank you guys for everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, in just a little bit, I'm gonna be back asleep for sure.
And we'd be
So,
totally happy if you turn on the camera and we watch you drift off. All good. We're right here looking out. No matter what, we're right here looking out.
and
All right, so
that's
before
why
you,
I just
before you even drift off, I forget.
you guys are such good friends, and that's why I wanted to that's why I checked in for half a minute on Tuesday and said what's up, and yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that
Oh my
message
god,
just
I'm not
made
even.
those messages made a world of difference. That was really cool.
It did, and after I told you guys about losing my med bag on Tuesday night got even crazier. That's a whole nother like hour rant story. Was Tuesday night was St. Patrick's Day. It was fucking insane. It was ridiculous.
But you're safe, so that's what we're happy
So
about.
that's a whole nother story. Yeah, I'm safe. I'm back home. Everything. Yeah, parents are here. I'm good. So yeah. I mean, if you have nothing else to talk about, I'll tell the story. But otherwise,
you
yeah,
can
I'll
tell
just
the story.
listen.
I mean, I'm down for a story. I mean, you guys open to it?
I want to see how it's like somehow related to St. Patrick's Day, and we can remember this as like the theme of watch out for something. I don't know. When it just feels like nothing happens
Okay.
by accident.
Hold on one second.
Okay, I feel too out of it, but yeah,
Whatever. James, 1 second.
I guess I can try and go for it. So
James,
Tuesday night it was yeah. What's up, Pookie?
hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Mark, can you tell him press that like button?
Didn't you just say that? Press
All
that
right. Well,
like
I guess I
button.
can say it again. Everybody watching,
I'll
you guys go.
say hit the notification bell.
There you go.
Yeah, man.
And everybody else, like,
You say
subscribe.
Definitely.
you say smash that like button.
There you go.
I
Smash
did the
that like button.
notification
Um,
bell. Yeah. Kevin's got to tell people to hit the thumbs up, hit
there you
like.
go.
Pookie's got
Up.
to subscribe, and I'll tell people to hit the notification icon.
You hear them?
Teamwork.
Thumbs up.
Um,
Sufficient?
Sounds like
It
a
was good.
command.
Yeah.
go ahead,
Yeah.
James.
Damn right, it's a command.
Okay, so this will be a bit. I'm sorry. But I think I mentioned when I talked to you guys on Tuesday there was a this awesome taqueria that's right next to the hotel that we were staying at. So I went over there for dinner, and some dude was over there, and he was fucking drunk, like beyond beyond drunk. Like I got in there, and he was already he was just like slurring his words. He was like way beyond gone. And so there were two families that were sitting like within there. Excuse me. And they had like children. You could tell it's Disneyland. It's like a family vacation type of place that you go to.
Mm.
And so there was like families that were there that were like grandparents, parents, children. Like there were a bunch of little kids there, and I'm sitting there. I'm like, okay, like I'm I don't know what the right word is, but like I'm trying to be a little protective. I'm like, bro, like you're around, like 7, 8, 9-year-old kids. Like, let's watch your language. Don't like quit dropping the F bomb and, all this, saying that in front of them. Finally, dude, like where he was like way speaking to one of the employees that worked there, and he was like, oh, F you, F this, F that, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, dude, you need to calm down. Try and make this a little bit short. But yeah, he essentially, they got him outside. They tried to get him, to leave. He was trying to do it. And so I was trying to step in, trying to get the situation calmed down. I'm like, hey, bro, you need to calm down. You need to watch your language. We're around some families, blah, blah, blah. And the dude was just way gone. He was there by himself. Apparently he was staying at a hotel like a couple of places down, but he was there at the restaurant by himself. And he was just beyond drunk. And so we tried to get him like calm down. And then one of the other people that was from one of the families that was staying there, got up and got in his face and like had pushed him. And he was like, hey, motherfucker, I'm gonna, yeah, you want to fucking fight with me right now? Blah, 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 blah. Like started getting into, where it was going to be something that was going to be, a physical, fight between the two. And I was like, no, 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 no. This doesn't need to happen. So I got in between the two. Opening one of the bigger groups of families that had called the police. So three Anaheim cop cars showed up and had pulled up, right in front. So they tried to, they tried to whatever you want to call it, arrest him or whatever. And I ended up getting between the officers and between the guy that was getting all crazy. It ended up being that he was just staying at a hotel that like was a couple of places down from where the restaurant was. I don't know exactly which state he was from, but he, obviously that's it's a tourist place. So he had gotten himself into a little bit of trouble. I was just trying to keep it, so that he wasn't going to get, arrested while he was out of town or something. Like I didn't know what to do. I was trying to just like be, I don't know, the mediator. Like I didn't want this dude to get arrested, but I also don't want him to say all of these words in front of children. It was just a weird situation. I should have just shut the fuck up and not say a word and just sat in there and like ate my salsa and chips and not said a fucking thing. It was me being stupid. but but yeah, it was a weird situation. I could keep talking about it for like an hour, but yeah, I'll just keep it at that. Thank you guys for listening. That was, yeah, like I said, I could keep going for an hour about it, but yeah.
Well, it sounds to me like a thank you from all the parents and everybody else who, like you said, you don't want the kids to hear those words. Those parents probably didn't either. So I'm sure a lot of people were grateful for you stepping in.
Especially at Disney, I think that they take a lot of that more seriously than other parks
It,
might.
it, it was it was at least a dozen people, at least, literally. Yeah, at least that amount of people. And it was a family that was, from grandparents all the way down to, the children. And so I told them, I work at an elementary school. I know that this stuff shouldn't be said like in front of them. Like I just like it bothers me that he's doing that. And that's why I wanted to, kind of help out. So then I ended up talking to that family for a little bit too, and they clearly weren't happy. But that's the restaurant that it's right next to the hotel that I always stay at. Like I want to say at least 20 years, maybe 25 years or so, but I've been staying at the same hotel whenever I go down there, and that's the same restaurant that's been there, forever. So I always like I like that place. I want it to, have whatever the word you call it, like have it, have good,
Succeed.
It's like
good
maintain that
reviews or
environment.
whatever.
It's you like
Yeah,
that place, so
yeah,
you want to keep it up.
yeah, exactly. So I was just like, hey, this doesn't normally happen here. This is like some complete, bullshit like on the side. Like trust me, it's all good here, and yeah, blah blah blah. It was just like 100 like circumstances all coming together, and then for some reason I had a beer in me, so I was being a dumbass at the same time. And
No, don't
like I
even
said, a
think
one
yourself
one
like
in one
that.
in a
You were being
million
present.
situation. Right? What was that? Sorry.
I was saying, don't even start to insult yourself. One beer and you gets you a little maybe a little more friendly, a little more yourself, and that's perfect. With
Yeah,
that
it
family, like
does,
all those
unfortunately,
generations
and I
from
just
out of state, you probably just like saved the reputation of like maybe all of California. I mean, who knows? That family might
I mean,
not shut down
I
any
hope it
trip
helped them.
again.
I had no idea where they were from, like at the time when at least I was helping them out. But then it was crazy because they ended up, like I said, I ended up talking to them, and they're just like, "Oh, we're from Lodi," and I'm like, "Holy shit!" I was like, "You're from you're from Northern California. You're pretty close to where I am." So, yeah, it just happened to be like a funny coincidence. But But I mean, even they could have been from, like, I don't know, like New York, and
Anywhere else in the world, yeah.
yeah, it still wouldn't have made a difference. I was still gonna, be grumpy about that guy using that language in front of a bunch of kids.
But don't you guys
I
like
just, yeah, I
live
don't
for
know
those
why that.
coincidences that make you think like everything happens for a reason kind of thing? I don't know. It's those little coincidences
Yeah,
that's the kind of thing that I'll
Yeah,
actually remember.
yeah, I'm there
yeah,
with you.
yeah. So hopefully,
Everything happens
hopefully
for a
they'll,
reason.
yeah, they'll remember it. I'll definitely remember it. It'll be just a funny, crazy thing. And then that was also the same day that I was on there and telling you guys how I found I was lucky enough to find my bag with my meds, at the Lost and Found there at Disneyland. And so it was just like a whole day of just crazy, luckiness, I
Yes.
guess,
How much
if
could
you
have
want to
gone
call it.
wrong?
So
Yeah,
it was just, yeah, it was just a
that's
whole
awesome.
day of just like my mind being blown and being happy, and so, and you guys sending me all the stuff, and it was yeah, it was just such a great day. So I don't know how else to explain it, but yeah,
All right,
it was
I got something here.
there we go. There's a story. Sorry for wasting all of your time.
You did not waste any
Not
time.
at all. No, we're planning on
Earlier,
making next year better already.
earlier we were
Stop
talking about,
apologizing. Just live your damn life.
huh?
No, nothing. It's
I'll
just
let-
make that up. Put that on my t-shirt.
That's right on the, on the
But I
t-shirt that
got
we were
something here.
talking about. And
Um,
I messed up my knee on that day too. It was just a
What was that
weird,
you had,
weird
Boogie?
day.
it says
Yeah, all
post
right.
seizure
Then you're all good.
confusion. Post seizure confusion. My dog decided to get frisky. So I've had epilepsy for about 5 years now, and my little Chihuahua has always been pretty good at picking up when one's coming. He usually hangs around and does his usual sniffing thing when he senses something up. Had my first tonic-clonic about 7 months ago yesterday, and when I came to, this little guy was going to town on my forearm, like full-on humping action. He's literally never done anything like this before, or at least that you know of. Usually, he just sits being protective or whatever. I'm still pretty confused about the whole thing. He's back to normal now, but it was definitely a weird timing. Anyone else sees your dog ever act strange like this afterwards, wondering if maybe the postictal phase throws off their usual behavior or something? Uh, Never happened to me. I don't have a seizure dog. Um, yeah, I've never woke up getting humped by a dog, but that's the first time I heard that as well. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a little suspicious because if the dog thinks there's something wrong with you, I would, yeah, I don't know. That must be a very like, I wouldn't assume that like the whole breed does, like that's a trait of the breed, or I don't know. But my seizure dog, she counts as a seizure dog. Like she doesn't have any responses trained in her yet as to like go get the nasal lamb or go get the water, but she barks when it's happening, and we're talking tonic-clonic or focal. She even barks for absent seizures now. And after the fact, she'll stay close and not like pushy, like trying to get pet, like not like begging for attention, kind of close. She'll just like lay down right next to, if they walk me over to the couch or something, then by the time I come back, and the dog will just be like laying at the right there. So acting different is just kind of like making sure, like, if as long as his family is around and she can already tell that family knows that something happened, she's chill. But if family's not around and it was just me and the dog, she would definitely be barking and just like losing her mind until somebody else comes around. It's been useful.
I had one earlier for the cat people, and I forgot what it was. One person said that they had a seizure, and they believe that they're scaring their cat, and they were asking basically, is there any way to comfort a cat? Kevin said a cat is a cat. Basically, it'll be a cat. Just let it go. He didn't use those words. Those are my words, not his. Did I get it kind of right? Kind of paraphrased a little bit.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I basically I said I don't really know anything about cats. I've been around a lot of cats, and but you know,
There's one in your house. You have
yeah,
a cat roommate.
yeah, that's how I describe my cat, as a roommate. And we're not like enemies or anything. We're buds, but we can, you know, that's it.
Gotcha. James, you have a cat? Are you an animal person?
No, I'm pretty allergic. I'm allergic to dogs and cats.
Oh wow.
It was actually yeah, it's kind of funny. Last time I went to Disneyland with my family, I it was August. It was either last August or July. But anyway, I ended up meeting somebody that worked there, and she had a service animal dog with her, and I can't remember how the conversation got started, but either way, I ended up finding out that her service animal dog was for epilepsy, and I was like, what the hell? That's super crazy. So I don't know if any of you guys have you know been there.
I've never been blessed to meet somebody who already
But from
knows
down
about
to the
epilepsy.
front of
Right.
your
Yeah.
yeah, I was completely just like my mind was blown that I had actually met another person like in person for that. But so yeah, so we talked like the entire time like out of there. And we had talked about it, and then it was her mother that was picking her up from her job and everything. And yeah, we we talked about it, and like I didn't ask her for her phone number because I could tell that she was like way younger than I am, so I didn't want to do that and seem like super creepy. but yeah, I mean, now thinking back, maybe I should have, but
That could
so
have
I
been a
don't,
situation
yeah,
where
I
you give
don't.
her your number.
What was that? Sorry.
That could have been a situation where you give her your number, like leave her with your number and just, hey, it was really crazy, nice talking to you. If you want to get a hold of me, take down, you have your phone, take
Yeah,
down.
that's true.
That
Yeah, I
could have
guess
been one way to do it.
I could have done that, but I mean, I'm old enough. I could tell just by like how she looked. Like I felt she was young enough that like it would have been creepy if I did it. I just didn't want to do it. That's all.
No regrets, but now you know
But
those
yeah,
tricks are
she
out
had
there.
yeah, true. But yeah, she had her service animal dog, and then she said that her and her mom train uh animal dogs. Yeah, I say it would have been creepy, but it was just what it was. It was just something all new. To me in my head, it was the first time I had met anybody like that or seen that. So I tried to I went back over there this last time to see if she was still there. I maybe she does still work there, but I didn't. Yeah, she wasn't working there while I at least was there, so it was just a thing. But yeah,
That's good though.
and
That's still another one of those
so
like everything happens for a reason things.
yeah, so all right, like I said, not feeling too great tonight. My yeah, pancreas and stomach are not doing too well, so I'm gonna head out. I
All right, James. Hope all your organs work nice together, and thank you for stopping in.
Yeah, I
I'm so
appreciate it.
happy to
And yeah,
see
here's
you.
the what you guys sent me, and it you have no idea how much
Yeah,
how much that means to me. So I thank all you guys, but
your smile brightens
yeah.
all of our lives.
But
Rest assured.
yeah, I gotta thank you guys so much, and I'm about to just pass out and get fall out of here. Yeah. Thank you guys for everything, and I love you. And what's today? Friday? Yeah. So hopefully I'll see you guys all on Tuesday.
All love. Reach out whenever. You know where to find us.
Yeah.
And thank you guys so much.
You're awesome.
Yep. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
Love
We're
you,
all good. All
James.
right.
back.
Thank you
Oh,
guys.
yeah.
Thank
Here.
you
Feel
guys. Thank you
better?
guys.
We'll be around.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Yep.
sure.
Yeah. Also, yeah. I'll be,
All right, cool. So I'm glad that the cats worked out, even if I
of
had known
course.
that
Yeah.
like
I'll see you guys in a couple of days, or well,
allergies, but
but
I
yeah.
probably would.
I'll see you guys soon. And like I've said before, I'm gonna have a million questions for when I get with the
Is James frozen for everybody else too?
Yeah, I
Yes.
think he's frozen.
Okay. Okay, so
Uh,
this thing James is talking about, was there a date on it? On like, is he going for an EMU stay or something?
to be honest, I forgot. I think he did say something about an EMU stay though.
Okay. All
Uh,
right. Well, we'll keep looking out. If he posts anything about it, I'll like try to write some reminders or something. If I knew that he had allergies though for animals, I probably wouldn't have gotten the cats. But all right, I'm glad he liked it. That was a good.
Just because he's allergic doesn't mean he can't like cats, right?
Yeah, that's true.
He's not going to be allergic to the cross-stitched cat pillow,
Oh
right?
no, absolutely. And
Unless
it's just a
unless you
beautiful
got him
theme.
like a,
Yeah.
a cross-stitch kit that was assembled with thread spun from cat fur, harvested from like long-haired
No,
cats,
it's a really nice
maintaining
scene that
like,
it's like the moon and stars with
yeah.
the cats and their tails are crossed together. It's cute.
I wonder what it would
Okay.
take to make a fabric out of actual cat fur, like shearing a long-haired cat and then like they do over like or they used to do in ancient times, you like take and brush it out to get it all and then spun into the things and then woven. I bet it would be possible. It would be incredibly laborious and time consuming, but
Do what
I
you got to
bet
do,
a
right?
person I bet a person determined enough for like YouTube likes or whatever could,
No way.
some
After watching Castaway today, you got to think like if you needed to, if you really had to, if there was absolutely nothing else to like keep warm, you could, and anything can be braided or threaded if it's like not too fragile or too brittle. Like if the threads
yeah.
aren't like too thin, then especially when you get enough of them threaded together or
Yeah,
kind of
but I'm
braided or
thinking
whatever.
this might go in the direction like the silkworms and stuff are similarly extremely laborious to harvest the silkworm and to thread that into the fabric and stuff, which is why the genuine silk was always so highly valued. So I wonder if it would be how much more difficult or less difficult it would be to get cat fur, like get cats to cooperate long enough to get the fur off of them and spin it into, it might be a fabric worthy only of royalty, you know, too expensive. Maybe for some designer, like one-off Met Gala dress, just for, just to, I don't know, just for some rich person. Maybe they
Royalty?
had a
You mean
seat
like
assigned next to somebody who had an allergy to cats, or like, you know,
like
approach this designer, design me a dress that will really stick it.
royalty in the trailer park or something?
Well, no, I think, I mean,
And then you'll
how
have like
many
beer
cats
caps
would you
as
need?
like
How
some
much
kind of
time,
accessory. Make like a
how,
headband out of beer caps.
like how much time it would take, how many cats it would take, how much time it would need to spin a thread out of just cat fur and then to weave that into a fabric. I mean, Queen of a Trailer Park maybe, but it might be so laborious and time consuming that the fabric would be prohibitively expensive for trailer park queens, let's say. I don't know.
Trailer queen.
It's just this is an absurd thought experiment. I know
Please
everybody
make that the title
probably
to an episode of something.
probably everybody probably wants to move on. Probably wanted to move on like 2 minutes ago, but um I don't know. I like this idea. I think it's funny.
All right.
I wanna,
I'm sure you can find an audience and,
I don't know.
And a
customers.
cat he can
I,
shave, so
I have a
good.
cat. I have two cats. My parents have a cat too, but I don't think
Oh,
they'll
please.
let
You
me.
shave them bald. You probably wouldn't even be able to get enough fur from them to make those little protectors for the table.
Well, remember, I do have Poofy.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. So just take it a little
She's
hat
not
together.
like, she's not fully Maine Coon, we don't think, but she definitely seems to have most of the Maine Coon traits. Um, and you know, the fur is not as long as some of those that you see but it's long enough that, but she doesn't want to cooperate. She doesn't like being brushed. It's not a good thing for her. We haven't figured out how to do that. So, yeah, I don't know. We might need to just do a quick, like, take a page out of the like Bedouin sheep herders and stuff and just like secure the head between somebody's legs, like straddle the cat and secure the head underneath between
You're
two
gonna have so much
legs,
fun
and then
editing this, Spooky.
have a an
I'm glad I
assistant
don't.
go. You know
Oh
what?
shit, that's right.
How do we keep the legs from flailing around? That's the problem. But you need an assistant with the buzz, the shears to go and just buzz, 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 buzz,
So if
buzz.
anybody
Buzz.
joined right now, you know how many questions there would be on like that nobody would guess that you were talking about cats right now.
Well, this is one of the many ways to skin a cat. You see. So we're elaborating on that trope. Everybody needs to know at least one way. Um, so
Just get a
yeah,
cat.
the electric they make bespoke cat buzzing electric shavers on
Go ahead,
the
bro. Tell us
internet
how to
now.
shave that pussy smooth. Go ahead. Let's hear
Yeah, well,
it.
hey, you got to be careful around some sensitive areas for sure. They don't like some
Oh, and if
parts.
there's jewelry, right? If
But
there's
I've
jewelry,
found
that's a
in my
very
personal case though, the cat that I'm working with, Poofy, is overweight enough that she can't quite reach those areas for herself,
So
which
she would
poses
just
a
be a
problem.
big, fat, naked pussy. I mean,
Yes,
right?
yes,
goes
yes,
by
yes.
poofy, of course.
Right. Yeah. Poofy with a PH, right? She can get a little stinky sometimes. And sometimes there's little Klingon dingleberries. So
Oh,
that's why we need
all right.
to we need
Just
to
wanted to make
remove
sure.
we need to do the landscaping around the immediate area. So the rest of the cat is of less import. But first thing we got to do is get the buzz up and down. I mean, you start from the bottom and you go up, and that's how you get the biggest, most bang for your buck. Start at the center, right? If you get another two passes, you go at the right side, the left side, and that's probably the best you can hope for before somebody's bleeding. Um, but that's good. That's fine. I mean, mission success, right? If there
Oh,
isn't
good.
all of that fur, that extra fur, then, the poo and everything, it just goes right out. It's not being, filtered around through all of this surrounding foliage, so to speak. So
Still can't
yeah,
get past Dingleberry.
it does work. Well, that's the root, that's an actual word. And
Well,
that's you can
Um,
I
look it up.
bet.
yeah,
The
yeah.
actual definition is yeah, little
my
little
my question
nuggets.
is
Hold on, it's yeah. Um,
my question is to Mark. When you said poofy with a PH, were you meaning was that the joke like PH, or is that how you spell that cat's name?
no, that's a joke. Yeah,
Oh,
but
okay, I'm just making
P
sure that's
O
what I caught.
O P poopy poopy. Yes,
Oh, okay. So
poopy
I got a different joke.
poopy
Poofy
with a
with the
little.
PH. I thought you meant like the pH balance, of a
Oh well, hey,
cat.
oh man. Good catch, man. I didn't even realize that's like a third level that it works on. You're operating on a whole new level, man.
Yeah, I thought I was.
But
I thought we were together on this joke. I guess nobody caught that part. You said poofy
I
with the
mean,
PH.
hey, you are further beyond into I was just at kind of the surface level joking around, but that's actually a seriously good point. And it is
Poofy
it
with a
is
PH.
actually a matter of veterinary health to keep things clean, keep things balanced, and yeah, you're ahead of me on that. Good catch. That's something I'm gonna keep in mind now. But yeah, so Poofy's had this done like 3 or 4 times. And the end result, it's kind of like a reverse mohawk right along her business. Um, and the way she behaves, it appears that, going from having all of that insulation to being completely sheared, clean shaven down to the skin, um, she finds she seems to find the breeze quite stimulating and refreshing, exciting. She runs around a lot once it's um yeah, tail straight up so there's nothing in the way and she runs around in the breeze. So, um yeah, it's a good time for everybody once it's over. But yeah, um,
I got a question.
yeah.
Where else but in season can you get this kind of information?
I mean, we
Um,
seem to talk about cat buttholes more often than any other podcast, and I
oh
seem to
my,
be the one who brings it up. I think I need to talk to a therapist about this or
Don't be
oh
something. I
my.
surprised.
might have.
You're gonna get a lot of private messages after this, and don't be surprised.
Yeah,
People
there's
are
Um,
into
gonna
some
be.
shit, and now they're gonna think you're somebody to talk to.
Oh God. Have I
Promise.
Thing
tripped an
is,
okay.
algorithm?
I
Have I
promise.
tripped
You're
an
gonna hear from
algorithm?
all kinds of people after this one.
I've tripped an
Mm-mm-mm.
algorithm that's gonna get like therapist quotes reaching out or something, or just the
No,
cat.
we might have to have the stranger danger talk with you.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, you mean
That's fine.
You know,
not everybody on
That
someone's
the
gonna be like,
internet
"Watch your cat."
has my best interest in at heart when they reach out to talk to me?
oh yeah, want to trade videos of our best friends, and
Yeah.
don't be surprised. You
Um,
probably won't get a video with too much cat in it. It's
no,
all good. Just don't be
I
surprised.
mean, well, it'll have something. Yeah, that's okay. But yes, I am not looking for a therapist. No
Anyway,
solicitations, please.
what I was thinking about a couple
Oh,
minutes ago. Do you guys ever like when James said something about those bands? Something triggered like you ever feel like smoking again, like cigarettes, just by
oh,
like the memory of something? Does that ever really bring back?
No.
I get
No, it's that's the weird thing for me. Like sometimes I'll just
Um,
literally smell or taste like a random whiff of Marlboro, and I know there's nobody smoking around here, so it was definitely that like mentioning those bands. So maybe that's around the
I
time.
hate the smell. Uh, but I got
were
something
you
here.
ever a tobacco smoker?
What'd you say?
Yeah. I got something here, and I posted it on the Epilepsy Universe. Um, if we all hung out, we already hang out enough here, but the question is, if we all hung out, would it be a good idea to point out that we all have epilepsy? I don't think anyone, I don't think anyone's been around as many epileptics as we've been on lives. But if anyone, who do you think should know? If we were to go to a restaurant, 10 people with epilepsy, should we point out to the waiter or anybody that we all have epilepsy? That's gonna be a good dinner.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. But can I just say, I think we didn't, I don't think we really discussed what Kate brought up. I would like to talk about that if you don't mind. I felt like we kind of rushed through it. I certainly had.
I guess to elaborate, does anything trigger, bring back like random memories? It's not so much a memory, but like a sensation, a feeling of like,
Cravings
yeah, something like that.
related to
Mm.
addictions specifically, or just memories of something?
Habits,
Because
addictions,
like
different
for
things.
the
I mean, certain
addiction
like
stuff, there's definitely, I've definitely gotten cigarette cravings. I've definitely had alcohol. Like I struggle a lot trying to keep thoughts at bay of drinking around the holiday season. It's hard for me. And it's getting easier and easier. I can just have like DoorDash go and grab me a bottle and have it delivered right to my door along with the pizza. Um, you know,
you can get a box of wine with anything so easily. No.
yeah,
Like I'm offering a juice box now. Yeah, my dad quit smoking 45 years ago, and he says he still occasionally craves one.
Mm.
yeah. Was he, I mean, I don't know to pry,
Yeah, he
but
was a
like
constant smoker. Yeah,
from
we got
childhood or from early age? Presu-
uh yeah, when he
Yeah.
got out of the army.
Yeah. Yeah, Army really did it to a whole junk or junk chunk CH, right? Yeah, not junk. Chunk of the population, with the cigarettes being just army ration, you know. But I mean, it was standard for everyone, not just army. So, yeah, not only, I don't know. Jeff, do you have any thoughts on this? Like when did you start seeing a shift towards the smoking ban? When did that come in? Or when did that movement start? Do you know?
Well, I started smoking when I was 12. When I stopped at 30, I guess I was 35. Um, I was smoking 3 packs a day for the last 15 years. And I never want another cigarette. Um, when it stopped, when it started becoming taboo, I guess was in the late 90s, early 2000s. Uh, Maybe a little earlier than that. I'm not really sure. Uh, but even when Liz and I got married in the 80s, people were still smoking. Um,
But
Yeah, I remember
it
back
was a
through
large
the
social
90s.
effort too. People
yeah,
Yeah.
realized this, and my
Smoking
dad quit
section,
around your
non-smoking
age.
section in restaurants was always the first thing that you were asked out in eating in public, smoking or not. As if, seating you on the other side of the room would prevent the smoke from, but at least
right.
you weren't
It bothers
immediately
people.
next to the person.
It's the smell of smoke is a trigger for me.
Yeah.
No, it just as
Oh, it,
epilepsy. I hate it. I hate the smell of smoke, and it just it makes me want to vomit. That's what. So if someone 20 feet away is smoking, it's it's disgusting.
Is
I don't
that
know
tobacco
anybody that
smoke
still smokes.
specifically, or cannabis
Even
smoke as well, or any and all smoke, like fireplace smoke?
well, they're all
Or-
very different.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Is it
Cigarette smoke
tobacco specifically you find?
and kind of marijuana smoke, but but there's a lot of also different marijuana smoke. I mean, people on the subway. I mean, I'm not going to get into that. People will literally smoke on the subway, and that's
That's
a
just shitty thing to do,
but that's
even
been
if
cutting
it's
down.
legal.
People have been stopping that lately.
Good.
So um,
Yeah. Wasn't, I think, Jeff, can you clarify, wasn't it a thing for that Timothy Leary had said, never alter your brother or sister's unconsciousness without their permission?
So I don't remember him specifically
I think
saying that.
I think I
I wouldn't
remember
have
that.
said it. Uh,
Yeah. There were,
I
because
wouldn't.
there were the acid test, Kesey's acid test going around, and
Right.
there was the CIA with MK Ultra, and the whole CIA office were basically just dosing each other without letting them know and making them work through a day without, you know, push through a day tripping balls without letting on or whatever. But I think it was always Leary's position that, your state of consciousness is sacred and you alone should have the right to choose. if it,
I disagree.
if and when it alters. You disagree?
Sort of. I think people's consciousness is altered all the time, and we don't even know it. Yeah, we are persuaded, we are told what to do, we are incentivized to make decisions, lifestyle decisions. Um,
Can I clarify that that statement was made in the context of the psychedelic and
oh,
cannabis
okay. Well, if you're just
movement,
gonna, if it's just
controlled
in reference
substances.
to, roofing someone, well, then yeah, that's absolutely
Yeah,
horrible.
yeah.
Um,
But I was talking more social engineering.
But yeah, that too. I don't know if it necessarily should just, I mean, if the principles that make the chemical alteration, just roofing, as you said, if the first principles that you get down to and make that just wrong are true, if they are accepted and they hold, then the application of those to their extreme, it seems like or to their ultimate end, right?
Mhm.
Oh, that doesn't seem unreasonable to, I mean,
Well,
yeah, I mean,
just giving someone a hot Cosby is pretty wrong. That's a bad thing to do. You
whoa,
shouldn't do
I
that.
mean,
it said a hot Cosby.
Yeah,
I have not heard that one yet. Uh,
but that's South
that's
Park.
funny.
Yeah, but um,
I actually just saw that episode like a
house
week
good, right?
ago. Yeah.
You,
I got something here. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
it says, how do you know the difference between absent seizures and micro sleep? Well, I've been really stressed recently. Um, especially on brain tumors. Since this, I've noticed episodes where when I'm stressed, I get a gust of tiredness and then just fall like a skip time, like 30 seconds ish, and dream in the time as well. Just want to know if this sounds like an absent seizure or more like dozing off or anxiety related, or if this is the wrong group, you could let me know. Um,
The
I'm not sure if I
wrong
have
group for
absent
that
seizures.
I think
question.
we can always tell everybody that it's all about you. It's always individual. So record as many details as you can. And as soon as you can pick up a pattern, that's when I would suggest that you actually are understanding something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Note note everything. Start a journal, note everything. Anything weird, anything that just is like this, where did this come from? What's up with this? Date, time, any sort of surrounding circumstances that you can think of, recall, or whatnot, write it down. And um, yeah, and then if something big happens, if you have, an obvious seizure, write that down too. And look back at that log. What other stuff was happening? Were there weird things that were happening immediately before that led up to it? That might turn into an actual official seizure log. It might actually be an invaluable tool. I can tell you that my epileptologist absolutely is like just goes crazy over the fact that I have the seizure log that I do. And I don't, it's not even that, I just have Starting back in 2022, I have, recorded the date and the time, and then just, my focals are, I feel something on the right side of my body or the left side of my body, so I record that. And then, whether it's just a psychological sort of, shift in consciousness, abrupt, like boom, things are different all of a sudden, and what the heck? And deja vu kind of falls in that category. And then if I feel any sort of physical sensations on the side, right side, left side, then that's there. If those physical sensations spread to both sides, then that's another level up. So 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, then 4 star is when that goes fully all the way to a tonic clonic. And it took like 2 or 3 years, but after a while we saw and we got confirmation that these tingling sensations do happen in association with a obvious observed tonic clonic, that they do build up to them, and that I have had those tingling that go into, they've been observed to lead into an absence seizure that went directly into convulsions and became a tonic clonic that we have on video and, proof for the neurologist to take to the insurance companies and whatnot. So, yeah,
That's what makes
but
it still
that
so
all
hard for me to believe that RNS patients don't get a login that allows us to see the data. The only thing that our login on this tablet allows us to do is transfer data. That's all we can do is upload and transfer, and we can't view any record of the data that's been transferred. And
upload
I
and
can't
transfer,
stand.
like send it up to only, you can't transfer back, or
Right.
can you download? You
Right. We
can't
can't we
download
can't see any
anything.
history. There's literally one button. You turn on this tablet, and as long as the magnet is plugged in, then you push transfer data, and it gives you a prompt to put it on there. It gives you a kind of a bar of as long as you have it like on right over the magnet, that it'll show you like a status bar kind of thing. And after the data's been collected, it gives you another kind of symbol of like wait while it's transferred, and then that's it. It'll show up saying last data transfer just now, and that's when you hit the shutdown button. And yeah, that's how it is.
Does it show you anything about any of the events that happen?
Nothing. I can't see the battery life. I can't see the and I can't even see like a size of
Can the
the data that's transferred.
doctors,
Oh yeah,
can
they
they,
can.
Yeah,
they,
Yeah, the doctors can get in, but I don't even know if all the doctors have their own login. I think it's just the RNS rep. Because remember, when I go to these
so
RNS appointments, it has to be an RNS rep and the neurologist there. And I'm
dude.
pretty
when
sure
they're
it's only
there,
them logging in.
can they show you what they see? Can they show you
Yeah, that's my
all
only
of the
chance at seeing
events?
the data. It is in an office appointment.
And
That's what I was
so
gonna ask.
so
Like,
you've asked them, can you give me a copy of this, of
They've
what you
never been
see?
able. I don't think I've ever asked them for a copy of, but I think that's because they kind of shut it down early enough. They always have pretty specific instructions of write down any seizure. Then they go through the seizure diary. That's that seizure diary that I've recommended and I've been using online for a long time. That is a product of RNS that or a recommendation of RNS, and that's why they like going over the calendar, and they don't even specifically ask for anything more than a date and time. All the details that you're supposed to save on seizure diary as far as like what kind of seizure it was, record any details surrounding, do you remember if you took your meds, or if you have any suspicion of what might have been a trigger. They don't go over any of that unless you want to. Like, unless you want to point out some trend that you picked up onto the doctor just to have them, pat on the back, good for you. But, who really gives a fuck? Like, if you figure out something about your own, triggers, then it's just what you do with the information that counts. And yeah, I just don't get the vibe that like any doctor is really on your side anymore.
Oh, you
Mine
just
is.
got that? When did you get that?
Mine did a good job. Mine
Yeah.
did, yeah. But this, you weren't here when I showed you. I got it picked up. It's prescription day. One of prescription days for this month, but I got a new switch. Um, this is one I haven't heard many people talk about here, Mott Poly XR. So this is basically uh extended release lacosamide. So Vimpat instead of instant release Vimpat. This is the trade name, brand name only still. But it seems like insurance or like drug companies have a strategy to put a drug out there, patent it, put it out there as instant release only, and you know, run that patent out with the trade name as long as they can. And then after the patent expires and it becomes eligible for generic companies to go and start doing it, then all of a sudden they have developed an extended release formulation of this drug. And so you can take it twice a day like you have been for this entire time, or you know, you could take it once a day, but brand name only. You can only get it from us. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just cynical, but I have this sneaking suspicion that they could have made an extended release version of their drug at any point in this entire process. They could have had extended release or instant release ever since the beginning, ever since they introduced it, and just had that under the one patent. But splitting it to the two patents doubles the length of time that they have control over patient access to it, sole control over patient access to it. It's going to be another like 20 years or so before the patent expires on the Smart Poly XR um, the
But in
brand
the
name or
meantime,
for
while
the
those
the
extended release patents are
generics.
pending, all the patients have to take the drugs that's not extended release. They have to take them more frequently, probably like the company's making more money off it until the extended
Well, the
release is pending.
generics, all the generics are coming in and they're making them so people are taking them more often, but they're opting for the generics instead. Nobody's going to the brand name, for unless they're one of those people who insists my body reacts poorly to all the generics. I have to have the brand name, which there can be something to that, the process control over manufacture when you go overseas is not the same. So impurities in the product may be different. It might be, it's perfectly plausible. So there's that, and then there's the extended release. Most of my clusters of the focals have come like right in the morning, right before or shortly around my morning medication time. So if the extended release, take it in the evening at bedtime, and then it should be steady, like right at steady state, right in the morning, right when I'm waking up, instead of being down at the tail end of the nighttime dose and, um, not yet up and covered by the morning dose. So, we'll
Mark.
see. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna introduce. It says Matt. Hey, Matt, you
Oh,
there?
Matt. Hi, Matt.
How's it going, guys?
All right, and yourself?
Not too bad.
Well, that's good to hear. Usually with new people, we start with what are you taking? When were you diagnosed? And what was your last seizure?
Yes.
I'm
What
trying to
seizure
figure out.
meds are you taking? I think we should clarify. We don't necessarily need anybody. A couple people have mentioned some things that aren't quite relevant to our podcast here, but seizure meds. So sorry.
Seizure meds. I'm on Topamax, Keppra, and Levaquin. Or Lamotrigine, sorry.
Lamotrigine?
Yep, that one.
Okay. Okay.
Same here.
Why won't this turn on my camera?
Well,
You
take your
see it now?
time.
There it goes.
There we go. Hey.
Yeah.
Hello.
What did you say you were? You said you're taking. Oh yeah, lamotrigine. I said me too. But when was your last seizure? Was one of the other questions.
About 2 months ago.
And when were you diagnosed? Was the last question.
I was diagnosed 4 years ago.
You're fairly new. I was diagnosed in 2006. Somewhere this year would be 20 years. So, yeah, it's been quite a journey. Glad to meet you, though. Mark, did you have anything? Because you were talking. I did stop you from talking.
I was talking. I do that a lot.
Oh, I also had an icebreaker because he just got here. The icebreaker today was if everybody had a shirt with their favorite phrase on it, what would your shirt say?
Or the phrase that you say the most.
Yeah,
Right?
there we go.
Please wait while my brain reconnects.
That's a good one.
That's a
I
good
need to use that more.
that would make a good shirt too, honestly. I'd wear it.
Yeah.
I actually I have one. A buddy of mine made it for me.
Really? Hey,
Yep.
perfect.
Oh,
That
nice.
shows how good of an icebreaker this question was, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
But I got a post here though. It says, "Is it normal
What
for
was
seizures to reduce?"
what was the
Huh?
topic before? There was something you said I was talking. What was the topic before? I don't know, just
No idea.
no.
I
Okay.
think you were talking about it was over. I think you were talking about extended release and something like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So hopefully the switch over to the extended release will smooth it out, but I'm going from 150 in the morning, 200 at night to 200 so basically to 400 a day. 350 a day to 400 a day. Because they don't make them in iterations that can match what I'm currently taking. So I'm getting a small bump, and that small bump in the past had caused major mental health side effects when I was on 200 twice a day. So we will see. We will need to be on the lookout here. But I mean, due to the nature, the extended release nature of it, it's also not possible to cross taper between them. It's got to be like well, I'm gonna call it a suicide switch because that sounds badass. Yeah, stop the one immediately, fully, completely. Start the next immediately, full dose, and see what happens. So, yeah. Tonight at bedtime, I'm starting a new one. Tomorrow morning, yeah, we'll see. Overnight, we'll see. Life's an
I got
adventure.
something here, Mark. It says, "Is it normal for seizures to reduce when stress does? I was under a ton of stress for almost a year, and I started having atonic seizures in clusters. Sometimes, maybe more than atonic ones. I was told, but further medical testing must be done. Lately, I've been okay. Before, it was every single day almost, and multiple times a day. I think once I got rid of the stressors, I started to recover. I'm not 100% sure and have to wait until April to be seen further by a neurologist. Is it normal for the stress to go away? Um, eh. Oh, for the seizures to reduce when the stress goes away. Uh, I'd
Yeah.
assume it
Well,
does because that is a trigger for some people.
stress is,
And then you
I'm
never want to
pretty
be
sure
stressed.
we could say that stress is probably a universal trigger. How prone a person is to being stressed is another question, but some
Yeah.
people just nothing gets to them. But if you're stressed, that's yeah, danger zone if you're
When
epileptic.
I when I first got diagnosed, the job I was in at the time was actually a fairly high stress job, and that was one of the first things the doctor had told me was that if I can move to a less stressful environment, that would be helpful. And I had kind of waved him off right at the beginning, and then shortly after, just for safety reasons, I had to move to a different line of work because of meds and stuff. And once I did that and got out of that more stressful job, then I actually did notice a fairly, I mean, I don't know if it was just the stress or if it was, the combination of meds starting to kick into gear plus the lack of stress. But it did, I mean, I did personally, I noticed a downtick, but that could just be, like I said, the combination of the two things. But I know when I get stressed about certain things that I do know, I do see a uptick in symptoms for sure.
I would agree. I think people don't. I think it's even an underestimated trigger, stress. Um, from what I've seen, I when I removed myself from stressful atmospheres, they seemed my grand malls at least went away uh, for the short time. When I was living at home, I've always lived at home pretty much, except for a few short periods, and except for my excursion to Miami. You know, they all know about it. You don't know that though. Um,
It makes
so
a difference.
uh,
I forget.
yeah, and it was a huge difference. Even though it's dangerous for an epileptic to be around the water and stuff like that, and nightclubs, it was just so relieving. It was just being down in the nice weather when it was January here. And it felt so good and just the best. And
If I remember
living in
right, did you tell me you stayed on the beach?
yes,
That
I
sounds
That
slept
good.
on
had to
the
be
beach.
cool.
Yeah, oh,
If
it's
you're gonna
fantastic.
if you're gonna do Miami, you gotta stay on the beach.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
was thinking that because I thought I remembered that, but yeah, that's why he said we shouldn't be near the water. But yeah, that was cool. Go to Miami and just live on the beach for some time. And I'm gonna go back home now.
Yeah, it was just I think it was just the weather combined with I think human beings are supposed to be around water, and it's just natural for them. And yeah,
Yeah,
Well, those thing about stressors, before I forget, I think what really comes up or gets overlooked a lot too is determining what's even a stressor for you. I mean, how often do you go to the doctors and they ask that question? It's just such a blanket statement of like, yes, stressors are bad for you. Is there something that you notice is coming up? But like, okay, if you're even if you're not actually undergoing stress at the time, like what I noticed was my worst ones would happen if I was getting ready to get stressed. Like if I knew something was coming up, then there was 3 or 4 days prior to that. That's when, by the time I admitted what was actually stressful in my life, that's when the trend became apparent. But it takes a lot more than just the neurologist asking you, have you been stressed, to actually be able to see a real stressor. And that changes by the decade too.
Yeah, it's not the big project or the big, holiday. It's everything coming into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. That's
But that's how it was with workouts too.
that's
Like
it.
you
Yeah,
could
that's an
be
interesting
under like so much
reframing.
more physical stress that it feels like that's putting you under more stress because you're totally exhausted after, and like you're gonna feel those workouts for days to come. But it's still more stressful to undergo like those 10 or 15 minutes of like mental, if like the worst one is going to come around again, and you just really really have like those kinds of surprises that really put you under the weather. I'm more likely to have a seizure from that, from like some kind of mental stressor that for 5 minutes than a really hard workout. That's just how it is. Like mental stressors are way more triggering than physical. So I think that was kind of what took me like 20 years to figure out. Took 20 years of having epilepsy.
Yeah, I figured out a lot of stuff in between my 19th and 20th year. I found the epilepsy subreddit. The same month, I got banned from the epilepsy subreddit. In that same month, I started a subreddit. A year later, here we are. Yeah.
Is it a year? What time? When did you start? I knew it was like March or April, but
April 26th.
April 26th.
I started the podcast in May. Well, I
So
finally
hold up,
started editing
guys. We
videos.
haven't talked about any anniversary event. We haven't done a family day or any of those in a couple months now.
Yeah, well, we mentioned Pookie. Pookie, we were talking, or it came up early, right? When Kevin was here, I think, or just
Oh,
tossed
I
out the
was
idea we
saying,
got to do an anniversary, something 1 year anniversary.
it's around like May 11th. I haven't had a focal in almost a year.
That's awesome.
Okay, it's
Yeah,
amazing. Shout out to
yeah.
Nature's Made.
Right. This is what helped me. It's right here. Shout out to Nature's Made. The B12. It was. I'm telling you, it was all I needed.
All right. Well,
All I
April
was
25th,
missing.
We
26th
still
falls on a
gotta
Sunday.
we
Let's
still
let's
gotta
make note,
get
you guys, for the
somebody.
next mod talk to bring up this, like narrow down the details on anniversary event, and I'll get the flyer together.
We still gotta get
Uh,
somebody at Nature's Made to notice that we're giving them all this free promotion too. Yeah, shout out
Yeah.
to
well, hey, that's
even
what I
just send us
needed.
some
Like
gummies. That would be cool.
first,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
first time I did this, like I said, I talked to Brandon, and he was like, "It's good for brain health," and I was just like, "Yeah, all right." And then I had a focal, and then had my Instacart. I was filling it up, and I was like, "Why don't I just add some B12?" And once I add the B12, I got it. Took it the same day. Haven't had a focal since. Um, yeah, so glad about that. And I told the doctor, and he was like, "Well, if that's all you needed was B12, we don't have to give you anything for that." Yeah. Don't let them tell you you have to take something for focals. Um, Pills come with those ugly side effects. So, hey, but yeah. Kate, didn't you get the B12 too? I know Jeff did, and I know Rick did, and they said it helped them. So yeah, I'm just glad I could pass out the.
I love it for feeling focused. I take my B12 at like quarter to 10 at night, and it keeps me like that. That's my focus for the last like 2 hours that I have to get the rest of the house together. So yeah, that's what I like my B12 for. And I feel the difference if I don't take it for a couple days. I definitely feel just like overall slower.
Fatigue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took away all that too. There's no longer. I don't need naps every day, midday. Yeah, the B12, it took away that part. I stopped napping as much and I started editing videos more. And
And I
yeah,
have to say, I took a
teeth is
nap
gone.
today. Like we're under the weather just because all the temperature changes up here. But today is the first nap that I've taken in at least like 3 or 4 months and didn't have a seizure today. Like, and I'm grateful for the B12 for that, because this nap used to always be a trigger for me, especially when I was bigger on nocturnal seizures. If I would take a
The nap,
nap in those days, I would definitely have a seizure.
the nap triggered a seizure?
Yes. Yes, coming right out of the nap as soon as I would wake up from, and a nap would be more than 15 minutes. If I had my eyes closed for more than 15 minutes, that was what we counted as a nap. And that's what you prepare for when you wake up. Might do a wander off thing.
Oh,
Mm.
And
You
that
had
was
that.
confirmed a seizure
So you
with the
had that like
RNS.
REM stage. Yeah.
Exactly. And they had to confirm that on a couple of the EMUs before deciding like what electrodes to implant and all that. And that's when they got the REM stage confirmed.
Yeah. I
but
had to
the
basically,
SEEG was the one that caught it?
I didn't actually need the SEEG, but I don't know what the logic was behind that. I think I just had so many seizures in the EMU, and they determined that there were too many focal points to go with the VNS. Like that's what took that off the list. I'm under the impression that I think they just got enough data to not have to go SEEG, especially since the RNS was 3 surgeries all by itself. So I would kind of rather not have had like another surgery prior to, when the data that they had was definitely good enough for insurance approval.
Mm,
So that's where we were on that.
yeah.
Um,
Sorry, Matt,
I had a
I cut
question
you
on
you're
off
good.
there before.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Matt. It sounded like you were starting to say something after I was talking about why I didn't need the SEEG.
No, just that they had gotten enough data on you with that.
Yeah, I guess from the EMU stays, it took, I did like a 3 day and then a 7 day. And I think there was some other EEGs that they had done from, there was like a lot of emergency room visits in the year prior to going the
Yeah.
RNS route. So they had enough data. Like by the time I figured out that I was supposed to be having seizures, I stopped taking the meds, and yeah, I definitely made sure that I had some bad ones. And
Yeah.
that
I'm
turned out to be
on
enough.
neurologist number 3 in 4 years
Mm.
That'll
because
happen.
they just wouldn't listen. And I finally basically had to argue with them, and I was like, hey, let's do the EEG this way. Like, forget the standard, like, oh, okay, you reached REM sleep, let's wake you up. No. Do that. Let me fall back asleep hard for 15 minutes and then wake me back up again and watch all the little things go.
Mm.
So you
Like,
might be better
that's,
off with an ambulatory. Take yours home, have the camera on, and
yeah.
record like when a family member and somebody else will actually like set the circumstances enough to stimulate or trigger or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe an ambulatory would work better, but I think on the one that we took home, I don't think that had as many electrodes as they usually have when you stay. So hopefully those seizures are coming from like the right part of the brain.
Well, I'm privileged enough, or have been blessed enough, I don't know which way you want to look at it, but we were able to figure out I've got gray matter heterotopia. So we already know where it's coming from.
What
Never heard that term. What's that?
exactly is that? Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure
So
what
the elongated term is periventricular gray matter heterotopia.
that's a
Um,
mouthful.
the shortened term is PVNH. Basically, in your brain, there's 3 things. You have your cerebral fluid, your gray matter, and your white matter. And basically, in utero, everything is supposed to move to certain areas of the brain. And for me, it didn't. Usually, this is diagnosed in kids between like 2 to 5, but for some people, it goes unchecked up until the age of like 25 to 30, or in my case, like mid 30s. And that's when the focal seizures will start to manifest, which then can move to bilateral seizures, which is where I'm at now. But basically what that is you end up with these little nodes of gray matter that end up in the ventricles of your brain, or in the white areas of your brain. And as all the neurons continue to connect, they cause the short circuits, which create the seizures. So I have some
So
in the
this was
frontal
diagnosed
lobe.
by MRI? Did they see this gray matter on an MRI and went that route?
Yes, they did.
Gotcha. Okay, that's
Yep. And so pure happenstance, the two technicians, the technician herself and then the person who was like helping that day had just come from a training in Madison, Wisconsin, where they had just done a training on identifying new things, and this being one of them, and had like a month earlier or something like that, and saw this MRI and went, this looks like the thing we just read about. And sure enough.
Oh, wow. That's, yeah.
So, I mean, I know that's not
can
how
see where
it
you
works
got
for
the term
everybody.
blessing. The word blessing does sound
Yeah.
appropriate there. That's
Yeah.
wow.
So now it's just figuring
Synchronicity.
out. Yeah, now it's just figuring out how to treat it, which is problematic because it's not just in one hemisphere or one area of the brain. It'll continue to, as it all connects, it's going to continue to do its thing. So I can't. Surgery's not really an option for me. So I'm pretty much regulated to drugs, which is why I'm on 3. But diets, vitamins, and unfortunately eliminating caffeine, which is sad.
That's hard. Yeah.
Any
But
any like you said, vitamins? Any suggested ones?
the B12, any of the B, like I just take a complex B vitamin that I use that works really well just for general energy and kind of keeping things sharp mentally. And then I also do fish oil.
Okay.
Just to kind of help keep the brain happy.
Yeah. Is there like a noticeable difference with the fish oil?
I do notice when I don't take it, kind of like what Mom or Caddy, what do you prefer?
Kate.
What does she prefer to go by?
Kate.
Okay, sorry,
Kate?
you're talking to Kate? Okay,
Okay, there you
I
go.
go
That answers my question.
Kate or Katie, that's cool.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do notice it when I don't take like the fish oil. It tends to get a little bit fuzzier after a day if I don't take the fish oil, just because it's, or if I'm on a little bit leaner of a diet that day and I don't have a big dose of good fat. But like the keto fat bombs come in really handy.
You're on the keto diet?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So kind of a hybrid diet. So it's
Okay.
more, technically it's like a Mediterranean diet, I guess you would say.
Okay.
So very high fat, very high protein, and
Right.
like I still eat carbs because I like my carbs, but I don't overload it.
So the full-blown keto diet, it just stresses lower carbs.
It's higher. It's a better protein to fat ratio.
Okay, so it's more about the
keto
ratio than like any consumption.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Now I remember.
Full-blown keto is pretty much no carbs, like no potato chips. I've been eating potato chips and like nothing.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. The problem is with the between the Keppra and the lamotrigine, I can't I can't eat enough to keep weight on. Those two have just jacked my metabolism way too high. So I have to yeah. I have to do the carbs and that to be able to.
Bro, who are these people, Will?
All right, let's welcome Joe and Darius and John. Pokey, you remember that icebreaker? You want to introduce everybody to that one?
No, I gotta introduce myself to them.
There you go.
Hello, Darius, Pookie, and John. I have not introduced myself to you guys. We usually start with new people and we ask you what epilepsy med are you taking? When was the last time you had a seizure? And when were you diagnosed? There we go. Those are usually the starter questions for new people. If you haven't been here, those would be the question to answer now.
All right, so Darius, if you're interested in introducing yourself first, one of the questions was how long ago were you diagnosed and what are the meds that you're taking? We can hear from Darius first if you can, if you have a microphone or something. Or the chat, that's fine too. Got it. All right, Joe said 1 sec, so now we're up to John. How about you, John? When were you diagnosed and what meds are you taking? Oh, okay, gotcha. Joe can type your intro in the chat. And let's see.
Okay.
In the meantime, what was that last topic we were talking about?
I forgot.
I was diagnosed when I was 5 years old.
All right, so it sounded like John was diagnosed in 2013. So that's been now, yeah, that's been well over a decade. So do you notice that? Yeah, there you go. So have you noticed that treatment has improved? Are you satisfied with, do you have any kind of topic that is concerning about the epilepsy, or are you actually satisfied with how it's being maintained? Okay. All right. So just not really satisfied with how it's going. Oh, living in a remote area in Alaska. So you probably have to do a lot of planning for any kind of appointments, huh?
Ooh.
And even like getting your medication, getting everything shipped up there, that's got to be time consuming to say the least. Well, I mean, anything. I mean, that's the route too. Like one of the motivations in getting RNS was to try to get off the meds because it was getting really difficult to get the medications that they were putting me on. So when you live somewhere so remote like that, is there any kind of motivation? Like, do you want to just get off the meds entirely or take less medication because it's just hard to get? Oh, wow. Yeah. Flying. Wow. You have to fly down to Seattle sometimes to get medication. That's literally, that's more than a trip. That's like an entire income dedicated to, on top of paying for the meds, you have to pay for the travel now to get there. So that's a life changer for sure. Yeah. I mean, if we can offer any help or support for that, I mean, I'm sure the reminders are really, really important so you can start the process weeks ahead of time, probably for approval and shipment. And when the doctor has to send something to them, there's a lot that goes into getting your meds. Glad you know
all. I got a post here. It says, I just had my second seizure of the year. I need some advice. Hope you're all doing well. So like the title says, I had a seizure this morning for about 1 minute. It sucks more because it's my second one of this year. First one in January. Thankfully, both happened while I was in bed. That's scary for me because I'm terrified of getting my meds upped. So back to the real story real quick. I have had epilepsy for the past 8 years. I'm now 33 in July. I have been on Lamictal for 150 milligrams in the morning and 200 at night, and clonazepam. Oh, I got the hiccups. I'm sorry. But I ended up trying to be my own doctor and cut down on it, cut down to 0.25 milligrams, plus also was meant to be on Remapexole, 0.15 milligrams for the restless leg too, but decided tough it out and just look like I need to pee every minute. Ha ha. Anyway, I want some advice on what you guys think would be best to go forward. What do you guys think is the problem? Any advice would be appreciated. I'm gonna go with you guys first. Get my answer together in my head because I don't know right now.
Okay, so just a summary. Whether they were asking for advice on how to, what were they actually asking? Kev or Mark, did you catch kind of like a shorter version of what that question was asking?
I'm not familiar with Remapixel. And I'm not sure I got the question either.
Yeah, there was a lot I read. You might not have heard a question, but there are a couple question marks. I don't know. There's just one question mark. It's just I need some advice. Yeah, that was a hard one. They
So
didn't
it sounded
say.
like they were having trouble getting the medication, or were they having trouble like getting medications that don't interact or something? That's a problem I ran into when I think the carbitrol had interactions with something else, and that's why they just kept wanting to put me back on Keppra, because they were saying that you can take all the benzos you want and all the other medications and it won't have any interactions with the Keppra, but then it was in like the days before tubes tied, and it's like if you're capable of pregnancy, even if you say you're not planning on getting pregnant or breastfeeding, they still, a lot of doctors still like will refuse to prescribe those medications.
Did
So
they say
that's
something
kind of restricting too.
about? Did they say something about not wanting to up their medication in there?
Yeah, they said something about they don't want to
Okay.
point that out, so they don't get their medication upped.
Yeah, that's always complicated too, because a lot of times before they let you, from what I remember, before they would let me try a new medication, I had to get to the max dose of like everything that they already had me on, and that felt like, why? If we don't want to, if this medication is having too many negative side effects, not controlling the seizures, why do you want to keep upping the dose before I can just try something else and gradually wean off this one? Will take like a month longer. So yeah, doctors really seems like they make a lot of illogical treatment plans. But hey, that's why we
Well,
shop around.
that's a whole different rabbit hole.
Yeah. Yeah, that's messed up. I do have something else here. It says ways to start living a normal life without having to worry about anything. I'm just looking for advice on how to do things without having to worry. Aside from taking my meds on the regular, what are some things you guys do in order to take things in calm and relaxed manner? I'm at work worrying, even though I know I'll be okay. I just say that this is just life. I'm living a normal life, lifestyle. If you think about it as you're not, you're just going to be thinking about the bad things. Just live as best as you can with epilepsy. Yeah, it's not going anywhere. I just take it for what it is, and yeah, to live normal stuff, make myself feel better. I do hobbies, try stuff like that, stuff to take your mind off epilepsy, so you aren't just thinking about that. For me, I edit these videos. Well, actually, this is live, so it doesn't need editing. But yeah, edit videos. When I get some time, do some painting. Yeah, you guys got away. You guys live normal lives. Basically, it's saying in a calm, relaxed manner. Painting and editing, I'm always quiet and calm and relaxed. It's a lot of alone time.
Nice. I like painting too. I haven't done it in a long time, but I've been thinking about it a lot lately, interestingly enough. Now that you brought it up, that's kind of going to be another little reason that it's going to be popping around in my head. But yeah, that should. What did you like to do? What kind of painting? What was your
I don't know
genre
how to
of
paint,
photo?
so
Oh,
uh, you didn't see my last painting, did you? It was just like random stuff, just like splotches and drawing different stuff, and it just was crazy.
uh,
I don't go and draw like a city. I cannot draw, so
can't draw.
I just got the paint and put it on the put it on some Amazon boxes because I got bored. Just paint on those and random stuff. Nothing in particular. It isn't like the. Would that be the was the Michelangelo the painting or a statue? Can't
Both.
Statue.
remember. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Didn't he
Yeah,
do
I'm not
paintings as
drawing or
well?
making statues.
This is Dave. He did the David
Oh,
statue
correct. Yes.
with the yeah, which interesting, fun little fact. You know how the statue Michelangelo's David um for the overall proportions of the statue, he seems to be rather, I mean, very modestly endowed, so to speak. You know, yeah, yeah, you get it. Um, so back in the classical world, um,
That was large.
like
It was
particularly
cold.
in well, particularly in ancient Greece, and this was later adopted by the Romans, but they viewed um, intellect and reason as being, the height of human achievement, what sets us apart from animals, and they saw sexual urges as the more base and bestial aspects of uh, life and everything. So the the characters that they portray in their artwork that are extremely well endowed are intended to convey that these are extremely um, base, bestial, sexually charged, and not particularly civilized to the same degree as the Greeks would like, let's say. Whereas those who are portrayed with extremely modest equipment, um, it's meant to say that these people are the opposite, that they are the highest of the intellect. So it's kind of like an inverse relationship between dong size and brain size back in ancient Greece.
No, bro. What this comes down to is which head you're actually thinking with. Come on, and that goes the same for any ethnicity and like
Ah,
where you're from and
uh,
whatever. Come on,
I had not
that's
thought
what comes down to
about
it.
that.
That's why the gladiator paintings, they had the there you go.
Uh, the
They had the bronze, but
gladiators
not the brain.
were highly sought, and I mean, much like
You guys have never
the
been able to
top
just take
top
credit for
level
like what you
athletes.
do, and you always have to like relate it back to your dick somehow. That shit
Well,
gets annoying.
that's how I mean, that's the motivation behind everything, right?
Apparently,
How
since the beginning of
that's
time.
It's all
how
we can do. I mean, men can't give birth. We have to
how
find
things
something to do.
yeah, it's how
There we
things
go.
get done, why things get done,
Okay,
and
so come on, keep the ladies happy then.
what
Use your
things are
skills for that.
modeled after when they are done.
Doesn't this go both ways though? With
Um,
the need to
I know.
procreate. I mean,
does it?
like a woman needs to make sure that her mate is tops, right? So, I
Not
mean, like,
not following. Where are you going with this?
Yeah, you lost
I,
me.
I
okay,
mean, I think I follow the sentiment, but I'm not sure.
all right.
I don't
In
want
in
to
all with insects, with everything, the female needs to, just like the male, needs to make sure that their partners are the most superior to pass their genes on, and that's still modern today. Um, and would you argue that um, since they can't go by dong size, women,
I mean, they
uh, what
can, but
what is the closest thing? Would it be status or something, or
No, what fucks it up for females is like in our brain, like the whatever part of your brain is emotions. Is that all like frontal lobe? And I don't remember, but I think
frontal
emotions is what, over whatever that word is for like becomes more important than logic.
reason,
Yeah,
logic, and
yeah,
reason.
like
Well, logic and reason is never part of
Supersedes.
part of
supersedes, overweighs.
the
Yes, thank you.
equation
Good
of
words.
love, right? The logic and reason is only like comes in afterwards to clean up messes
Yeah, but
and
how
stuff.
often you could argue how often does love even really play a part in procreation anymore? How many
Um,
people have had children before you got into the like it's so backwards now. Like so many people are just having children before you even way before you get married or actually like decide this is the forever one.
yeah,
oh,
well, and that's a
I mean, all
shame.
our quarantine kids are starting kindergarten now. Holy
love is
shit.
just a
Our
misnomer.
society does not um value parenthood to the same degree that other cultures do, and that's why we're below replacement in terms of birth rates and stuff. Why our population has been decreasing. Um, we're not. I don't know. We're delaying starting a family more and more, and in many cases, getting to the point where it's even iffy. Um, like
I think that's
this
just
is
more
this is
contributed to cost of living now. People have a
right.
lot
Well,
more reasons not to have
and
kids than,
which is
you know,
a
to
contributing
start a family.
factor, but that's not solely, I
Yeah.
mean, there's people who argue that, they just don't want to bring a child into this fucked up world, looking around at everything around them. I mean, their immediate surroundings, living in the highest standard of living in all of human history, the best country, arguably the best country in the world to live in. They don't want to bring a child into this. Why?
Oh,
I don't know.
they're just big
But
babies.
yeah.
Statistically, why is this generation not having sex? Because
Oh, they're having sex.
statistically,
They're just not,
I think the emphasis with this generation is like, okay, think sex ed. You used to learn how to like put a condom on. Now they teach you more about long-term birth controls and those IUDs or the ones that like go up in you and last for like a year instead of, how to stay safe on when it's happening.
wasn't the
And
question I
now,
asked,
yeah.
what was the question? Sorry, just
why is this generation not having sex and having children?
I think
I
they're
think they're
having
having sex
sex.
but
Why
not
are
having
they not
children,
having
seems
children?
like.
I think
This
is
generation
is
in particular that we're in is fairly new.
it
The
sounds
generation Alpha, um, they're not old enough yet.
Yeah, yeah, right. Oh, no, no,
well,
no, no,
it
go down
sounds
that.
like two separate questions to me, I would say. Why are they not having sex and why are they not having children? So why are they not having sex? I would argue they probably are having just as much sex any other generation that came before them.
I don't
yeah.
think so.
Why are they not? Why are
And
they
you're talking
not?
everybody born
Well,
from
I
like
mean, it might also
85
depend
to
on how
2020
you
something, or
define
2010.
sex. It might not be,
I don't know.
I mean, when you consider all of the,
Well, I'm
you
not going to
know,
get down to how you define
the,
something. We all know what sex
well,
is.
no, I mean, the internet gratification between two strangers, without, I mean, that's not too different from a random hookup that, except that they don't touch each other, it's from across the nation. But the
No, Mark, it's
activity
not the
and
same.
well,
More people are getting okay, and like all the dolls, like everything that everybody can, the girl you can keep in your closet that doesn't even have a head, but like
Oh
everything
wow.
else. Yeah, there's
Or
a
you gotta.
lot of crazy toys out there that
They got those
you
pocket
know.
ones. Yeah. I don't have one. Never seen one in person. I'm just saying I heard of it.
But that's
Um,
yeah,
that's where people are
all
gonna
of
go
that,
after
all
they're
of
like
that,
just
everything, all
override
of
I
like
this
just,
stuff is
I,
really into
happening.
porn. That's what they're advertising on the porn.
I just looked something
No,
up really quick. The declining sex on declining generational sex rates, Gen Z and millennials, the sex recession. Despite being considered the hookup generation, 48% of Gen Z adults reported having never had sex in one report, and in another, 15% of millennials reported no sex partners since age 18, compared to only 6% of Gen X.
I believe that.
I mean, and
Sounds
so
believable.
what is the
And
problem with that? What is the comparison to how is that different from the previous generations in order to make it meaningful? I'm not saying I'm not tossing it away, but we need a context in order for this to be, you know, an argument. Otherwise, it's just a factoid.
Well, these
one
kinds of
thing.
questions too, if you don't know the
Hold
background
on,
of
hold
like,
on.
yeah, go ahead, go.
I'm excluded from this because they're talking about my generation, but I have 6 kids, so I don't know what they're missing out on. But
well,
yeah,
that's you.
excluding me from that conversation because
But
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not you, but you're
I
like
don't know
those
what they did.
that are taking the survey. So you got to take into account on these surveys where they get these facts, who's actually like where they're getting their data from.
Reasons for decline.
A survey is only as
Experts
good as
cite
the
several factors:
pollsters. And
Yeah, yeah.
delayed milestones. Young adults are living at home longer. So yeah, you can't bring a girl home and she won't go to a boy's house, with their parents right there. That's social
Um,
isolation. Oh, sorry. Are you,
um,
it,
yeah, I had epilepsy, so I didn't leave home until around 10 years ago. So every girlfriend I had moved in with me. Um, so yeah, you come home, either you're gonna be here with me and my mom, or there's no us. That was plain and simple. That was the safe place to be.
this is
You,
certainly a
I only
cultural
said
thing.
that
Yeah.
because you said that people don't want to go to your mom's house or whatever the case.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
That that's a big help if you can. So
Yeah, they
social
always ended us
isolation,
pregnant.
digital competition, and risk aversion.
Yeah,
Those
they
are
always
all
ended up
being.
pregnant. So
who ran the poll?
I
Yeah,
don't know.
exactly. They weren't asking these questions at Planned Parenthood. If
right.
so many people were saying
But
they never even had sex, then they were probably happening at like a school or a church or something.
I was gonna say outside of
but
church.
There you go. They do ask those kind of questions still,
yeah, but I
In
mean,
in
I'm
a
sorry, I didn't
public health
catch
ed
the.
like the
room.
CCD class or something.
Did you say, Kevin, where this who conducted the poll?
Your mom.
What?
But
Hey, Angel. Welcome
Wait,
to our fun
I
Friday
heard
here.
that, but
We were having a question icebreaker on what what is your favorite saying, like a mantra or something? What would you have put on a t-shirt?
No, I got it, Kate.
Okay, thank
If
you.
everybody had their favorite phrase on their shirt, what would be on
Phrase.
your shirt? There we go.
Okay. Now I need this. Let's see. Give me a second. Come back to me.
Again, I think I said sure, why not? That's what I would put on the t-shirt. And some of the other examples. You guys remember what
Mine
James said?
was,
I don't remember. Yeah, go ahead.
I forgot what James said. Mine was, I got something here. Shout out to Nature's Made. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a good.
Wait till my brain reconnects.
That was his.
No worries, bro. That's why we come twice a week.
No, that was his answer.
That was the t-shirt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Hey, well, in that case, that's a good one.
Um,
I went with these pretzels are making me thirsty. No one's gonna get that.
Is it
No, that
from?
just made me think of like the trail mix at Fresh Market.
I'm dead, man. I don't know.
You're awesome, Angel.
This is
I
I
think
got
Angel
something
shirt
here
would be
though.
best daddy ever.
I got
Number
something.
one dad, yeah. Go
It
ahead.
says, "Seen your own seizure. Was thinking today about how my seizures present to others. My parents have taken videos of my seizures before to show to doctors, but I've never watched the videos they've taken. I feel like it would freak me out, but I'm curious to those who have seen a video of their own seizure. Is it creepy and scary?" I'm gonna start with a no because I'm not gonna say I enjoy my videos, but I like to know what happened instead of those seizures where you're getting everything repeated to you. So I just put cameras everywhere. Yeah.
I most like
I
seeing
like,
it for what you don't get back. Like on the in the absence seizures that are shorter, I figure I'm just like zoned out or whatever. But when they recorded it, then I could see how my son actually does try to bring me back and all the stuff he's doing, and that's it's just a totally different perspective. It's a way better perspective on seeing your own seizures, in my opinion.
Experiencing it aware and then seeing it, it's like PTSD vibes for me, you know.
Oh, okay, because you're aware during it already.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's different. You already had your own perspective, like that first person vibe.
It
Mark.
actually helped me to understand it more.
Right.
Because with not being aware of it and then seeing what it looked like from the outside, it actually helped me figure out what was happening, which before I got diagnosed with it, it was one of, I didn't know what was happening. It was, initially it was like, okay, is this a panic attack or, what is this? And then having that to be able to play it for the doctor and be like, this is what I'm experiencing. And him go, oh, that's, that was a partial seizure, or, whatever terminology the doctor I was seeing at the time was using, absent seizure, what have you. And then have that video be like, oh, okay, this, it's a lot easier to explain to somebody then.
Yeah, like having everybody that you want on the same page going over the video at the same time, that's also a big difference. That definitely couldn't have been done without the video.
Mm-hmm.
Of like, this is what I felt, this is what I was thinking, and like I don't remember anything after your seizures. Are you ever aware, or like can you remember right up until how's your kind of recollection of your partials?
I usually get like a huge deja vu. It's kind of like I call it an aura. Some people call auras seizures on their own, or refer to that as kind of like a pre. But like my deja vu hits, and then I usually have got like 30 seconds to about a minute to kind of ground myself a little bit, and then either they hit or they pass, depending on how the meds are working. I've to explain it to somebody who's never had one, the best thing that I've come up with is imagine having like to sneeze and you don't know if you're actually going to sneeze or if the sneeze is just going to pass. You know, you get that kind of like itch in your nose. It's that same.
That's a
It's
good
the
one. Like
best way.
you're having a sensation, but you don't
Right.
know if it's going to escalate or be done.
Right.
I had that feeling about I'm gonna sneeze. I had that feeling all of this morning. I'm just like, what is going on? And TMI, I don't know what's going on, but I had to use a Q-tip. I was like, what is in there? And after I did that, there was nothing in my nose, but I was like, I guess one of the hairs was facing the wrong direction or something. Because after I did it, I felt better, but I just kept going. Yeah, because I could feel it. Like there was something there, but it wasn't. It was just a hair facing the wrong direction, is what I'm assuming.
Oh,
Yeah.
with all that facial hair you guys got to work with, tell me that doesn't get up there sometimes.
Nah.
I don't
Gotta be
know.
eating
If you
something.
keep
If
it
I'm
the right
eating
way.
something, maybe. But otherwise, nothing else. Unless it's going in my mouth. I mean, or
You
if
saying
it's in my mouth, sometimes stuff will be in my nose. You never know these days. Yeah. I had a question here, but somebody else had something interesting that I cut him off, I think.
It was we were talking a lot about the videos, how videos contributed to getting everybody like
Oh yeah.
that other perspective. I don't know. I
Yeah,
just
is
hoping that would
seeing a
like bring it
video,
back to you.
the question was, is seeing a video scary to anybody or
That's what
creepy?
it was.
oh
And
yeah,
no, it's not to me. I've
yeah.
seen plenty. I actually just found one that I was going to post. I found one on a wasn't an SD card on a cloud. Had some videos I forgot about. Yeah, got that one. So I'm not. It's not scary to me. It's not something that bothers me.
I think after a certain age, we get over that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Well, I
like
don't
just
know.
seeing what happens when I'm not
Some
there.
people, some people really have a sensitivity to seeing themselves in a position of vulnerability. I think that requires um,
Level
a
of
certain
confidence in yourself.
a certain personality, a certain, I don't
Or
know.
that
I probably sound like a
advocate for the
broken
underdog.
record or
That's where you're
something,
coming
but
from. That's all.
big five personality traits, I would assume people um open open to experience um high in openness would probably be more likely to want to see it, whereas people who are more um low openness uh,
Or just what stage you're at in the diagnosis. You guys remember how difficult it is for some people to actually get officially diagnosed? So if you imagine if you were watching a seizure and you hadn't made it back to the neurologist yet, you haven't actually convinced an expert that professional that you are having seizures, and you get that on camera, how many times are you going to watch that and just like lose it before you can get a hold of the doctor and actually get some relevant, like good decisions made for treatment? Like, how long do you have so much data that's really important before the doctor can do shit for you? And that would be like like a wicked hard couple weeks to have that, and you just don't want to go anywhere, and you know how you're like sore and just don't feel good for a couple days after, and that would be really miserable having the video on top of that and not having feeling like the video doesn't do anything for you yet. So yeah.
Yeah.
One
Well,
of
I don't know.
mine
Just
might be.
having the video for the first time felt like a victory, even in spite of all of the rest of the shittiness. But I don't know. Sorry to jump
I
over you, Boogie.
um I don't know if it's the word would say enjoy, but I do like watching the videos because it's hard to see a seizure anywhere else. And seeing what happened to me and not having relayed a story, and you're just taking that story for what it is. Um, yeah, I traveled. Like I said, I would have really wanted to see that seizure where my wandering seizures. That's what has me always wanting to see what's happening when I'm not wandering. Because, yeah, yeah, I've wandered quite some distances.
But we're
Matt, I
never going
think.
to be able to figure out like what was on your mind. Like, okay, when I'm wandering outside, it looked like I was always going on the same route that I took my walk. Like, just same way that I always walk the dog. But now that we're up here, like after the move, wandering outside, I was definitely just going towards a busy street, and there would have been no way to determine like where I was trying to go. It wasn't back towards the house. It was definitely just towards the wrong way. And the wandering seizures are definitely the worst ones. And I'm not stressing about trying to get those on video because I just don't even think that'll give us answers.
You just look
Wait,
like you're
Since in
walking
did
my
you
around.
have a
videos,
wandering one in the new house, Kate?
Yeah, a couple days after we got here,
Oh my
we're not in a place with sidewalks. So I like the hills, and I was going to go on shorter walks because there's a lot more winding roads and hills, but there's no simple routes of just going around the block. So I went up the street and down where there was still enough like landmarks to keep track of, and ended up coming. That's the last thing I remember. Then I came back about, I'm thinking it probably took a minute to walk up over the hill and around a curve because it was 5 driveways down, and I'm expecting that took about a minute, and the dog was with me still, and she wasn't pulling. She wasn't like dragging me along. So that's kind of where we're going with the estimate of how long I was out of it and walking. And then I woke up and saw the Jeep. Like, she not woke up, but like, the next thing I remember is she was there. The mother had been driving on her way back to the house and happened to see me because I was on my way towards the busy street, and pulled into the apartments right in front of me, and that's where the driveway where she said I was standing. When she saw me on the road, she said I was standing. I wasn't walking, but I was definitely lost at that point. And yeah, that was
Ouch.
probably the worst one here.
That sucks because I mean this is still a new area for you too, so like your brain hasn't registered like all the local
I
scenery
can tell
yet.
you three streets. I still I can't even get to like, yeah, I can't even get to the grocery store yet. But I'm gonna
um,
see if the bus stop is not like too far. Then I'm kind of just limited to the bus stop now. Like, no family doesn't want me going out at all. That's kind of what that screwed up. But it's all good.
with my wandering one, it was like those are the ones that. Well, my sister, she said you need an air tag, um,
Mm.
because yeah, wandering the longest one I wandered 17 miles away. It's like I need that video because there's no video, and I always wake up in the most inconvenient part. Um, oh yeah, Matt, you haven't been told, so I can tell this story, and they probably all forgot, which is good. I can tell the story again. Yeah, because you're just hearing me talk about these seizures. You need the context. The context is I had a seizure. Well, actually, I'm not sure if it was actually a seizure. I left work one morning because I work graveyard shift, and that's all I remember. When I came to, I was in my hometown. I live 4 miles from work. My hometown is 17 miles from work. So instead of going home, I went the opposite direction on 3 buses and a train. That's the minimum of what it took to get to where I was when I got off the bus, thinking, where am I at? Um, I had taken 4 buses and a train to get somewhere. And so my body, I just wonder, like, because what I was looking like this whole time. What was I just like wondering, like, am I looking normal? That was the very interesting thing that I want to know. And
That's an
then,
autopilot moment.
yeah, because I'm saying that was at least 3 hours, at least. Why was my brain gone that much? And then I snapped out of it, and got enough time to get to the light and cross, and then I had to stop, cross again, and go the other way. Then I had a seizure. But yeah, those are always the ones that I want to see. I wake up in the inconvenient part. It's like the one when I woke up and where the hell was I? Oh yeah, I had one in the hallway of my apartment complex, and since it was indoor, that was better. And I'm sitting on the floor and the sky passed, and he's just like saying, "What's up?" I guess. And I was like, "What's up?" And I got up and I followed him. And as soon as he opened the key, he looked right here to his right and he opened it, and I just walked past him. That's why I said I wake up at the most inconvenient times, because I actually did what I wasn't supposed to do, but I came to. So that actually would have been breaking the law. Or actually, they're all breaking the law now that I think about it. Yeah, so this guy just opened his door and I walked in and laid on his couch. And yeah, he told me he didn't do anything because he'd seen the ambulance in front of the apartment complex for me quite a few times. He said, I knew something was wrong. I didn't know what, but I knew something was wrong. That's when I went to apologize the next day for somebody putting I was playing video games, so my friends put the pieces for me that I was playing video games with. They said I was crying and whining, so they muted me, but I was still playing, just like fully in it, playing good and everything, just crying, and they couldn't see why, which is really funny because, yeah, they said when I stopped moving is when they unmuted me and I wasn't talking and I wasn't answering. Yeah, so basically they told me the story, and then I went back and put the pieces together overnight in my head. Okay, I walked in this guy's house. And he said, I told him that I know somebody here. He said, I kept saying that. I don't remember that, and I don't remember knowing anyone there. So just luckily I'm not gonna say luckily, but luckily I'd been seen with an ambulance quite a few times, so he knew something was wrong. Knew I wasn't regular.
Yeah, it was somebody that was understanding. Luckily.
Yeah.
That makes me think maybe we should be microchipped. It works for the
Yes.
dogs. Like it's a really
Do you
easy app to get
guys
to.
do you guys have like a ID, any medic ID or anything that you guys use?
I just ordered one yesterday.
Okay.
It's cards that I'm gonna keep on me. I still just don't. I'm not going for the bracelet because I feel like
I've
it's
got
not.
one on my I don't have it on right now, but I've got one on my Apple Watch that has got like the ID scan, the QR, the QR, the whatever, the
I got
QR
sick of
code.
the watch. I wore the watch for a long time, but I ended up getting a cyst. I think I wore it too tight.
Yep.
And
Oh wow.
I got a
Yep,
cyst
like what
on
Mark's
this
got.
wrist, and it's still it's still
Mhm.
bothering me. That was years ago, and I still can't do a push up on this one hand. And yeah, no, that was annoying.
Yep.
So I got over the watch, and now I'm just gonna go with the card, and I'll keep the card along with the nasal lamp. You know, as of right now, it'll go in a pocket, or if I have a little purse with me, then it'll stick with that. But yeah, I mean, mine is most important for no MRIs because I'm not supposed to have an MRI. And a lot of times, if something happens in public and nobody's around, that could be one of the first things they want to do in the ER if I'm having a seizure in public, anyway. But
Yeah,
with the
that's
RNS, that's a big no-no.
right. Yeah. So with my Apple Watch, I have the My ID tag, which has got
Mhm.
the QR code built onto it. But then my Apple Watch itself, also, I've got I went ahead and I got the cellular one, so it has the location ID. So like Pookie was talking about, like for the wandering off thing, which I've done a few times myself. That like my dad can find me, or my mom, or one of my sisters has the ability to, like, if I end up in a situation, that I can call them from the watch and they can come grab me. But also from the, like, because my seizures are bilateral now, if I do hit the ground, it does have the fall alert.
Yeah.
And I have found out just incidentally that if you do like smack your hand too hard on something,
Yes.
that will also trigger the fall alert.
Yes, fall alert gets triggered
Is
very
there
easily.
is there like a sensitivity level adjustment for it? Can you set
Not
it
when I was
at,
wearing it. I don't know if they do it now.
no?
No, just don't hit things too hard with your hand.
Okay.
Oh, but come on,
Well,
you couldn't chop vegetables. Like you couldn't you couldn't do. You got to be careful. I had to start
They've
wearing it on my left.
they've
Mm.
calibrated it a little bit better now. But like I work as a carpenter. So
oh,
like
Hello.
taking my hand to like knock a stud into place
Yeah.
was enough to trigger it. So I had
Is
to I
is there like a button you press to say no, I didn't have a seizure or
yes, yeah,
anything?
it's like
If you get to it quick enough, yeah.
on the tap screen, it'll start dinging it. It'll be like, "We detected a fall. Are you okay?" And then
And
after
that'll
that,
interrupt your music or whatever you're listening to.
yeah, after
Yeah.
that, it'll you have to say, no, no, I did not fall, or if you don't respond within, I think it's 90 seconds,
Yeah.
then it'll call your emergency contact and it'll alert EMS services, who will then also contact your emergency contact and be like, hey. But the nice part is it will ping your actual location directly to EMS services. So if I
Nice.
were out like hiking or walking or something, and I do hit the ground because of a seizure or just for any other reason, it'll actually put the pin within, I think it's 200 yards of where I'm at.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Yeah. So I
Nice.
fortunately I haven't had to put it to the test yet, but
Mm. But yeah, I got my bracelet and I've used it one time. I was actually on the bus and it was very useful. You know, I just kind of pointed out to the lady and she was like, "Oh, okay, sweetie," and she moved. And yeah, because the bus we were on, it had these little bitty aisles, and I was just like, either. Actually, I think she asked me to get up, and then I showed her, and then she was like, "Okay, yeah, that's what it was." Um,
So
yeah,
was this
these
just
are
to
help
keep your seat, or was this like after you actually had a seizure?
keep my seat. I have had a seizure on the bus once upon a time, so going to those in between another seat, and how big I am, it doesn't. It's not going to happen or end well at all. You're not going to be able to get me from in between that, depending on how I fall. So yeah, it's just easier for me to sit in a seat where my feet are in the aisle, and yeah, yeah. So not sure where I started or where I'm coming from with that one.
we were
Um,
talking about the ID.
Seizure bracelets, yeah.
yes, that's what I was going to say. Is this would have been good when I had the wandering seizure, where I went to where did I go? Oh, I walked inside a rehab, and I'm arguing with this guy, telling him this is my house, and he's like, "No, this is my house," and I'm like, "F you, this is my house." I come to, and I don't know why I'm screaming this, but for some reason I'm thinking I was doing the right thing. So yeah, that's what I was doing, is screaming at someone, telling them this is my house, this is my house, and then I had a seizure. And luckily, some guy was like, "I seen you. You stay right there in that apartment complex. I've seen you quite a bit. You know, just people seeing me have seizures is what has saved me. That's what have saved me during my wandering seizures, to where I wander off and people don't know me. They seen me before. They've seen that ambulance before, which sucks. But yeah, that's how I got saved, or they went to get my family because we seen you right there. We seen that guy drag you into the ambulance and all that. Sucks to be known for that,
And
but
that's why I
well, I
don't want to
mean,
be known for that. Like when we
as
moved to the
much
new place, meeting the neighbors, I had to convince family to like, this isn't like an introduction point. It's not like, hey, this is my mom. This is what's wrong with her. Like that's not the direction we want to take this. So
yeah,
yeah,
as much as it sucks and as much as you don't want to be known for that, it does at least come with a level of safety with it, that there
yeah,
are awareness and you have a community looking out for your own well-being, as opposed to just relying on your own immediate family and your own personal ability to take care of yourself. So, as embarrassing as it may seem, is it really something that you need to be embarrassed about? Or
Um,
could you
that
maybe
was early
try
in.
to,
I was
could
still
you,
in denial.
well, but yeah, but could you maybe try to take this situation and try to reframe it and view it as, being a positive thing, being grateful that you have these people who are aware and who are, they got your back, right? They're not calling the police when you
Yeah.
walk into their house like
Oh,
they should, technically,
one
legally.
did.
They didn't know you, right? Oh,
One
it
actually
did?
called the police. My family got there first because we were
Okay.
they were close, but they
Okay.
called. Yeah.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I get the embarrassment. I feel the embarrassment too. I don't have
oh
like
no, not now. Now it's
situations
funny.
like that. Yeah. But I'm just saying there's gonna be people who feel that way though at some point. And so if
Yeah.
at any point in the indefinite future, some viewer watching a replay of this live stream happens to find themselves in that position, you know, maybe try to view it as in the positive. It's it's people got your back. Not everybody has that.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
Welcome to
and
Josh. Pookie, what was that intro question?
oh yeah, hey Josh, how you doing?
Doing good.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, just busy.
Um, the icebreaker today was if
yeah, I
everybody
want to
had
hear Josh's answer to this
a
one.
phrase on it, what would it be?
What
Oh,
was it?
sorry, I talked over it.
My shirt. I mean, my. If everybody had a shirt with their favorite phrase on it, what
Yeah.
would your shirt say?
They're most frequently the phrase what you say
Yours.
most frequently. Yeah. Not necessarily not your favorite quote or anything. What, you know, the phrase you say most frequently on a t-shirt.
Um, Probably Oakley Fucklin Dokley.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
That's
What did that come from?
Yeah,
Oak,
usually when I see people do dumb stuff like or something like that, I'm just like Oakley Fucklin Dokley.
Oakley, like Oakley, like the glasses or like
Kind of
Annie
like
Oakley.
how Ned Flanders says Oakley Dokley
Okay,
from
okay.
The Simpsons.
And then,
That's what.
just add your own
Just throw
little flair to
fucking in
it.
the middle.
Yeah, okay.
That's a good
Okay.
one.
Interesting. I like that. Yeah.
I do
That
have a
sounds like a
post.
popular one.
Need to
I got a post
to
here. It
tell.
says,
Yeah,
"I fell and
mine.
hit my head
Oh, I
three
thought we
weeks.
were
No,
going to
I fell
share
and hit my head
ours
6 weeks
with him.
ago." Huh?
We didn't share ours with him. He told us his thing. We didn't reciprocate. We've all shared ours with each other, but he doesn't know what our t-shirts are going to say. I think that's not fair.
Feel free.
He got the icebreaker. We should break the ice back in return, right? Everybody
Go ahead
should.
and get to
That's
it.
that's isn't that the whole point of an
Bro, we
icebreaker?
could have
Get
all said our answers like
get
5
everybody.
times in the last 20 seconds that you've been
Oh, but
justifying this.
I want to know if I'm off base and shouldn't try to push this in the future here.
Um,
Is this something
Never.
should we try to
my
make it a thing to have each other go over their answers with each answer?
my answer was oh, I got something here. Or shout out to Nature's Made because that's all you guys hear me say during this podcast. Is I got something here. I got something. It's okay. I got something. Sorry, you
I think
guys.
I
Give me
said
a second.
sure. I think mine was sure, why not? But that's just, kind of frequent mood, whatever.
Or I say, hold on, give me a second. That's when I'm looking for a post and
Or
don't
like
find.
messing with the camera. Give me a sec. Hold on, guys.
Yeah, or I get a
Or
message that I see my name, so I got to go
camera.
answer it. And
Yeah.
yeah, um, yeah. So I said mine.
Yeah, mine would be Kitty or Kitty Girl or maybe dinner time. The cat's like dinner time, and I need to repeat it several times to get everybody excited. But yeah, I talk to the cats. So, uh, Kate?
I just said sure, why not?
Oh, you already did. Okay.
Mhm.
Kevin, did you say yours?
I'll go with Francine. I haven't been entirely truthful with you.
I like that one.
If anybody
Okay.
knows what that's from, you get points.
I don't know. Give me a second. I know a
Pookie, you had a
Francine. I
post.
forgot which show.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank.
So you guys say
It's
Francine, I think of a hurricane.
I think of American
Right.
Dad.
yeah,
There you
French
go.
Hurricane
It was
Yep.
Francine.
American Dad.
Francine, I have not been entirely truthful with you.
Hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm
Yeah,
actually currently rewatching all of American Dad.
That's a
Oh, now you're
haul.
gonna make me go watch it.
that's a lot. Yeah.
Um, yeah. Um, the post I
Oh,
had. Go ahead.
I did the wait while my brain reconnects.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Angel.
I could use a copy of that shirt too.
Angel. What was your phrase?
Uh, something about dad. I can't remember now.
Oh, it's
Okay.
all right.
Epilepsy brain took my thing.
That could be one. Epilepsy brain took it.
I don't remember,
Or just epilepsy brain dot dot dot.
or I don't remember.
There you go.
That's the truth. um, yeah. So I do have a post here. It says, "I fell and hit my head 6 weeks ago." So as the title says, I fell and hit my head on a concrete patio 6 weeks ago. I got a big goose egg up by my hairline above my left eyebrow. I can still feel a bit of a lump. Last night while in bed, I had a seizure. My body stiffened up and jerked around for several seconds. I had no voluntary control. If I had been standing, I would have fallen. So, other than notifying my PCP, what should I do next? Uh,
Record all the relevant details.
yeah, I was gonna
Keep
say get a
track of,
camera
yeah,
right
keep
above
track of
you
how long this one takes to
somewhere.
recover from. Because sometimes those really
Yeah.
bad lumps don't always go away.
Oh yeah, like my chipped tooth. It's not growing back.
Yeah, I got some
Um,
chipped teeth. My eyebrows split in half.
There's
Yeah, but
research
at least
out of
that could be
Japan.
cosmetic. The eyebrow thing. I got the lump on my head, and that still hasn't gone down. But that shit just looks
Oh no, the hair
uneven
doesn't grow
now.
back. The hair hasn't grown back.
uh,
It's
tooth
just
has
It
not.
looks
scarred.
normal from here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Pookie,
now I just look like I'm sarcastic all the time.
there's research out of Japan, Pookie, that's promising um that I mean actually showing signs that there might be treatment on the market in the next 5 years able to regrow adult teeth, like your own actual adult teeth. The way that, you have the baby teeth that start out and they don't really have roots, and the adult teeth form as buds up above them, and those buds, buds
Hey, maybe crowns would be
grow
cheaper.
out and start and come out. But humans actually have another layer of buds up above and below each of those. So technically, I mean, they don't get activated, you know, activated. So they don't grow out and mature the same way that your normal teeth do. But they've found this treatment, something, so I think it's a medication, possibly, which sounds insane. Take a medication and regrow your teeth. But yeah, whatever it is, it activates these genes or something that causes them. So you, I guess, push out the existing adult teeth and get whole new, brand new set of adult teeth at like 40 or 50 years old. How crazy is that?
That will be popular.
Actual natural teeth. And then would you, oh man, would you have to go through braces all over again too?
Mm.
Ah, that would suck.
Angel says more teeth for us to break.
Yeah, more, yeah. Well,
Just more to
yeah.
break. Uh,
How's the warranty work on that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's a fourth layer of tooth buds in the human skull. So I think you're
Right.
kind of,
Add that onto your like Best Buy
that's
plan that
that's
covers
that,
all your devices.
right. Yeah, new
Apple
extra
Care.
teeth, regrown
With
teeth.
built-in Bluetooth.
Yeah,
Oh, hell yeah. There's our microchip right there.
got
Nice.
Apple Care for my teeth.
Chips in
Hmm.
the teeth. Isn't that already a conspiracy theory somewhere? Like
Oh, it
microchips
has been.
in people's crowns or
Yeah,
whatever.
GPS tracking people and stuff.
Yeah,
Couldn't imagine. Mm.
When you
because
go in for the RNS stuff, you literally have to sign something saying any data that's collected throughout the entire treatment process, like before it's even turned, installed and implanted and activated and all that, that I had to sign something saying that you can have and use whatever data as you wish years before it was even turned on. So who
Um,
knows?
I got a
Happy to
good
help with all
question.
this data.
Question for all the people with uh,
Implants.
I was gonna say installments. You got the word, better word. I don't know, I couldn't find it. But Kevin, Mark, and Kate, do they plan on
And
keeping
let's
that
give
in
it
your
medical
whole life?
implants so we don't get anybody. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Do they plan on
oh,
keeping that in your whole life?
The implants, um, they do for the most part, unless they need to be replaced.
Yeah, we get to
Okay.
say robots for sure.
Yeah, unless you screw them up really bad, and then it's basically that replace the top part, but the bolt more or less is in the jawline, depending on where you have it in the upper. Because I have two right here.
What do you have in what did you get for seizures?
What do you mean?
Like, do you have an
Oh, I thought we were
RNS or
talking about.
VNS
I
device
thought we
or?
were talking about dental implants.
Oh, we're still talking dental. Yeah, that could do it too.
oh,
Hmm.
yeah. Yeah, VNS, I think the generator, um, I mean, it technically can be removed. They remove the battery, replace that every like 5 to 7 years and whatnot. The electrode, they told me they can remove it. There's not really a need to if you decide you wish to discontinue the VNS therapy. Um, my impression was they would just turn it off and leave it. It could be taken out if you really insist. Um, but that's a whole
Mom
nother
would be the
surgery
perfect.
to deal with and a recovery and um, uh, yeah. If you could just switch it off or have it sliced out, I think that the insurance would probably view the removal as discretionary and not want to cover it if you decide you just want it out of you. So I don't know. I'm not expecting to have my VNS generator ever removed. Um, if I decide I don't like it, if it's not working for me, I'll just have them turn it off. I'm not having any sort of reactions to the implant itself, just being there. It's inert, and you know, apparently
And on the
not
flip
some.
side, the RNS actually replaced the portion of the skull, so that's a lot less likely to ever be removed.
Yeah.
It would just be too much trouble to take out all the wires and the
Yeah, I think they only replace my battery like every 10 years. I mean, depending on the settings.
I believe a
It would
while
be
ago
so
Tom
cool.
said he had to have his VNS turned off or removed or something because it malfunctioned.
you
Oh wow.
Someday they're gonna have these things with like the no contact wireless charging like you have for a cell phone and stuff. You plug in those little pads to a USB thing and you just set the phone down on the table on top of the pad and it starts charging it. Could you imagine like Kate have a RNS recharging pillow? You just
You
go
guys
and
ever see me on,
every
on a show
time
with a
you
hairnet? That's why.
every time you put your head down on the pillow, it starts recharging, trickle charging up,
Like
topping off the
like an Apple
RNS battery.
Watch.
You never gotta,
Right.
yeah, you never gotta get it, go back, right?
You know how quick I would throw that in the
Mhm.
washer and just like totally screw it up.
The whole pillow.
Yeah, like once every 2 weeks, I wash my pillows.
Yeah. Mine get kind of grungy. I sweat a lot in my
Oh,
sleep.
Well,
huh.
that's what always gets ruined too when you bite, and if you have a bad one,
Yeah.
blood on the pillows is annoying.
Is that's another thing. Is it just me or this medication? I feel like it does make me like sweat a lot in my sleep. Like I
Yeah.
always wake up drenched.
Yes.
I don't know if it's a med thing or is it, how many people
But
out of
when you guys
here?
start drinking a lot more water too, do you feel like that kind of does it too? Because I'm still stressing about the whole dehydration thing, so I'm still drinking like half a gallon a day, and that's what I contribute. Like it is not hot up here, so that's yeah, that's what I contribute. The just as much sweating from just having so much fluid, like I'm constantly drinking.
You're on
I
Lamactal, aren't you, Pookie? And I guess I should say hi. You're on Lamactal, aren't you?
Oh,
yeah.
hi.
No, hey, Chip.
Lamactal makes you sweat. So as a
Okay.
side effect.
Good to know it's the meds because I am
Yeah.
sweating right now.
I've talked to a lot of people about that, and it's horrible. Every time I increase it, it's about a week and a half of disgusting sweating. But I'd say maybe maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times a month, I'll wake up drenched head to toe. It's disgusting, but it's awesome. I'm also at 53. I've got pimples and stuff, which I love. I already went through that, but hey,
That's
Yeah.
another
I'm
one.
happy.
The Lamactal is so much fun with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I first got put on it, I was breaking out so bad.
Okay, just making sure that isn't me, just me.
Mhm.
Okay, that's the first time I heard someone say it was the lamictal. Because yeah, my adult life with acne is insane at times, and I'm like, why do I
You,
have these just popping up? And
a good way to clean
Yeah.
that up, use
You're not even
use
juicing.
the CeraVe. The CeraVe works really well.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
CeraVe is a great lotion.
hmm Yeah, I use that, and then the shower cleaner too, like the foaming stuff.
yeah,
Works really
shout
good.
out to Centerview.
Yeah, just
Um,
regular face wash and stuff is what I've been doing. But yeah, that stuff is the Lamactal is or Lamactal. I don't know. I just call it the Kepro, but yeah,
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, I have
it's
to admit, my tattoos are killing me. They're so itchy since I got them. They're driving me insane.
it's
Got
hard
the new
to.
one.
I got it,
How,
man. Hey, hold
how
on.
long
Here,
how long ago?
Oh,
there's the awesome one, man.
Nice.
It's my epilepsy tattoo. The
that's
yeah, I
brain
remember
nice.
the artwork
slicing,
for that.
man. And then I got this one too. I like this one a lot. So
Nice.
No.
I like
brain
that one
stuff.
too.
Oh, here, I might as well show the other one too.
Oh yeah.
Interlocking hearts, man. They're pretty cool with an
Interlock.
infinity symbol in the
It
middle.
looks
So
reminds
that's
me of like
awesome.
a
Oh, and here, hold on.
Celtic
Let me show
flag.
you. No, I don't have any down there.
Yeah, I'm working on
Congestion.
finishing my back right now. I got half my back done.
I got this first one on my chest was the first one I got there, and man, that hurt. Especially the white. The white was horrible, and I feel I'm like grinding down in there. But it was fun. I wanted to get a fun tattoo for me, so big epilepsy brain works. It shows my mental illness, you know.
Yeah.
And my son just texted me, "Can you get my food when it gets here at the front door?" Like, why can't you get your food?
What he wants you to get up and go to the front door and get it and bring it
But
over to his room
to be
for him.
fair, I went to the dispensary the other day,
Oh,
and they're like, "Do you know your license is expired?" I'm like, "No, I don't drive anymore." And they're like, "You can't have pot." But he was with me. And I'm like, "Man, go get me pot." And then he texted me on his way home today. He's like, "Hey, man, I'm stopping. You need anything?" And I'm like, "Yes, I do. Please pick me up." And I gave him a whole list of stuff to grab from the dispensary. So it was nice because he has a valid driver's license. So
nice.
I don't remember. Oh, yeah. So he wants me to go get his food. So I should do that because he bought me pot today.
Yeah,
Well,
Did he get you
technically,
any food?
he did not, but I can rifle through the bag and see what's in there when it comes here. So,
dad tax.
yeah,
Bad
Yeah.
he
tax. How they
actually
use that?
Yeah, take a couple
he
bites on the way over.
he used to be he was a line chef for a while, and he worked at a couple places in the bakery, and he loves baking stuff. So it's actually pretty nice because I'll go downstairs and there'll be brownies and cookies and stuff all over the place. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Is that the car coming to drop off our food? I think it is. I have those
Um.
stupid cameras so I could stalk everybody outside my house.
Oh, it's wonderful. Especially when you get to see animals.
It's funny because we have a raccoon that goes by every week or so, and there's the cats are always going by. They're funny. So,
Yeah,
and
it's
then a
like one of
spider web will go in front of it, and they'll think that there's somebody out there. And I'm like, man, that's a spider web. Oh, look, here comes the food. What kind of food is it? Can
I
I
got
see
something.
from here? Oh, go ahead. I'll shut up. It's all good.
It
I'm gonna
says,
go deliver food.
"Do you still go to concerts? What could I do to still go to a rock concert, even with the light show? I have some photosensitivity. It's not as bad as when my seizures first started in 2019, but it's still intrusive. If the flashing is if the flashing is fast and or lasts long enough. There's a rock band I like, Citizen Soldier, that I have the opportunity to go to and see this summer, but I don't know if there's a way to do that safely. When I'm at a bar and they have flashing lights during a band's performance, I can usually go shield my eyes and turn away from the lights and be fine. But there was one where I was extremely aggressive flashing, where it was extremely aggressive flashing, and I had to go fully to the other side of the building where the lights were on normal, step outside for a bit, and then face away from the stage while staying on that side of the building when I came back. For possible added context, I haven't had a seizure in around a year, so I'm pretty still. I'm still pretty scared of exposing myself to known triggers. I don't have anyone who could go with me, so if it's not possible to go safely by myself, then I'll have to choose to not go at all. What could I do to still go to this concert? Um, for me, um, I did not make good decisions. I enjoy doing stuff, and I don't have to ask for permission, and I don't have to be like, I'm going here, or can you drop me off here? I just get there, I'm there. but that's not good. But that's just me. I'm just like, I hate asking people, and I'm not gonna say anything just because I'm walking out the door. They expect you to go, oh, hey, I'm gonna go here. I'll be back in 6 hours, and uh, I'm a grown up. I just get up and go out the door and go where I'm going, and that's what happened. I took my phone. And I took a picture, and no one knew I was at the weekend concert until I posted a picture on YouTube. It's an Instagram, I think. Uh, yeah, posted a picture, and they're like, "Where are you at? How'd you get there?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you didn't notice I left the house." And they're like, "No, I thought you were in your room." See what I mean? You don't pay attention to me, but I won't whine about it. Um,
Yeah, I think if they had somebody with them, it'd be one thing, but going by yourself, that's a big risk. I mean,
I got
because
videos.
yeah, if they if if they have a seizure and they're with people, it's kind of like, yeah, oh well, you had a seizure. At least you got to go. But you have people there that know
One,
the situation.
yeah, when I got there was a person, and I sold her the ticket because I had 2 tickets and couldn't find someone to go with me. So I went to the weekend concert by myself. And the person I sold the ticket to, I was telling her, yeah, I posted that ticket for sale. So you got it for me. Way more than I got it for, though. But yeah, I was like, you know what epilepsy is? And she's like, yeah. So I'm like, okay, cool. And I'm like, I'm not gonna have a seizure. And she's like, what's a seizure? I'm like, so you have no idea what epilepsy is? If you're telling me, yeah, you know what epilepsy is, but you don't know what a seizure is, I mean, they're
I
kind
know
of
the
just,
word.
yeah, it's kind of just
I
Right.
know the
super
word.
bold. But yeah, I told her, pointed everything out to her. This might happen. Got my bracelet if anything happens. I doubt I'm gonna have a seizure, but I'm just letting you know because you're right here. And she was like, okay. And I think she left early because I turned around and she wasn't there eventually. But yeah, uh, good day, good
Um,
concert, and there was so much lights, and I was recording the whole time, so I have a long video that I'm gonna post eventually. Uh,
blue light
yeah, I don't
glasses.
suggest it.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I think
Just
they
go
make
alone.
sunglasses and stuff for that now.
Also, if you do go and you have epilepsy, you can go through the um, handicap thing. Well, not handicap, but I guess that's what it'd be called. Um, yeah, they were like, you have a disability, you can go through this one. Everybody else is going through the metal detector, and I'm like, I have a disability, and I got my bracelet like a week earlier, and they let me go through there and didn't do the metal detector or anything, and I had my vape in my pocket, so I was excited about that. Um, Yeah, my vape got in because I had that,
There you go,
had the
man.
bracelet, even prove it. And
Yeah,
then the
I
lady
have
The
didn't even
walking
pat
stash
me
bag.
down. It was a
I
woman.
have my Nasolam rescue med and a bottle of my clonazepam tablets in a bag that I carry with me now when I leave the house. And so I'm not sure if concert venues and stuff would necessarily permit a bag that size to come in like that. A lot of them these days prohibit backpacks and stuff and just like small purses only.
Yeah,
So
Yeah, here
that
they
would, because I missed a concert. I had a ticket and I didn't go because like last minute I panicked. Uh, I mean, I struggled with agoraphobia for a long time before I actually started having the epilepsy diagnosis adventure. So I thought I could do it. I thought I could manage, getting an Uber, going out there, going to a show, couple bands that I like, and just catching an Uber and coming back. And no, that was too much for me. Um, didn't have anybody that I could go with. The only person in the area that I knew, or that I know, I guess, that goes to, rock and metal shows is observing Ramadan. So, uh, music, big no during Ramadan. So, yeah. So trying it by myself, I mean, it may have been a bit too ambitious, like over, you know, I don't know. Do you think that just because I'd never gone out like downtown anywhere, anything like that by myself, I've always gone somewhere with somebody, safety net person, somebody I know and trust, never. Do you guys think it sounds like that was a bit over ambitious or something, a bit too much to try to aim for like a first concert,
I don't think it's a
first
big too much. I mean, you had to go with what's safe for you, and you know,
So you got to take precautions, but you also got to go out and live your life and enjoy things.
yeah,
Right.
And if you don't, you're going to end up in a room 24/7, not doing anything and just paranoid about what ifs.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
At
if
least
if
at
I
least
lived
the
in
room is
Florida,
cozy.
if I lived in Florida,
Like,
Mark, I would have gone with you.
Yeah.
oh, thank
But
you.
I mean, like I go to concerts and I go out and do stuff on a regular basis and things like that, and probably do things I shouldn't do. But
Well,
it's like,
hey,
yeah, it's
life
like,
is
Just
a
gotta.
balancing act, right?
yeah,
The
it's all
concert
it's
that I
all
went to,
risk and reward.
yeah, the concert that I went to, there was a lot of lights. It was the weekend. So it was expected, but I was just telling myself that lights don't bother me because they never have. So I was just like, we'll
Yeah.
go and we'll see. Hasn't bothered me yet, but
Yep.
that's one thing my family would have been like, no, you can't go if I would have been like the weekend. They would been like, isn't there a lot of lights? Isn't That's why there was no forewarning because, yeah, 36 years old and most likely they were going to be like, no, you're not going alone. No, I
Yeah.
am going alone actually, and I'm going to take a video.
Ask forgiveness.
Yeah, I was living with my sister for a while, so yeah, all that asking permission and asked to drop me off somewhere.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
It's
mean,
that's something. In
even
the middle of that panic attack that I was having 2 weeks ago over going, not going, and stuff, my mother gave me the, forgiveness to not go. So, just as she probably would have preferred from the outset, the very reason I didn't mention it, she would have like, no, don't go, try to keep me, but she enabled me to not go, to actually, observe the panic attack and not push myself. But I wonder if I shouldn't have done that, if I should have just gone,
I mean, I've passed on a number of concerts in the last couple years for big bands
Yeah.
that came to the city, and not a couple of them were voluntary. A couple of them were because I could feel, and this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, just the stress.
Mhm.
The stress of whether or not I should go, whether or not I shouldn't go, the point of decision, those types of things. I mean, this comes from a guy that spent many years working as a roadie and running lights for some big name bands. And
Really? It's pretty cool.
yeah, it was great. It was a lot of fun. I miss it a lot. Um, but I've gone to some shows and I haven't had any issues. But I've also gone to some shows where there's been some heavy duty light shows and a lot of flashing lights. And not that I've had issues directly from the flashing lights. I think it's been more of the combination of like heat and the sound and the lighting and the combination of it all that has caused the issues.
Overstimulation.
Have
You
you
know,
have you heard
yeah,
about musicogenic seizures?
I have not.
some people have seizures when they hear certain sounds, like some it could be the pop, the bang, the bass, all that different stuff could be a reason for a seizure. I don't know. I'm not throwing that on you, but that is a thing.
Well, no, I mean when you're tuning instruments, like when you're tuning a drum kit, you tune that to 60 hertz because that's the frequency. I mean that's when you always when you feel a like a bass drum kick or like a kick drum, when you feel that that thunk and it feels like you're getting hit in the chest with that, you tune that drum specifically to match the frequency of a chest cavity. That's why that bass, all that thump, always feels like it's hitting you directly in the chest
And
because you
then
actually,
don't they tune the toms to match overtones to the bass kind of
yeah,
thing so that they kind of like
yeah. So they mirror it. So they mirror it all
melodically,
in steps. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, so cool. So much stuff behind the
I'll have to
drums
look
that
into that and see if that's something. Yeah, I'm learning a lot and trying to learn very quickly what I can.
Come here.
It makes sense too because sometimes people with their auras and stuff, they hear sounds or music. That's a big thing of mine with my auras. I hear like repeated sounds, like almost like a song.
Yeah,
Have you looked into
mine is.
musicogenic?
Huh?
I said, have you looked into musicogenic seizures? Yeah, there was a girl here, AJ. She's from Romania, actually. So,
Yeah, AJ.
um, yeah, she was telling us about the sounds and the stuff that made her have a seizure. And she was like, sometimes in the car, it could be the bass. And I think she said it could be the bass mixed with, like you hear outside and then you got the bass from the music. It could have been a mixture of both things. But yeah, I looked it up because she told me it was a thing. And yeah, it could be from all kinds of things. You have to look it up because I could be totally wrong. But I know she said something with the bass and something with the pop and all that could be it. And then background sounds while you're listening to that could mess you up.
yeah,
Because
I
I
brought it up when I was at my most recent EMU stay. I mentioned to the technicians and to the nurses that I've seen there that people I knew had talked about some musicogenic seizures, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we hear that all the time here. We get people coming in, when they're trying to trigger the seizures. We have people who bring." Specific songs that they get put on,
Mhm.
their headphones, and they, so while we're having them hyperventilate and do those strobe lights, they're listening to their own music too. And they say that there are some people who very reliably can, put on a song and listen to it and boom, right into a seizure. So it is, yeah, it's not just
Yeah, there's a couple of songs I can't
possible
listen
like
to.
influencing trigger, kind of like being a little stressed might add to it. There's some people, it's like a hair trigger.
Mhm.
Um, yeah,
the
it's
one that
fascinating.
always gets me, and I'm curious for you guys to kind of weigh in on this, is, and it's not necessarily like an immediate trigger, but it weighs in kind of like on a migraine aspect, or if I don't kind of take care of myself for the rest of the day, as in like lay low, is when you guys go into certain stores with all the new LED lights that are out there.
Mhm.
There's the bright blue crap lights. You know what I'm talking about? Like the daytime blue lights. Like
Mhm.
the regular like yellow ones, I don't have a problem with. But when you go into some of those stores that have those really high bay blue lights, that I can't be in those stores for more than like 20 to 30 minutes. Otherwise, I
Like
start getting that light sensitivity.
the bluish hue, like the cool white kind of
Yes.
color.
Yeah, like almost like the medical lighting.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I call it. So again, being a bit of a light nerd, it's like 5K, like for
Yeah.
four
Yeah,
and a half to
I was
5K
gonna say
lighting.
I
Yeah.
didn't want to throw out the temperature
Yes.
numbers or anything, but
Yeah.
yeah,
So
okay, yeah,
it's the 4.5 to 5K temp
yeah.
threreshold,
I've
which is that
always
like
hated
cool
that.
blue to daylight lighting.
Yeah, I've always hated that light range and stuff, that frequency, the cooler, the yeah, I've always gravitated towards warm hues. Um, I haven't noticed stores with those colors though. Um,
Most
most
have
of
kind
what
of
I've
gone
seen
away
are
from that
still,
now.
most of the ones I've seen are still like fluorescent tubes in the area here, but
Well, and the
they're,
buzz with those gets nasty sometimes.
that's,
The one
yeah,
I have a problem with is like you go into those ones, or it doesn't matter which store, but they always have that one janky one that fucking flickers and you can see the flashes all throughout the store.
That's
There's always one light, and that's the one that sets me off no matter where I am because I can see it out of the corner of my eye and it starts making me
that's
nauseous.
that's like I'm not exactly whether not exactly sure if I'm photosensitive or not, but because it's not like all lights bother me.
Yeah,
It's like you know
it's
when an
just
iPhone they ring and then they blink out of nowhere across the room and stuff.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay, so that doesn't bother me. But we were on the freeway one time and one of the lights just flickered and then it gave me a headache
yeah.
instantly.
Those ones, the big ones when one of them's
The
going out
ones
or
that
whatever.
I'm not ready for are the ones that
Hmm.
bother.
Yeah,
And
there's
it
one by
isn't
my
like
bank that they haven't
lamps or
fixed in like
anything.
2 years. That's always like that. And I'm like, I always make my, if we got to go do like an ATM withdrawal or something, I'm like, you're my wife. I'm like, you're going to the bank. That ain't me.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
don't necessarily have to be photosensitive for some of those things to, trigger a not necessarily like a seizure, but to get you in that headache migraine zone where it makes you more susceptible.
Yeah, like lowers
It's
the threshold.
Yeah.
um yeah, when I went to the weekend concert, lights everywhere, didn't bother me. But I was saying, I think it's the lights that surprise me more, the ones that are out of nowhere, not expected.
Yeah.
Except for like the iPhone. The iPhone, my sister's phone, it would blink across the room, text or something, it blinks randomly. That didn't bother me. But yeah, like I said, on the freeway and I seen that light, it bothered me and I pointed it out to my sister, like, did you see that? And she was like, what? And I was like, that light kind of looked really bright when it blinked, but that was all. It came and went, but I did have a migraine afterwards. And yeah. But the cool thing about going to see The Weeknd is that since I have epilepsy, I used it as a disability, and she didn't pat me down and get my vape or anything. Well, she's a woman. She barely patted down. She did the lightly thing, if they don't have a man there to do it, or if they have
yeah,
a man, there's a woman.
they're
She
not
did the
really
light one.
checking for vape pens and stuff, especially not
Like, thank
in
you.
shows in California, they're mostly looking for like, you know,
Yeah, the only time I ever got a hardcore pat down is when we were going to like the clubs in Las Vegas. They give you hardcore pat downs. They're up in your shit.
yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah. Well,
interestingly enough,
any vape pen that you smuggle into the casino is alcohol sales out of their pocket is the way they look at it. So,
Oh no, it's legal in Nevada now, so they
yeah,
don't care
but
about that. But
they
like when you're going
don't, the
into the
casinos
nightclub,
don't make money off of it the same way that they do off of drinks. They don't want the drinks, or they,
yeah, freaking
what?
$60
so
for like a vodka Red
Oh,
Bull is
are they
crazy.
not?
In the casino, free
Yeah.
drinks.
I can
No, when you go
imagine
to the
them walking
nightclub,
around.
because
Sorry.
the nightclub they do things where they let you in for free to these
Mm.
big nightclubs, and they have like a DJ. Like we saw, who did we see? I forgot who it was, some famous DJ. My wife knows. And they let you in for free, but it's like $15 for a bottle of water, like 60
Wow.
bucks vodka Red Bull, like
Captive
$30 for a beer.
audience.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
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 Haven't done that, but when I go to casinos, you know, drinks are free, so they
Oh
just
yeah,
come around
sit
every
on the
now and then.
penny
You want
slots.
this? I'm like, yeah, give me a Hennessy and bring me Coke.
Yeah.
1 cup of Coke and 1 cup of Hennessy, and I usually just, or I'll ask for a Red Bull, and they're like, we only have the sugar-free one.
The
I'm like,
drinks are only free while you're on the
Gambling.
gambling floor,
That's why you
though.
get $20 and sit at the penny slots real slow.
right, right.
Uh-huh.
You'll leave
Yeah.
until you're wasted.
When I
Yeah.
But I
used
don't
to
see
go
anymore.
to
So
Atlantic City with my friends at college, I used to bring $20, and they used to bring tons. $10 to lose on $5 roulette tables, and $10 to give to the drink lady, $1 each every time she came around to
Mhm.
sew. And then my friends would cry because they lost like $500, and I'd be like, "God, man, I lost 20, 10 drinks, and $10 worth of worthless roulette." But on the topic of concerts, I know it's not the topic of concerts, but I was getting I'm a hockey person, and believe it or not, right? Uh, I was looking at going to a local minor league game. And when I look in the stadium, they'd have the upper bowl, the lower bowl, and then the box seats, but they also had a row of ADA seats. And it's literally there. I think there were like 2 rows of seats going around the whole stadium that were ADA. And I called them and I was like, "Hey, how do you know if I'm disabled?" And they're like, "We don't. You tell us you are. We can't ask, obviously, because personal information and all that
Yeah,
crap."
HIPAA.
Yeah. So I thought that was pretty cool. I don't know. I assume they do the same thing for big stadium concerts, unless it's like general admission floor type stuff. But I thought that was pretty cool. I still haven't gone to see a game yet, but I know I can and sit in the ADA section and not have to worry about having a seizure and falling down those concrete steps. Because that's my biggest concern. I can't imagine falling down those concrete steps at a stadium. But
I never
that
thought about that.
that's something I did think about. But I
I
got
think that's
floor
why they
seats.
make them so long now.
yeah, I
I got
think
floor
about that
seats.
too, because at work, there are horrible stairs going up and down. And I'm like,
Hmm.
well, I'll just take the elevator from now on. And then my buddy yells at me if I try to take the stairs. So he's like, "You're not supposed to take the stairs." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." So,
Yeah,
fun stuff.
the
Oh,
the
and
the
by the
stairs at
way,
the concert. That was
I
something that I thought about. That's something that kept crossing my mind. Like if I was up there, I would have had a seizure. But because yeah, it was crowded and people weren't in their seats and stuff. When I was looking, they were like in the aisle and everybody's standing up and stuff like that. But yeah, that was something I did think about. Like if I was up there, I would have had a seizure. But I got floor seats, so uh, yeah,
it's not far
it,
to
it
fall down.
it panned out well, and there was a lot of security in the area where the floor seats were. Probably not as many in the upstairs and stuff. But yeah, that crossed my mind. Just having a seizure up there where I see people at, and I was like, I'll be cool down here. I'm talking to the person next to me. Uh, Probably would have ended the same, but yeah, would have been worse up there.
I think the last concert I saw was Ozzy, and that had to be like in the 90s. That's
Oh
way
wow.
too long ago. I guess I don't go to concerts anymore. So, oh, and poor Chuck Norris. That was sad. Such an interesting
Yeah.
fellow. Such an interesting meme he was. He was like one of the first huge memes. Even though I don't look at memes, but I have kids who do. But yeah, it was sad. You seem like a nice guy.
Yeah. Um, yeah. I got something here though. It says,
Shut up, Chip. I got more stuff. Go
do
on.
you try to disguise your symptoms or seizures, and is it working? When I have symptoms where I am conscious and people ask me if I'm there or okay, I try to look normal and smile or say ish like I'm good. Or when my awareness is impaired, I try to nod and smile when someone is talking to me. Are you being honest with your surroundings and tell them it's when it is wrong, or do you play and quote everything is good? Do they still recognize the seizure and that something is wrong? And which one do you find more helpful long term? I don't hide the signs of that might lead up. Well, actually, hold on. I don't hide it, but I don't yell it out because I live with my mom now. I don't want her on edge. And that's how it is with everything I do. Like, arm will jump, little myoclonics. She's on me for at least 6 hours to make sure that doesn't turn into a seizure. And I try not to worry her. Keep telling her, you got to worry about your health. She's getting older, and I've got mine down to a decent amount. I'm 3 to 5 a year. I'm in the green because I was up to a monthly amount. But yeah, now I'm having one every 3 to 4 months, and I feel like I'm doing pretty good. I'm just, yeah, I hide the symptoms and disguise them only in front of my mom because she'll worry a lot. Like, so much worried that I knocked the rack down in the shower the other day, and the living room is huge, at least 30 feet this way, that way, from the kitchen to the room. And my mother was at the bathroom door in 5 seconds. Literally, I was counting. I was like, here she comes. 1, 2, 3. I was like, there she is. And I told her, I apologize. I am so sorry that I knocked that down because I know that probably took the wind out of you to do that, like crossing all that ground fast enough. So I look at the video on the camera, and when I say it looks like she just gave her all to that coming towards me, like it looked like she threw herself, but I was just like, I love my mom. But it's little things like that that I try not to worry her about. I don't necessarily hide, be like, oh, I feel really bad and I'm trying to hide it. There's not that, but I just don't point out when certain small things that aren't going to turn into a seizure to my mom. Yeah. A small headache will turn into, you okay? 30 minutes later. You okay? 30 minutes after that. You okay? 30 minutes after that. You all right? How you doing? 30 minutes after that. So yeah, I just try not to get her all riled up and on edge and watching me. Try to keep it to myself. Be calm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Once
I
I'm
used
gone, I'm gone. So
oh,
yeah.
I said I used to hide mine all the time and just try and just keep it away. But then it got to the point where I was just every time I not feel good and I just feel like, oh, I'm fine, I'd have a seizure. And then everybody would be like, you need to quit telling us you're fine when you're not. And so it got to that point because they're like, every time you say you're fine now, you're not fine. So we know when you're telling us you're fine that we need to be looking out for you. So then I just started telling people. But in other scenarios, like I guess it's kind of situational. If I'm just trying not to, sometimes I'll still tell people I'm fine when I'm just not trying to deal with it. More or less the person with all that, like
Yeah.
sometimes when you tell people,
Yeah.
and kind of like what you're saying, you don't want to worry your mom, or you just don't want somebody on your ass about it for all day and stuff
Right.
like that. But at the end of the day, it's all out of love. But on
Yeah,
their end,
your mom's the best, man.
Mhm.
I don't know her, but when you tell stories about her, she's awesome.
Mhm.
So you have to send her love from all of us, man.
Oh man, it amazed me. Like, I've never seen my mom run until I watched that video. Have any of you guys seen your parents run? Because that was amazing when I saw it. I was like, oh, she crossed a lot of ground fast just from the time that the thing hit the floor. I was like, oh, here she comes. Let me step out of the shower. I mean, put my head out of the shower. And she was right there. Yeah.
I always tell people I'm around if stuff's going on because, I don't want to die. But usually when I'm out, I'm either out alone or I'm out with my buddy who, when I tell him I don't feel well, he's like, all right, well, I'm driving you home. You're not going to be at work anymore. Or when I'm home and I tell my wife or my kids, and, it's good because one day I felt crappy and I was like, hey, I think I need to lie down. So I laid down in bed. And my wife was like, oh, are you okay? Because, you just said you didn't feel well. I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. And she's like, oh, I'm going to go take care of the laundry. And she came back about 30 seconds later down the hall, and she heard me in the bedroom grunting and groaning from the TC I was having. So yeah, I think everybody should know. You know, I mean, I was in my little disabled car the other day, and I asked the dude, I'm like, hey man, what happens if someone needs to get sick? And he's like, I don't really know. And I'm like, cool, man. If you don't pull over right now, I'm going to throw up all over this car. And he pulled over, and I puked all over the place because I throw up twice after every TC. And that's why it's like, man, what do you, I tell everybody, you know, I don't care. But then again, you know, I don't care because I say everything to anybody. But you guys know that. So, but
It's
yeah, I
one
always
thing.
tell everybody because they need to know.
It's one thing, like you were saying, it's good that you have somebody at your workplace or whatever that knows about it, that's actually good about it like that. Because I've worked at a couple places before where at first they're all okay with it and they're very helpful and stuff. But as time goes by, then it seems like you're more of a burden than anything, for the workplace and stuff like that. And that really sucks, um, when it starts to become
Luckily,
that.
luckily, I only had one TC at work, and that was my first one ever. And the
Uh,
funny thing was, the next day, management sent out an email saying, we need everybody to send us contact information because they had no contact information on anybody. I mean, it didn't matter. I called my wife when I got to the hospital. I was like, I'm in the hospital. And she's like, cool. What are you in the hospital for? So I don't remember that because I don't remember that day at all. But people told me about it. It's fun.
but yeah,
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was saying it's like I was saying, it cool that you have somebody like that. But like for a couple of my jobs, they were good with it at first, but until they weren't, and then it kind of seemed like they just thought like either you're milking it or like, oh, he just wanted a day off, something like that, or and then it got to the point where one job I was like, you know what, I'm just not going to tell them, and they're just going to have to deal with it when it happens every time, and we'll just do this the hard way. And so, but kind of sucks. My state doesn't really have a lot of like, what do you call it? Um, it's a right to work state.
Hmm.
Right.
So not very helpful when it comes to that stuff. You can try and get around, and you can try and
They'll
get them firing you for your disability, but that's a shot in the dark.
they'll find a reason.
Yeah. Or just
They'll find
put
something.
your hours to oblivion.
Oh, you were
never-
5 minutes late for 3 days. Nope, that's the reason we're firing you, not because of the disability.
Yeah, or just cut your hours till you have none, and you just quit
Right.
quit yourself.
Oh wow. I've never really been I've never been fired for the epilepsy or for the seizures. Just one day, my stepmom gave me this letter, and it was envelope, and I got to work. I opened the envelope after I was like, "Oh, not put this in the locker. I need to give this to my boss," like my stepmom said. And I opened it as I'm getting there, and it was a letter of resignation. And I was like, "Wow, I just gave this to him." My family did not want me to work anymore. That was a day after I had a seizure and I wandered 17 miles away from work, the opposite direction of home. Yeah.
But you also fell in the deep fryer too. So I mean, I can't imagine they want you to work at all.
No, I fell in the deep fryer and I got this one. He told me to get a paper from my doctor. He wanted me to come back to work. I was working. I was up there in the positions. I was next up. I feel, and yeah, I was getting decent pay. And he was like, "When you get your paper, come back." And that was just the hassle. He's like, I asked my neurologist, "Can I get an appointment to get the paper?" He's like, "We'll set up an appointment." And I checked the My Health app, and the appointment is, I think, like 4 weeks away. And I'm like, I need a job. I'm not getting like paid to be off of work. They're telling me I'm on leave until I get the paper. And I was just like, all right, time to move to another job. Next job I moved to, And that was literally after I left work and wandered to my hometown. And what I'm thinking is that my brain was thinking hometown or go home. That's what I was thinking. My brain just took me to my hometown instead of home. And either way, I mean, I wouldn't say I was safer at hometown, but I made it. Yeah, wasn't good though. The day after that, my stepmom was like, "No, no more working." Yeah. Then I fell at that job at the warehouse job that I gave the guy the letter to. I fell and I got stitches on my gums on the inside. And yeah, I think she was on the last straw there. And then when I had the seizure and wandered off, that was the last straw. So yeah, but it'd be cool because Chip, you have asymptomatic seizures, so I mean, you don't have to hide it. You're just like, I
Oh, I
didn't
have
even know.
both of them, man. I get my asymptomatics. What they allegedly, well, last time they gave me the ambulatory EEG, there were 4 to 8 a day, and yeah, I think I had my last TC about a month ago, and mine are fun because they I think someone was talking about that earlier, focal to bilateral. So it starts on the
Yep.
right and it spreads to the left and completely messes me up. So
Mine's is
uh
the opposite. I'm focal to bilateral, which starts on my left and
huh,
spreads all over to my right.
I'd say cool, but it's not really cool. So, but yeah, I get those stupid asymptomatics because and then when I have too many of those, I think that's when the TC comes. And I'm feeling them now, though. They're not really asymptomatic, but it took a long time to figure out that I was feeling garbagey once in a while because they are symptomatic. But and then I forgot where I was going with that. But anyway. But
Yeah,
oh, I know what I was going to say. The funniest part about the whole thing was when I went for my first EEG, the tech freaked out because I didn't know I had asymptomatic seizures, and it was dumb luck because she freaked out and she's like, "Do you know where you are?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm in the hospital." She's like, "Do you know your name? Do you know the date?" And I'm like, "Yeah, what's going on?" And she's like, "You're having a seizure right now." And I'm like, "Cool." What do you want me to say about that? So it was random dumb luck that they actually found those because it was during what are the EEGs, like 30, 40 minutes, something like that. So and they dump all the garbage, the sounds and the lights and everything. So yeah, I'm actually happy that that happened because now I know. Knowing is half the battle, right?
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah. But again, I'm like such the weird case because I went to the hospital after my first TC and they diagnosed me in the emergency room. The emergency room doctor did. But I have that crap on my brain, so it's not hard to see on an MRI. But yeah, it's interesting stuff. Fascinating. Oh, look, it's medicine time.
Yeah, I had to go do that a little bit ago.
I
Um,
should do that, and then I should see if my wife wants to eat or something or do anything. I hear cars outside. Anyway, I had no edibles today either, which is kind of crazy. So I'm not fucked up at all today. So very disappointing. Even though I have this, but my wife was on a 4-day break. So now she's enjoying the pot a little more. I need a break though, but I'm not going to take one. Anyway, as I mumble more, I'm going to go and see if the wife needs anything. I'm going to take my medicine. And if none of that happens then I'll be back. Otherwise, it was cool seeing some new people on here today. It's fun. I found this place a while ago and I lurked for quite a while. And then I'm like, maybe I'll just join a Zoom meeting. What's the worst that could possibly happen? And now it's awesome. I try to get here every time. So, yeah, there are people I've never seen on here, so that's pretty cool. Keep coming, keep enjoying. But I'm done for
Tuesdays
today.
and Fridays.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, guys. I'll see you later or the next time we're on. Have a great day.
Have a good one.
Yeah, we're here Tuesdays and Fridays, if you guys didn't know. Every Tuesday, every Friday, unless I have another stroke, which I don't want to. That was the only time I
Hopefully
didn't
not.
come. Kate replaced me, though, so we were still doing this. Just Kate was here. So Jess is awesome. She's great.
Yep, Kate and everybody still try to keep it going. I think I had another seizure at that time, so I disappeared for a little bit. But yeah,
Yeah. I got something here, though. It says drinking advice. So I have a date coming up this weekend, and I'm thinking we're just gonna get drinks. Normally, I'm fine with just drinks. Really like them actually, but the place I wanna take her doesn't have those. I usually avoid alcohol, but fellow lamotrigine recipients, what is your experience with alcohol? And for those not taking lamotrigine, what's your experience with alcohol? Um,
avoid it.
Yeah. My
I
thing,
didn't have I didn't
uh,
have a problem. I just quit just because I started the podcast. I was just like, can't be on there, trying to give
yeah,
people advice and you're drinking. So
I
that
don't
was
have
over.
a problem with like a couple beers, but once I start doing the
Yeah,
hard liquor, it's a no-go. But because I used to be a really big fan of Japanese whiskey, and so I would drink that a lot. But now I can have a couple beers and be fine. But if I start drinking a hard liquor, especially with mixed drinks, because most mixed drinks have a fuck ton of sugar and artificial sugar and stuff with those mixers, and that with hard liquor is just a recipe for disaster for people with epilepsy.
True.
when my liver gave, when I got NASH, diagnosed with NASH, that was the end of my drinking. Like, nope, I'm not even having one beer, and those were just at that point in time were just like Angry Orchards, and it was like one or two.
Hmm.
And those Angry Orchards are nothing.
There was this place, what was it? I think it's up in like Washington or Oregon or something like that. But they do like mocktails and they do them with mushrooms.
What?
Uh yeah. And
Um,
so it's
hold
like
on,
micro.
hold on. Mushrooms, that's my lane. So I was gonna say, are you meaning mushrooms like mushrooms to eat with,
Yes,
or cooking,
yeah.
or mushrooms
Hmm? It's both. It's
like
both. So,
psilocybin mushrooms?
yeah, but it's microdosed.
Oh,
So you still got to kind of get the little buzzy feeling.
okay. I just had to clarify, but
Yeah, but
yeah,
it's
go
like
ahead.
the mocktail. But they also use like the lion's mane and the cordyceps in there in as well. But I'll have to find the video for it and stuff. But it's a bar that they just do that because the psilocybin mushrooms are legal up there.
They're illegal here in California too.
Oh, they legalized them now?
Yeah, all psychedelics. Anything you can just grow and you don't have to mix it and boil it and add stuff to it, you can use it. If it just grows, you can use it. Um, but there's actually a church that sells mushrooms, and everybody laughs when I say a church, but it literally
Oh, they
is a
have that.
church. It's
Yeah, there's a couple of those now.
yeah, it's named Zydor. Um, but yeah, they have mushrooms for all types of reasons, and they tell you what they do to you,
Hmm.
and yeah, yeah, mushrooms.
Yeah, I take some on the weekends.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll do a couple beers like when I'm out with friends or for like dinner or something like that, but that's about it these days. Yeah, I cut the hard liquor out pretty much completely. Maybe once, a drink like when I'm up north or something like that, with friends or, in a very isolated type environment. But yeah, it's pretty much down to a beer here or there type thing. But and that's just pretty much because of the amount of drugs that I'm on at this point. and the dosages that I'm on, I just don't. It's not worth it.
Yeah, they have to mix the alcohol with the medication. It's like a shitty drunk too. It's not good.
Yeah, it's very easy to go from, hey, I'm having a good time to over the top.
Yeah.
And then the next day is like, I would love to blame it on being, at the 40 mark versus, like, oh, I just don't recover as well as I do versus, the meds. But no, it's very much the meds of I can't process alcohol like I used to.
Yeah, I never had the problem like having a seizure when I drink. The worst I've had is a throw up, but that's the fun part. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I was a Hennessy or a tequila fan, and yeah, it was amazing. But I quit so I could do this and not preach to people. But I can't talk and tell people to do good and do better if I'm drinking. Yeah, it just made sense. Um, there's a couple comments on this post here for the drinking advice. One says, I've been able to handle hard cider, pink Moscato, and an IPA recently. I do always have my husband with me when I do drink. Haven't had more than one at a time yet. My neurologist told me I could drink one or two ever so often. So I started at home, totally fine. We eventually went to the neighborhood bar, and I was fine there too. In my opinion, it matters who your company is and if they understand what might could happen. Of course, you should be running this by your doctor. Just reach my full dosage of lamotrigine. Heck, the best sleep I get has been nights that I've drank beer. Good luck, but definitely talk to your doctor.
What
One more
works for
comment.
one person is not, I mean, everything's going to work differently for everybody. That's the thing to always remember.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything's different for everyone, but I'm gonna hold that until I read this comment. I have something to do that remember that. This comment says, man, I would say do not unless your doctor gives you the green signal because it all depends from person to person. Like some people I know are fine and having alcohol, but it can trigger a fatal seizure for me. Yeah. Those are the two differences right there. Everyone is different for everybody. Uh, damn it, I had something to say with different from everybody. Yeah.
Always check with the doctor.
What I was going to say, the difference between everybody is different because I didn't want to make a big deal of it and post it. But yesterday I was not feeling good at all. And then I was just like, Mom, can you take me to the dispensary? I was like, I feel like weed is going to help. I went and I got me a vape pen, and within minutes, not even an hour, within minutes, I was better. It took away the nausea, and I was able to focus on TV. I had an aura right before that. So then that all went away. The nausea went away. I couldn't put on my headphones to edit videos, and it would give me a headache going like that. So smoking, I did not have a seizure. And yeah, but it varies with each person. And that's what helps me, what helps my auras for sure. Because it's happened before. I had another aura, and I had to make a call and to get another vape and be like, yeah, that helped right then and there. And I was doing the podcast when I had that one. I just called Kate and another moderator, and everybody came at the same time. And I was just like, I can't sit here. My body is just can't focus and can't focus on this screen. I got up and walked away, but I had them to take over. But that isn't fun, not during the podcast, especially because it was hard to like focus and say that was happening because I wasn't understanding it at first. But everything I learned about seizures has been from here. Everything that I know now, which is a lot, I've learned here. Learning from everybody else's experiences and what's possible and what isn't possible here. We're almost a year strong, so we got that. hoping it is good for everyone else as it's been for me. It's been all right for me. Yeah. I got something
I've learned
here.
a lot just in my first session with you guys. I mean, I've watched a few on YouTube, but just participating tonight, I've a lot that I hadn't really thought about, and just exchanging and talking. It's been educational and very helpful.
Thank you. I mean, I shouldn't have said that. Thank you. It's not
No,
the right
no,
word.
no.
Yeah.
I've been epileptic for close to 30 years now. And this is the first, when Pookie started this, it's the first time I ever met other epileptics, you know?
Yeah, same here.
Like, it's not, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've met at least 50 by now. Just people coming on, and some stayed, some haven't. A lot have came back. Yeah. But yeah, it's been good. At least meeting people, it's helped me. Just not necessarily the alone part, because I didn't care about that for a while. But then when I noticed what it is, what it feels like when I do have someone who has epilepsy to talk to, has felt better. When people understand what we're going through. Because before I started this, my sister kind of tried to discourage me from it. And she was just like, people want to really sit around and talk about epilepsy. You're really going to try to start a podcast on that? And I had it in my head, and I was doubting myself. Should I do it? Should I not do it? And I did it, and I'm glad I did. And who wants to talk about seizures more than epileptics? Yeah. I'm here now, a year later. Yeah. It makes me happy that this is kind of the proudest I've seen my parents, was doing something, and people telling me thank you for doing it. It feels good. I'm gonna stop talking about myself.
Created some close bonds,
Yeah,
some family.
a lot of people have been saying this helped and this was good for them. This was good for me. I wish I had this early in when I started having seizures. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it probably would have stopped some of the depression, but it would have lowered the amount of depression. Having someone to talk to helps.
Yeah,
100%.
it helped me get out of a rut coming on here.
Nice to hear. Yeah, having no one to talk to for all those years, and epilepsy was looked at different when I got it. It wasn't really paid much attention to. So it was kind of just the untalk about. No one talked about seizures or anything like that. It was just like, well, what's happening? This is what's happening to him, and yeah. Then yeah, years later, 20 years later, it's talked about a little more. It's gonna be more eventually, because of this.
Mhm.
But yeah, we do this Tuesday, Friday, and on Wednesday mornings and Saturday mornings we do the morning show. It's great. It's hilarious. We don't talk about epilepsy, but we talk about things we could find, just random things. And most of the times it's stuff in the news, and it's just as helpful. It's funny. It's hilarious. When I got Mark
Sometimes they
there,
talk about epilepsy.
huh?
I said sometimes y'all talk about epilepsy, but in the
Yeah,
morning
I think it
show.
did come up one time. Uh, but yeah, I do have something here though. It says facial pain post seizure. I am used to all my muscles being sore after seizures for a day or two, but recently, after a day with 2 seizures, I have had horrible pain in my face when opening my mouth and chewing. It has now been a week and a half and has been a little by little getting better, but I'm still in some serious pain from it. Anyone else ever have any similar experiences or issues? Um,
Yeah, that's pretty normal. That happens to me from jaw clenching. and doing that.
Yeah, I was
Because
gonna say that.
depending on which way my jaw goes when I'm having a seizure,
It hurts
but
to hear.
that and depending on which way my head goes when I'm doing it, because my head likes to go in a weird direction when I have seizures. But yeah,
How long did they say?
like a
For like a
week.
week?
Yeah, but they said it's
Uh,
been getting better.
Okay,
So
yeah,
yeah, I suppose.
just this soreness and stuff, because like
Yeah,
with legs, like the back, when I have them, the back of my legs, that takes like weeks, those tendons.
yeah.
I had one on my shoulder. It happened one seizure, maybe like 2 years ago, and now it's not every seizure that it comes back, but when it does, it lasts around a month to a month and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what it is. I think I tore something because it's like sometimes it'll hurt right here, and then if I stretch my arm, it'll hurt right here and right here. So I think I either tore something up here or in there or here. Something's going on, but it never lasts enough like right when I got it to go point it out to the doctors. Last time I went like 3 weeks later and they were just gave me one of those cortisone shots and it went away. And they was like,
Mm-hmm.
tell your primary. When I seen the primary, it wasn't hurting anymore, so I didn't point it out. But um, yeah, you guys, yeah, and I do get the chin thing, clenching my jaw for so long. That's when I know something has happened. Well, that's a sign of something has happened.
Yeah, my temples hurt really bad after a seizure too.
Oh yeah, that postictal headache. Oh, there's
Yeah.
nothing like,
Mm-hmm.
and I hate it. Um,
I cannot
yeah,
stay awake after a grand mal. It's like not for the life of me.
See,
It's
that
like
I'm the exact
I'm
opposite.
going
I
down.
can't go to sleep because I'm like
Yeah,
in some pain. I can't see the light. I just need to hide in the dark, but I can't sleep or do anything.
after a grand
yeah.
mal, I need to sleep, and I need to sleep for a couple of hours.
Mm. Angel, um, it might be a weird question, but does your like head hurt with your glasses on when you have a seizure? Because my head hurt when I had on headphones. Uh, yeah.
Um, sometimes, um, definitely when I had the grand mal and I broke the last pair of glasses. Yeah, there was a big mark on my head, but yeah.
Yeah, because I just imagine it holding right here, and for some reason, it just when I had the headphones on, I just had to take them off, and then 10,
When
15 minutes later, pain went away. But I was like, yeah, I can't put those headphones on while I'm having whatever's going on. Those are
right
Yeah.
now
feeling
with the Excopri, I haven't felt or haven't seen a grand mal on the camera. But I have felt vocals and stuff, and that I'm not going to say scares me, but it's like I'm like that's not good because I'm already up on 300 milligrams. I'm getting vocals. It's sooner or later a breakthrough is going to happen, you know.
What are you on?
I got switched to Excopri last year,
Okay.
and I'm also taking methoxamide for my absence seizures.
Okay.
But I used to be on a whole lot more. I used to be on Clonopin. I used to be on Briviact. I used to be on Vinpat was the last one, and it, they said it wasn't working anymore, so that's why they had to put me onto Excopri.
Yeah, I already burned through Vimprat, so that's
Yeah,
why I'm on lamotrigine.
I've been through 12 in my lifetime, so
Holy buckets.
um Is anyone having focals?
I do
I am.
sometimes, not as often
Yeah.
anymore.
Um, I'm not having any more, thanks to the B12. But I forgot what I was going to say. Wow, it was there. I lost it. Something about focals.
Focal seizures, the jaw clenching, the meds.
Oh, that's what it
I
is.
don't like them.
Um,
I don't like the focals, but at the same time, I I I appreciate it like right now because it's knowing that even on 300 milligrams of Excopri, that might not be enough for me still. You know,
Yeah.
I might need the max dose.
what I was gonna say about the oh God, I forgot what I was talking about before. What was I talking about earlier? Oh, focal
Oh,
seizures. Yeah. You said you were taking nasuxamide, and that's another reason. Like last time, I was telling my doctor. I mean, this new neurologist. I was telling him, I get the myoclonic jerk every now and then, and sometimes it's just like a shoulder, leg, or just some limb or whatever the case. That's what I don't want to do is start another medication for another thing. So I'm glad that B12 worked. So he wasn't trying to give me anything for that. But the little myoclonic jerks and stuff like that, it helps when I get more sleep. So then when I told him that I'm having myoclonic jerks, within 2 seconds he was like, "There's Omvi for that." So I was like, "Okay, I'm not taking that." He prescribed it, but I'm like, "You answered that question too fast." Over a video call. Yeah, didn't have any history. This was our first meeting. He was just like, I was just like, well, I was having myoclonic jerks, just a little shoulder, right shoulder. And he was like, oh, they have Omvi. And yeah, I was like, okay, I'm not taking that. I'll find another neurologist. But go ahead, Mark.
Those myoclonic jerks that just had me wondering because I was experiencing something. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but I was sitting watching something. I don't know, but all of a sudden, for no reason, my arm just kind of jolted real quick. Like, didn't see, well, it's hard to see here with the, it was like, just boom, but like faster than that. It was like, you know, faster than I could mimic. Um, I mean, it wasn't like a painful jerk like I've heard some people's myoclonics. um, I mean, it seemed bigger than a twitch. It wasn't just like a little muscle twitch or something, but
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. It was
is it,
little.
what
Sometimes they're
is,
like,
is
yeah,
it,
that's
yeah.
how mine are. My myoclonics are in my shoulders. My shoulder jerk up real quick.
is it,
Yeah, I
so
get
was that
wrist.
like sort of arm quick, just like, boop, is that
Yeah.
sort of really what they mean, or are they more like dramatic, big motions that kind of, because
Um,
I don't,
Kevin had big ones. Uh,
okay.
he had myoclonic jerks so much that he said when he was in college, he would kick the person in front of him, and it was like he said they were aggressive ones. Um,
Okay. And I
yeah, so
think I
that's what
remember him
has.
saying that they were painful, right? His were actually painful.
I don't remember that word
Mm,
being used,
well, no, maybe.
but
I think he said
Or,
some of them were really painful.
yeah,
yeah, I was gonna
I
say
think
you
Lufa
can't
had
this
said,
is my memory.
yeah, I think I recall Lufa had said that hiccups can be a form of myoclonic jerk, and like when they're at the extremely intense and painful, like basically a jerk of the diaphragm muscles, but not like a normal just hiccup, but usually like a big like squeeze, which kind of rang some bells in my head because I recall when I was younger, having hiccups that were so painful, I was crying because it just wanted it to go away, wanted it to stop. And I kept getting another one and another one every time I thought it had ended. And so, um, if that could have been something neurological, well, I mean, obviously, I guess all hiccups are neurological at some level, right? Um, I don't know. I'm kind of just rambling at this point.
All
Well, I
right.
mean, they're learning more and more about the neurological end and the epileptic end every month, every week. It seems like what they call focal seizures or partial seizures. 2 years ago, they've now broken down into 15 different variants. In terms of which aspect of the brain it's in and what it affects, and even down to what type of symptoms
Yeah.
it is. You go on to some of the collegiate study pages, which once I got diagnosed, I started diving into some of that stuff, and it's truly amazing. When neurologist was like, oh, you have partial seizures, or otherwise known as focal seizures, and I was like, and this was my first neurologist. I was like, okay, well, which is it? Because he said it like it was one thing, and then I started diving into it, and I was like, okay, but it's actually two things. And then you get into it deeper, and it's like, well, no, actually, it's these two things. But as I'm looking into it further, like the auras, I call them auras, but some people are, calling those auras actually seizures onto themselves.
Yeah.
It's you can go down the rabbit hole, and I don't want I sorry, the rabbit hole is the wrong way to put that, but
I mean, it is kind of a rabbit hole,
well, to say it that way
tangents
makes it
and
sound kind of
well, the
tinfoil
investigation.
hat-ish.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's not. It's because it's substantiated. It's not that you're grasping at straws with any of this. It's substantiated. They've done studies on this stuff. They've been able to show the difference in these things. And like you were talking about with the myoclonus, with the jerks. That is something that is neurological. That is a form of a seizure. I mean, even to the people that have the quick jerk awake when they're falling to sleep.
So you guys think that I should add that to my seizure journal then? Those little arm jerks, even just to mention? Because I don't have anything noted right now, but if this sounds if if it sounds like it could legit be something worth at least mentioning to the neurologist, because I haven't had any myoclonics or anything. All I've had are the um the focals, um focal to bilateral
Ask the
function.
question.
Yeah, if
So
it's something that's becoming frequent, yeah, then
yeah,
definitely.
all of the medications, I don't think none of right, because aren't some medications better for focals or better for focals, others better for myoclonics?
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think
That,
any of the meds I'm on do anything for myoclonics. So if those are starting to happen, oh God, Kitty just puked on my bed.
um, yeah. Oh, Matt, one thing I was going to ask you is you ever had a conscious seizure, like where you're aware of what's going on?
Yeah, I've had several.
Okay. Because I made a post and someone was kept telling me that it is impossible. But Angel's been through it and I've been through it. Josh, you ever been through that?
Not initially, but coming out of it, yeah, like I was still having one.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I've
I,
never
I,
had I've never had a full TC seizure. I've had a focal seizure or a partial seizure going into like a I forget which, is it atonic or atonic? No, an atonic seizure where you're locked up.
Yeah. Wait, I
Um,
think there's a lot of
I
them.
think tonic is when you're locked up, right? The
yeah. So
tonic is the
I've had
tonal is the tightening of the muscles,
yeah.
right?
So
Right.
basically I had I've had a number of focal seizures that have moved into, slight tremors and then full body lockup. Where I cannot move. And then with those, I have been, sometimes I'm aware where I can make eye contact with people around me, or at least have the ability to, I feel a little like the Tin Man before he gets the grease, in Wizard of Oz. Or even with like my focal seizures, that I can see what's happening, and I can, I'm aware that I'm either wandering or that I'm kind of locked in place where I'm at. I can move slightly, or I can feel that my head is turning, but I can't stop myself. But I cannot get words out. I cannot form anything with it.
Okay.
Is that
That
a
sounds like I have mine whether I have some. I've had a few. Um, to where I can feel the full tonic. I can hear what's going on. I can see whichever direction my head falls. And yeah, those are really scary.
so is
I
that a
mean,
focal? So is that a focal? Because I have it two different ways. Because like you said, the wandering thing, I do that, but sometimes I don't know I'm doing it, and sometimes I do know I'm doing it.
yeah, I
Um,
mean sorry, go
mine
ahead.
was like uh, when I say I can see me conscious during it. Mine, I was shaking. I was gritting my teeth. Um, I just couldn't do anything, and I could see the direction my head was looking. I remember hitting my head on something, but I couldn't figure out what it was because I couldn't move and turn. But eventually, wherever I was hitting my head, it just made my head hurt, and then I'm tearing up and it's going down my face. And then I just go out of it and I wake up, and I remember that time because of that reason, just being able to not do anything. Like it feels like you're getting tasered for like I think they said it was a seizure for only like 30 or 40 seconds. That shit felt like 5 minutes. It felt like it was not ending. And like I said, it just keeps feeling like somebody just keep tasing you over and over and can't stop it. It's horrifying.
Yeah, 'cause luckily, I haven't had any like grand malls or anything like that. But for a while
I
now,
have
probably those focals or absence or whatever you want to call it, I'm not really sure, is the wandering thing where I'll catch myself kind of wandering in circles.
Hmm.
Do that. It's specific. It's like around the island in the kitchen. Like I'll just wander in circles around that. And sometimes I kind of know I'm doing it, but I can't do anything about it. And then other times I don't realize I'm doing it until my wife is like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And then it kind of like,
Yeah. So there's
Yeah.
aware versions and then unaware versions.
mhm.
And you can go to the epilepsy like website
Yeah, I know
and
I
see.
know what I've read like what they are, but I didn't
Yeah.
know that that was what the connection was.
and I
Mm.
think there was something I read on the color. You can tell Hispanic people. I think I read something on the epilepsy website where it's like those like aware TCs can happen to people, like especially if they're like focal to bilateral.
That
Mhm.
makes sense to me, I think.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
only had the aware TC, and that was when I was saying I was coming out of one, but I was still kind of having it.
Yeah, I was fully in it. Like I said, my head was hitting it against something. I was gritting my teeth. I could feel all that, and it was just the worst. And like I said, it felt like more than 30 or 40 seconds, but I was told I was only convulsing and stuff for 30 or 40 seconds, and then I was out of it. But yeah, being down there, well, being on the floor when that's happening, it's, yeah. Well, once I heard he's having a seizure, I thought to look around, and then I noticed I couldn't
Who?
look around.
Yeah,
And
who's having a seizure?
right, that's what I'm like. I was thinking to say, who are you guys talking about? But I couldn't say any of that. And then I
The
noticed it was me.
the terrifying part to me is that there are still neurologists out there and doctors, and I don't really fault them for it, because I mean I've been to an ER or an emergency department, whatever your state chooses to call them these days, where I've been there going, walking in the door saying, hey, I'm not feeling right, I've just heads up, something's about to happen, and walked in, and the nurses and doctors haven't been able to recognize a seizure in front of them, but there are still nurses and doctors and even neurologists that don't believe necessarily that seizures are real, or that they're a neurological thing, unless you have had a bowel movement or had an accident of that variety,
Yeah.
while
Yeah.
you're having it. And
Yeah.
I know that that's a thing. I know that
Yeah.
that's
I've,
that happens.
yeah.
But
I've been a
there's
neurologist.
people out there that just don't, that's question number one.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
would,
I had a neurologist I went to once, and I was already diagnosed with seizures, and she straight up told me, well, we didn't see anything on your EEG, so you should probably just go get therapy.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, we were having this discussion, or I was kind of giving them my background before you had hopped on. I mean, I'm fortunate that I got diagnosed as quick as I did. I started my epilepsy journey 4 years ago.
Mm.
In about 2 months here, it'll be 5 years since I had my first seizure. But I mean, I went to my primary doctor thinking I was just having panic attacks. And fortunately, I was able to get diagnosed within about a year's time, thanks to an MRI tech who knew what she was looking at, not through an EEG or anything like that. But I mean, it took me 4 EEGs or 5 before they finally clocked something
did
on
they
the
not
EEG.
send you to an MRI after the first EEG or whatever?
They sent me to an MRI first,
Okay.
because they were doing just a standard workup.
Yeah.
And so they had sent me to like after I went to my primary care, then I went to a cardiologist, did the whole stress test thing and all of that. Then they sent me to the neurologist after that, because that's when the cardiologist was like, I've seen this before. I'm pretty sure I know what this is. I'm going to send you, refer you to a neurologist. I went to the neurologist and they were like, okay, we're going to do an MRI, an EEG, all of it. And when I went to get the MRI, that's when the person who was reading the MRI found the gray matter nodules in the ventricles, in my brain ventricles, which is the cause of my seizures. They're cross-wiring things that aren't supposed to be there.
Mm.
But it took them, so that was like, okay, these things aren't supposed to be here, but they may not be causing your seizures. So let's do all these EEGs just to verify it. And it took them, I think 4 EEGs of varying lengths and types before they were finally till I finally put my foot down. And that was 2 neurologists later, when I was like, hey, here's when I'm having them. Like I wake up in the morning and then I go back to sleep for like 20 more, I hit the snooze button, I go back to sleep. And then when I wake up again is when they're really like hitting, that's when I'm experiencing 90% of these seizures is coming out of that second REM state. And that's when that's when I told them, I was like, let's do that. And that's when they figured it out. Or that's when they caught it on the EEG, at least.
So do they consider yours nocturnal then, if you're coming out of the REM state?
Well, that's when they were able to like substantiate it, but because like they were finally able to substantiate it then, like now all the claims that I was making about them happening in the daytime, then they were like, oh, so you aren't just having these panic attacks. Now we can actually validate and say these seizures are happening during the day and all of these things.
Okay.
So fortunately, like I said, fortunately I've been able to get on meds and get all that, up to speed now, but it's been the process of all that, which all of you are aware. And
Yes. Yes. The journey.
Been quite a journey.
Capital letters, the journey.
right.
Um,
Catch
yeah.
us on YouTube live Saturday mornings and Wednesday mornings.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Yep.
yes, morning show, Saturday mornings, Wednesday mornings, and
Me and Mark,
group
Kevin.
meeting live on Fridays. Yeah.
I got
We're
something here.
live and all over the place. Living live.
I
Three,
got
four
something, Mark.
days.
It
Oh,
says, I had a seizure and I need help, please. 21-year-old female had a seizure-like episode 5 days back. Apparently, I suddenly widened my eyes and fell down when my people around me tried to make me sit down. My legs started convulsing harshly. The whole ordeal lasted around 5 to 6 minutes. My eyes were open throughout, but I don't remember anything. And since the episode, I have this killer headache, which is moving around my head and face. And the intensity sometimes decreases, but mostly increases. No medication is helping. I saw a neurologist, got an MRI and an EEG. All were normal. I also had a seizure like episode 7 years back where I lost consciousness uh, for like 1 to 2 hours, and my body was limp, and I had confusion about my own self for 3 days. Then all the tests came back normal. The neurologist says it's a mild one. It's a mild one this time, but the cause is not known and had been triggered by a migraine. My head has been aching for 5 days. No medication seems to help. He has prescribed me medication just for the headache, which is not working. He ruled out epilepsy, but I'm unsure. Whatever happened affected my head very harshly, and it's not a migraine. I know it's not. I have had really bad migraines in the past, but the doctor doesn't seem to look further into it, as the reports are normal. Even my blood work and eye checkup were normal. What should I do? I know something is really wrong, but I have no proof. I can feel it. Something is really wrong. Uh, a seizure like episode would be a seizure, I would assume. And yeah, I'm not going to say this person's having a seizure because I don't want to tell someone they're having a seizure, but you have some things that say kind of seizure.
well, I mean, let's start off with what happened, right? What did they say? It was an episode where they lost consciousness, inexplicably lost consciousness for what, 1 to 2 hours?
Uh,
And were
what?
extremely confused about their identity for 3 days afterwards.
Yeah, yeah. Person the
What?
neurologist is telling them it might be a mild one-time seizure, but the
Okay.
cause is unknown and could have been migraines, what the doctor's saying.
Okay. So what's their confusion then?
Um, I guess they want to know if it's an actual seizure, and they're asking, "What do I do?"
Well,
Um,
they do
and when I don't
nothing,
like what one neurologist
really.
says, if they're not tell me, this is what's going on and this is what could help. Yeah, if you don't like what one doctor is saying, then get a new neurologist.
If it was their first time having a seizure-like episode like
Uh,
this, or
I read it to you, and yeah,
yeah,
I
so I mean, the doctor said it could be a one-off mild seizure, right? In which case, one-off means not going to happen again. Nothing to do, no reason to start drugging you up because most people who have one seizure don't go on to have another seizure. Um, most
said they
people
had
don't
another
have
one.
seizures. Huh?
They said they had another one.
Oh, okay. Well, then that case, it wouldn't be a one-off. They should tell
Yeah,
their
that's the
doctor
one.
that.
That's the one that lasted for 1 to 2 hours and lost the consciousness and couldn't remember things for 2 or 3 days. The other one was 5 days ago. This person said, but yeah,
Was five
the
days ago. And what happened at the other one then, if it wasn't that?
um suddenly the eyes widened and fell down. When my people around me tried to make me sit, my legs started convulsing harshly. The whole ordeal was 5 to 6 minutes. My eyes were open throughout, but I don't remember anything. And since the episode, I have a killer headache, which is moving around my head and face, and the intensity sometimes decreases, but mostly increases. Uh,
Okay,
to
so
me, that
five
sounds like
days
my.
ago, something completely different happened, and they're freaking out that it might be connected.
I believe
Nothing
so.
that they described about that 5 days ago thing except the headache matches up to what happened when the doctor said it might have been a one-off seizure. Her eyes widened. Um, I don't know. I'm not seeing a connection between these two necessarily that would automatically imply this is connected and these are seizures and epilepsy. I don't know if they should be, if I should, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if I should be trying to calm them down or trying to encourage them to go. I don't know. I guess anytime there's a question, we should encourage somebody to get a second opinion if possible, right? We
Yeah,
shouldn't be
that's me.
discouraging somebody from seeking medical help. So there we go. With that said, it doesn't seem like they're necessarily connected. They're two completely different symptoms and or two completely different sets of symptoms. Um, the only connection is they both might have a neurological basis, but that's a tenuous and circumstantial connection at best. Mention it to the doctor, maybe if, never hurts, right? But I don't think I think it's probably not going to be too important. Um, get a second opinion if you are not happy with the treatment that you have received, with the advice. If it seems incomplete, insufficient, incompetent, do not stick with being stuck. But yeah, I don't think you should worry, Mr. OP
Um,
person.
what I can say is that sounds like my seizures.
It does.
Yeah, the
Both of
shaking and
them.
falling down, and my body goes limp. My eyes are straight out, and I'm looking at stuff that isn't there. That sounds like my seizures. The killer headache afterwards,
Well,
signs of my seizures.
I guess.
My eyes were wide open the whole time. These are all signs I've heard. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, they were like looking at something like it's really there, and you're staring hard, but you're shaking and convulsing, and legs flailing all over the place. sounds like what this person says is what I'm going through.
There
So
are
yeah,
also psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. Um, so
I'm not
yeah,
having
it
those.
could be a seizure, but well, no, but Toaster does, and we don't know how similar this sounds to her PNES. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Not saying it's not a seizure there in that case, even, but
Well,
not all
PNES
seizures are
is still
epileptic,
seizures.
huh?
PNES is still seizures. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah, absolutely. Not saying it's not a seizure, just not necessarily epileptic. And yeah, I don't know.
Gotta look
Were
into it
your
more.
so if the second episode sounds like your seizures, does the first one sound anything like anything you've experienced? Just
Uh,
unconscious for 2 hours and then confused for about yourself for 2 days?
the conscious for 2 hours, that part has, but 3 days later, I'm good. I'm good by hours later, at the most 8 hours of sleep. But other than
Well,
that, yeah,
yeah, I guess
I'm not having.
both. I have now that I've worked through both of them like this. I should maybe recant my earlier Kitty. Ah, Kitty's leaning on the mouse, pressing buttons. Um, yeah, I might recant that earlier position. They do, you know, they both sound like they could be seizures, and if they both sound like they could be seizures, then there's no reason to, it's no logical reason to discount the possibility that they could be related to each other. Even though they're completely different presentations, that would just mean a more complex case, not necessarily a, you know, unrelated. Uh, but also, PNES. So, and that co-occurs with epilepsy a lot more than people realize. So, yeah, all kinds of possibilities, but lots of
Right.
them are seizure related. So it does sound like, as always, talk to your doctor about it. Anything that you hear
Right.
here, um,
Talk to your
double
neurologist.
check. Don't take our word for anything necessarily without double checking, because we are patients, we are fallible. Um, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I got some comments here though. One says that's hard, hang in there. As others have said, the bad headaches can be, in quote, normal after a seizure. Another comment here says, I'm sorry to hear that. I know someone with this similar situation would suggest you see a different neurologist. Always good to consult others as well. Maybe the medicine dosage is not correct. How is sleep situation? Could be something, and sleep and stress levels. One more comment says seizures don't necessarily have to be epilepsy seizures, can be stress induced. So if this has only happened a couple times, I would say that's what it is. What you're describing is mostly like a stress induced seizure. Regarding your headache afterwards, it's common to have that after the seizure. I have headaches in the front area of my head so bad I can't function for a couple of days after a seizure, and mine are frontal lobe ones. They've done the same tests on me because I'm always bitching about them, and they say everything is normal. I think I think the headache are just side effects from our brains short circuiting. Yeah,
yeah.
nice.